Okay, okay. Whew. How is everyone? All good? Okay. What? What's the Thought Slime Fund at? I don't know. I don't know why. There seems to be so much more appetite for the Israel Palestine stuff than there is for me doing American politics, which is a bit weird. Because I thought this audience was full of Yankoids. Maybe it's all just Israelis. And Arabs, one or two of them. All right. The video better be good. I mean, it's not. That's why I don't want to watch. That's why I need some gross incentives to have a look at it. Eek. We're mostly Yankoids who like hearing about foreign conflicts. Okay. Well, I just want to. I don't know. Fuck it. No, I want to do enough American politics just so I can do like a few videos challenging the claims about Kamala, and then I want to have enough so I can probably debate Rob again. I feel like if I can handle Rob on January 6th or Trump or whatever, I can handle anyone. So, but the problem with Rob is I need to learn a lot. I need to do like fucking after January 6th, I probably need to do the immunity case. Then I need to do Burisma. Oh, that one is. I want to do fucking Burisma. Oh god. I guess Burisma doesn't matter that much anymore because Biden's gone. I maybe need to do Twitter files. That's what I need to do. And then it's just all the little talking points about Democrats who supported BLM, fucking systemic racism. I'll probably do Twitter files. And I've already done some reading about the Kamala bailout fund thing for BLM protesters. Naturally, it is so much more underwhelming than I ever thought it would be. God, it's so underwhelming. Fuck. I didn't actually know that it was only there was one bailout fund that Kamala tweeted about, right? There was one. Really enjoyed the Hakeem video, just watching it now. It's funny that like I've been doing this for I've been streaming primarily for almost a year now. It's more like 6 or 7 months, but I've noticed that recently the live stream views have gone down quite a bit, like the live viewers, but the sub count is increasing like quite steadily. Actually, even a little bit faster than usual. I wonder what that's about. And also the VODs, like the uploads are getting more views as well, that they're all doing quite well. So I don't really science, I guess. Forgot to pay the ViewBot bill. That's very likely, you know. Okay. Well. first of all, thinking what I want to do first. First of all, I just want to maybe gather some notes on oh yeah, the whole what is an insurrection debate. Fuck that, man. I hate it so much. Here's a question I want to answer once I go reading about insurrection. Um, is an insurrection not like why is a coup increasing number of viewers in a time zone that's not likely to watch live? Like what, Americans? Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. Not too bothered about it anyway, though, as long as I'm doing things that make me somewhat happy. I, my guess that on Israel versus Palestine, you were the first guy people wanted to hear about, while for other topics you're interested in your opinion enough to check a VOD, but not the first guy they go to. Yeah, something like that. Because I know there are better people out there who can talk about American politics compared to me, whereas for Israel Palestine, there's no fucking dick. But are you not gonna have a Hassan style freak out about your viewership numbers? Well, I don't think I was born to be a big streamer. I don't think that's the kind of person I am. Like, but no, I don't really. I don't know that's what I'm built for. Maybe one day. I think it's just that like after 4 years, I still haven't really settled on like what kind of content I want to make. I think that's probably the issue. Because when did you start researching Israel Palestine? I went on and off for years on it. Started seriously researching it maybe like ironically just a few months before October 7th. That's when I properly started going quite far into it. Start loads of fights and get into deranged debates. I mean, I could do that. I know I'm too nice in the debates. Like I looking back at it now, I absolutely just let Rob fucking I think because I told him at the beginning that I wasn't really like that I was still reading a lot. I think he just used that opportunity to just like vomit as much fucking of his opinions as he wanted to. But yeah, we're gonna do a more focused talk next time, I think. Well, I'll ask if he wants to. I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will. But where's the Prue Houthi guy? Oh yeah, we can probably look at him. That guy'll be interesting. Because I might need to actually do something about that. Why the Democrats never get anything done. Oh, that would be a good video. Am I just gonna become a fucking tanky react channel? God. He likes to send you down rabbit holes? Yeah, I mean, I don't, yeah. No, the question I have is, when talking about rabbit holes, I was gonna ask about that when it came to Destiny and Andrew Wilson yesterday, because I watched that debate while I was just vibing, and the tanky vids do well. Yeah, they always do well. Yeah. Because no one else does it. No one else responds to these people, I guess. Yeah. You went super easy on him. Yeah, but I told him I was going to at the beginning, so it's like I even like it's mentioned in the VOD. But no, the thing I wanted to ask about was why is a coup not worse than an insurrection? Because the way I've noticed American definitions of insurrection, an insurrection doesn't necessarily. A lot of these insurrections, like they don't have to necessarily be that like fucking ground shaking. Because an insurrection, like with the way I thought insurrection, it's like you're trying to overthrow like a regime, like you're trying to illegitimately replace some kind of like power structure or regime, which would be like removing the government, right? Like January 6th, like trying to there's someone who's won the election, but you're trying to use illegitimate means to make yourself win. That would be like a that's my understanding of insurrection, which is also the same like synonymous with a coup. But someone told me, fucking Glitterbell told me that insurrection is just a coup but with violence. And I was like, that's not true either, because apparently there have been people in America who were convicted of insurrection who didn't do any violence, who just like some guy donated like $100 to some fucking crowd or whatever. So I wonder why. Because the way Destiny was defining an insurrection yesterday, and I think the way Andrew was trying to fucking shark on, was like it sounded like they were defining an insurrection as an attempt to, was it resist a law rather than break one? So like using like an assemblage or like potentially violence or whatever to try and force a change in law or a change in the way that they to resist like a government from carrying out its regular procedures. And then obviously the example that Andrew Wilson brought up was, what if a bunch of like hippies did a fucking legalized cannabis protest and they're all stoned, and then it turns into a fight. And then it turns into a fight that descends upon the Capitol building. And they're like, please, we really want you to, like, we're going to keep fighting until you legalize weed. It's like, that would be an insurrection, right? Which is like a pretty trivial event, I guess. But I feel like that's not as bad as a coup. Using the 14th Amendment. Yeah, but then I don't know why you wouldn't just use a coup. I know insurrection and rebellion are not the same, but rebellion, apparently January 6th doesn't come close enough to be like that either, because rebellions are much more organized, right? But somewhere in between insurrection and rebellion, I think there's like a coup, because coups are not always well organized. Often they're actually really badly organized, like the Spartacist uprising or the Beer Hall Putsch or January 6th. Like these are, or even the Cap Putsch, these are all like very badly orchestrated attempts at takeover. What's your opinion on Andrew's tactic of not giving his own definition of an insurrection? It just confirms my opinion that these people believe in nothing, that they just want to sound good. Yeah, it's retarded. Yeah, fuck that. What a cowardly snake cunt thing to do. Yeah, well. Intent matters because for the kind of example, the insurrectionists would have to have intent for rioting in order to change the law, as opposed to, they would have to have the intent to change the law, but you can have a protest that is saying like, protests are always trying to influence a change in legislation, right? Or like, not always, but often. There are loads of protests that are attempting to change legislation, like BLM, part of getting the, especially when it came to Breonna Taylor, the attempt to get the Breonna Taylor laws in. But was that insurrection because they were using protests to try and influence? No, it's not to try and influence decisions. It's to try and like, I don't know. I feel like there needs to be a way to define that separates things like that from January 6th. Coup is about overthrowing a government. Insurrection is more like undermining a governmental process. But that's the thing, right? The thing is that January 6th was like an attempt to overthrow. They were trying to use illegitimate means to change the results of an election. That would be a coup, right? Just because they failed at it. Like, imagine, I need to find the speech. Trump's speech about the electors. Trump's speech, fight like hell. Because Eastman gives the Eastman memos aren't enough because they give a number of potential outcomes, not all of which would be a coup. For example, one of them would be you say there's too much confusion over these 7 states. You send it back to the states to investigate further into the claims of fraud because you've given them some kind of legitimacy, and then they find out actually there's no fraud, and then Biden wins, right? Or like that wouldn't necessarily be a coup. No one overturned anything. The election results had not been finalized. They hadn't been finalized, but the electoral counts had been. The electoral college votes were finalized. They were certified by the states. They were all, every state had had a certified result from the certified slate of electors, and Trump tried to bring in alternative ones to overturn that. That overturning absolutely is legit there. This was Trump's speech. This is what he said, wasn't it? Do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated, lawfully slated. And obviously, when he says lawfully slated, he means his ones. So, and the way that, because the way they're making this one out to be, this sounds like they want, when they say put it back to the states, they don't mean for further investigations. They don't mean that. They don't mean like postpone the process. They just mean get Congress, which had I think there's the House that was majority Republican, to just put it to a vote and vote in favor of Trump. That's it. Hmm. It's about intent to violent uprising against the law and in riots, protests turn violent, riots spontaneously. That's not even, I don't think that's good enough either. I don't think that's good enough either, because if rioters plan to start a riot because they want to push like a change in legislation, I still don't know if that's necessarily an. I guess because like for insurrection it would be, but it wouldn't be a coup. That's why I think like a coup seems like a higher threshold. That's why I'm not sure why people use or wanting to use insurrection over coup. Is there a legal definition of a coup? Typically by the military. It doesn't have to be. Hmm. I don't know. I wonder I might have this conversation with Dustin. Because I feel like it fits both. Rebellion, I don't know, because the level of planning doesn't seem to be there. Because a rebellion seems to insist on like a very, very, very precise like plan going on, but whereas this one was a bit more scuffed. Classic conceptualization of a coup. The debate went terribly for Andrew. Yeah. Suppose it did. All right, let's see. Let me into this. Is coup just short for coup d'etat? Yeah. This is about Africa, but I guess they have an abstract here. Coup research. Coup just keeps making me think of the Scottish word for cow. If Trump led an insurrection, how come he's not prosecuted for that? There are lots of reasons that someone might not get prosecuted for a particular crime, especially if it's a crime that is very anachronistic, like historically, because the way that an insurrection is committed, because of like the kind of crime that it is the way that it's committed is usually very unique. There's usually not like a one-to-one or even close to a one-to-one comparison, which means that if you're a lawyer and you're trying to get someone on crimes, you're not just saying that that you did this thing. You're saying that I can convince this, like I can make a legal case for this that is beyond a reasonable doubt, and the jury and the precedent, and then we can get through all the loopholes and all this shit. So I don't think there are often cases where you just wouldn't go after someone for a crime so specific when you could have a much easier time committing them on more specific things like fraud or things like that. Like, so, which is what they did in the indictments. Like South Africa, apartheid has been a crime since the 1970s. No one's been convicted of it. No one's even been on, I don't think anyone's even been on trial for it. Like, I don't think anyone's even been indicted for it. Even South Africa. South Africa has never, like the state or any individuals in the state have never been found guilty of the crime of apartheid, even though the crime has existed for over 50 years. Where do they have definitions? A working definition. Welk has claimed that a coup d'etat is a sharp, clear event, easy to date, and if successful, possible to document. Subsequent research suggests that Welch was perhaps too optimistic. While some agreement at the conceptual level has emerged, a critical examination of how scholars have operationalized coup reveals several topics deserving of further conversation. We begin by summarizing in Table 1 how 14 studies capture coups and then walk through common trends and ambiguities. Our goal is to arrive at a final definition that best captures as distinct from other political phenomenon. A coup. Okay. So the target, government establishment, civilian authorities, existing regime, undefined, That's just all the different definitions. Perpetrators. I guess the perpetrators in this case would be the president who lost an election. These are usually violent groups. Undefined. Tactics, force changes, use or threat of use of armed forces, conspiracy, okay, because a conspiracy is one. Segment of the state apparatus. So this definition would fit. Violence may be negligible. Threat or use of violence, threatened or actual coercion. Hmm. Yeah, I'm looking up internet guys for definitions. The first factor in arriving at definition is in deciding who may be targeted. We find little debate on this subject, with most scholars focusing on the state's primary leader. We remain consistent with previous research by considering only attempts to overthrow the chief executive. This rule separates coups from less extreme mechanisms of pressuring the leadership. For example, a handful of Nepalese police recently revolted against its offices over inferior food rations. This event is best described as a mutiny because the Prime Minister, Koirala, was never directly challenged. This is difficult though, because what if you challenge someone who's about to become certified as the president, right? It's like before the process actually starts. I don't know. I think this would be incredibly nitpicky, for example, like because the target here is like to overthrow Biden, right? Because everyone knows that he's about to get sworn in as president. Like it's just a formality with the electoral college votes. I think the perpetrators one would be the one that doesn't fit January 6th as well. Doesn't merit classification as a coup because the chief executive remained in office. Obviously, in this case, um, the attempt was to stop the legitimate chief executive from taking office, but okay. A starting point for many studies, Feiner limits debt perpetrators to the armed forces. The rather narrow focus is echoed by 6 other sources in Table 1. Others more broadly allow non-military elites, civilian groups, and even mercenaries to be included as coup perpetrators. This broad definition includes 4 sources, including Janowitz, who claims that perpetrators need only be organized factions. We take a middle ground. Coups may be undertaken by any elite who is part of the state apparatus. These can include non-civilian members of the military and security services or civilian members of government. Okay. So this is just one paper's opinion on it, I suppose, but I love how you formulate an opinion and then search for evidence to justify it. Yeah, sorry, I know Drew the Dogman, because this is actually the first time I've ever learned anything about January 6th or about coups. Yeah. Never actually done that before, you know. I don't have any background knowledge on historical coups, and I've never learned anything about January 6th, and I've never thought about what kind of similarities there might be. I've never even like challenged the terminology on my stream, even though I actually have, you fucking idiot. But yeah, okay. What do you think a proper research process would be for this, Drew the Dogman? Give me some direction. There are insurrections, but not coups. Right. The Whiskey Rebellion, which I don't know much about. This looks like an insurrection, but not a coup. And ironically, probably not a rebellion, right? Because this was about taxes. Started in 71, ended in 74. No, 94, sorry. 91, 94. Damn. This was their French Revolution. Okay. Beer was difficult to transport and spoiled more easily than rum and whiskey. Okay. The first ever tax imposed on a domestic product. Damn. And people rose up against it. Start with an open mind and put aside your hatred for the right wingers. Okay, thank you for giving me the most fucking nebulous direction possible. It's funny that you're challenging my research process and I say, okay, what should I do? And you're like, be open-minded. Think out the box. Be empathetic. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. I know I've ruined the word nebulous has been ruined by Andrew Wilson. Oh god, I love how I was like, these are really nebulous definitions. Also, they fit a riot perfectly. That fucked me up, man. Oh god, that was like shit. This guy. It's funny that I get accused of sophistry quite a lot, but Andrew Wilson actually is like the ultimate sophist. Think outside the loner box. Hey, good one. Good one. All right. Fuck. I read Trump's January 6th speech. No. Fuck it. I'm gonna watch some mugging content. Michael Knowles on Piers Morgan. All right. Gaslighting America, U.S. election with Nancy Mace, Harris's son, and more. The first question you ask is who benefited? There we go. Thank you so much, Drew the Dogman. Thank you for actually engaging with the thing I'm saying. Okay. So I think to rephrase your question, the question would be, since we're talking about the describing the actions of the accused, the question would be is who was going to benefit if they got their way? And who would have benefited if Trump, Eastman, etc. had succeeded? Well, Trump would still be president. So and the electors that were certified by the states would have been bypassed, meaning the voters in those states would have been disenfranchised. And the American people would have been disenfranchised. Whoa. And there would be no liberty and no freedom and no justice for all. Insurrection is just Latin for uprising, if that helps. You know what? Yeah. I'll just say that in a fucking debate to sound smart. That'll be my British charm. Gisalinus, what a name. What's your opinion on Andrew's tactic of not giving his own definition of an insurrection? Oh, I already said that. Sorry, thank you. Yeah, I said it's cowardly and silly. Good memes, though. Good memes. It's not my burden. He was unburdened. Unburdened by what had been. Okay. Unburdened by definition of insurrection. Shit. Okay. Let's see.
He ran against a woman in 16, and he beat a woman in 16. And Republicans, unlike our Democrat friends, do know the difference between men and women.
We had a 40-point lead. Now we're going to be talking about...
Yes! Let's go. What a fucking shoehorn that is. God damn it, Michael Knowles. What a professional. That's why they hired him, right? What do we do about this Kamala person who we don't like? No, she doesn't have a son who's got dick pics everywhere and taking drugs. So, okay, what do we do? Well... She's a woman. And we know the difference between men and women. To be fair, they could have done that about Biden. They must be kicking themselves. When Biden was running against Trump, you realize that Michael Knowles could have been like, Trump is running an election against a man. Thank God the Republicans know the difference between a man and woman. God. What reasonable person would accept that shit to succeed? The best they could hope to accomplish was at the minor delay. Good, thank you. Yeah, I agree. I drew the dot. It was scuffed. You don't get let off the hook if you do it badly. Yes, it was a failed coup. It was a miserably failed coup. That's what that would mean. If you're conceding that they tried, but it wouldn't succeed, like, yeah, they did it badly. Like, do you know what else? Like, the beer hall putsch was scuffed. There was no way that was going to succeed. The Spartacist uprising was scuffed. The cap putsch was scuffed. Loads and loads of attempts to overthrow governments are scuffed. Probably most of them are, because the kind of people who tried to overthrow the government or to subvert democratic process or whatever the fuck are usually not very reasonable people. That's why they want to do what they do, right? Or they just don't have the training or the fucking experience or the capabilities, right? So that's a really weak objection. That's just like, well, they did it badly. Okay. I don't think there's anything in any legal or even historical or any moral definition of putsches or coups or insurrections that says, like, you have to do a good job of it. By the way, what you're saying is technically not true. If J.D. Vance were the vice president as opposed to Trump, the results might have been very different. Is the Spartacist uprising different to the communist thing that happened in Bavaria? I think the Spartacist uprising was in Berlin, wasn't it? This is actually a really good example because people also say, well, like when Trump said certify the legal electors, like the legal slates, I doubt that many protesters there knew what the fuck he was talking about. Maybe none of them did. And then there's the defense that people like Andrew Wilson would use is like, how did these people, like, how can it be an insurrection if none of the people actually know why they're there? Like, no one is in on the plan, really. They're just saying, stop the steal. Well, the Spartacist uprising was initially just a general strike. It had nothing to do with overthrowing the government. It was a general strike because they were dismissing, they were protesting against the dismissal of Berlin's chief of police. And then because the turnout was so big, the communists were like, wait, maybe we can do a revolution here. But obviously they were disorganized. They didn't all agree on everything. And they got absolutely fucking mobbed. Yeah. So,
Trump insulting a woman.
I've met the man as well. I've talked to him. He was fantastic. He was sharp.
How sharp?
But that the badass that is Donald Trump is the reason that Donald Trump is here right now. And I agree with you. He will never lose that part of him, and he will certainly never cuddle a cat.
I know that you guys are doing the RNC's work for them. I know you're trying to help Trump, who's struggling right now.
You say.
He is not the border czar.
You're full of shit today.
Do you wish with hindsight you had
Is that Congress? Bro, you couldn't even do that in the Commons. What the fuck?
used that language?
I think the reason, in the United Kingdom, in the House of Commons, they're all really loud and snarky and shouty with each other, but we still function as a democracy, and people, concede when they lose, and people are respectful in times when they need to be. I feel like it doesn't work in America because people are so fucking sensitive. Like if you cuss at an American, right, it's fucking war. So I don't know, maybe that's why they all have chips on their shoulders.
I could have said much worse, Piers.
A month ago, Joe Biden walked stiffly and slowly onto the CNN stage in Atlanta for a debate.
No, Piers is fucking obsessed. I really hope. I don't hope. Sorry, that's really, really mean. Piers is going to lose his nut one day. He's gonna go insane one day, or whatever, dementia, or like he's gonna slow down, as we all do when we get old. He's gonna start shrinking. He'll get shorter, and maybe he'll want to keep up the media job, and people are gonna make fun of him for that. And is it that? I don't even. Biden's gone. Piers, he's gone. He's done.
He thought would save his presidency. Last night, with his closest family huddled behind the camera, he gave what would probably be his final Oval Office address.
Okay.
I revere this office, but I love my country more. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
Yeah.
But in the defense of democracy, which is at stake, I think it's more important than any title. I draw strength and I find joy in working for the American people. But this sacred task of perfecting our union, it's not about me. It's about you, your families.
He's talking to you guys.
Your futures.
Yankoid fucks.
It's about we the people.
We the people.
Well, the heart may have been there, but there wasn't a rousing or inspiring speech. Biden can't really do those anymore, and that's a big problem.
God, fuck, Piers. Jesus Christ.
The president visibly waned even during a modest 15-minute address to the American people. And the many people expecting answers on exactly why he quit the race or why he's fit to remain president for another 6 months were left with only more questions. There were a few trademark fluffs. There were 6 different references to democracy and why it's so important to save it. There was an almost laughably optimistic list of things he expects to accomplish in the remainder of his term, ranging from Supreme Court reform to curing cancer. And there was even time for a defensive roll call of apparent achievements, including this, frankly, whopper.
The first major gun safety law in 30 years. Today, the violent crime rate is at a 50-year low. We're also securing our border. Border crossings are lower today than when the previous administration left office.
Well, that's simply not true. It was simply not true that this president is the sharpest mind in D.C. with energy levels to put the rest of us to shame, as so many of his supporters continued to claim until it was obvious that he wasn't. This was a moment where the president could have gone out in a blaze of reflective glory on a 50-year career, which had many laudable moments. It was a moment in history. And despite his frailty and arguably his incompetence, I've always thought that Joe Biden is an industrious public servant and a thoroughly decent man who's been through some unimaginable tragedy in his life. But this speech just left me feeling a little sad. The time for Biden to leave with honour passed a long time ago. And at the bitter end, only his wife and Harry Sisson, one of our guests today, were urging him to still cling on. Joe Biden did not pass the torch.
Piers has it in for this kid, man. He's found an easy target, even though that kid is actually quite competent. So, yeah,
As he put it to Kamala Harris. He was torched out of office by donors and grandees who decided he couldn't win. Everybody else knows that. Just an hour earlier, the man who knocked him to the canvas in that CNN debate was working crowds at another packed rally. The stark contrast was a reminder of why Joe Biden is no longer in the race.
You know, it could be caused when they call you a threat to democracy. You never know what causes it. I'm a threat to they're a threat to democracy. They're a threat to our country, period.
Well, during the president's address, Trump posted this photograph of himself looming next to the screen on his plane, like a hunter with a trophy kill. But how he must wish that Biden was still his opponent. Many people speculated that Trump was a changed man after surviving an assassination attempt. Humbled, emotional, even unifying. Nice even. There's nothing like fresh meat to reawaken the old Trump senses. In a 60-minute diatribe, he said that Kamala Harris would be the worst lunatic ever in the White House, with policies that make Bernie Sanders look moderate. And in what became a day of 3 consequential speeches, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was given a hero's welcome for his appearance in Congress.
May God bless Israel, may God bless America, and may God bless the great alliance between Israel and America forever.
Oh, no.
Netanyahu may be wildly unpopular back in Israel, but US lawmakers welcomed him like Churchill. And even as he spoke, protesters outside burned the US flag, hoisted the Palestinian colours above.
I don't really know if they obviously some of them did, but also a bunch of people didn't turn up. Yeah, okay. Fuck me. So a lot of violent rhetoric there from Mr. Piers Muggin. What the fuck, man? These people are mental.
Of Union Station and scrawled "Hamas is coming" on a monument.
Coming?
It wasn't a great advertisement for the America that Joe Biden leaves behind. In a moment, I'll be reunited with Harry Sisson, who was blindly loyal to Biden right to the end. But first, joining me from Washington, D.C. is pollster and political strategist Frank Luntz. Frank, great to see you. You're a very important person to talk to right now because there are polls swirling around all over the place, often giving quite conflicting information. Just first of all, tell me, what impact has Joe Biden's decision not to continue with his presidential race?
Pisco on Twitter. Final thought for now. To the extent that we're making an appeal to the courts, multiple courts have held that January 6th was an insurrection. SCOTUS upheld the disqualification of an official for insurrection. Disqualification for insurrection. No court has held January 6th wasn't an insurrection. Really? Yeah, because I think the Supreme Court just didn't really engage with it, did they? That was their whole thing. His removal from office under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution is the first removal under that amendment of an office holder who participated in the January 6th election, and he is barred from ever holding public office again. Who are we talking about here? Griffin. Trump versus Anderson. Okay. Yeah.
Had on the Democrats' chances of winning the election?
It has completely unscrambled and re-scrambled the race. There are key voter groups right now, young women who had been turned off by both candidates that are now absolutely excited. Younger African Americans that were giving Donald Trump a look that they may be going back to the Democrats, which they voted for decades. It doesn't change any of the states. It doesn't change the basic parameters of this election, but it does make it closer. And make no mistake, when you raise $80 million in a single day, when you get thousands and thousands of people signing up to volunteer, you take that seriously. You see the significance of it. I would have predicted exactly 1 week ago today that Donald Trump essentially had the race sewed up. You can't say that today. He's still the favorite, but by a very, very narrow margin, and there is a palpable, measurable...
January 6th is more akin to the Reichstag fire. Absolutely heckin' not. What the fuck? No way. The Reichstag fire, which, okay, if we believe the most likely story, I think, although it's not completely proven, it's still ambiguous, that one single anarcho-syndicalist from like the fucking Netherlands or some shit goes into the building and sets fire to it. What? Why is that comparable to January 6th? Or if you take the other theory, which is that the Nazis did it and then blamed it and then used it to consolidate power, to pass emergency laws. Neither of those stories are anything like January 6th. In one case, it's a lone wolf with no overarching direction. On the other hand, it's the Nazis doing it so they can consolidate control. Oh, wait, I know. The only reason you would say that, the reason you would say that is either you don't know anything about the Reichstag fire, or you do know about it, and you think it was Democrats and Antifa who did January 6th and exploited it to pass fucking authoritarian laws. What? I don't know.
Honeymoon that's happening for the vice president, Kamala.
Or that it was just a bunch of a disorganized, undirected mob who did it, and Democrats are exploiting it to pass authoritarian laws. Okay.
Harris.
One of those three?
That could change the outcome of November.
Yeah, I mean, I read a very interesting interview with you with the Times back in the UK last week, in which you identified as the potential tipping point for Trump to beat Biden was that Trump's support would all come out and vote for him, absolutely, to a man and woman. But the Biden support, maybe 1-2% of them may just stay at home because they just weren't enthused enough to go out and vote for him. It may well be that particular part of the equation narrows sharply with...
Is it Kamala or Kamala? Because I keep hearing people say Kamala. Or is it one of those names that you can pronounce it either way? I've never understood that. Names that can be pronounced like two... It's Kamala. I can't remember which order I said it in. Kamala or Kamala? Did I just say them in reverse now? So the second one I said that time was Kamala. No, fuck! Kamala. Kamala. Copmala. Fuck me. B or C? Okay. Well, Drew, you're welcome to come into the Discord if you want to back up that opinion. Come Allah. Good one, Sheer.
Kamala Harris, because the one thing she certainly brought to this race is a renewed energy, and I could certainly see a lot more people feeling enthusiastic enough to go out and vote for her in a way they might have been tempted to stay at home if it was still Joe Biden.
That's exactly correct, and that's why the whole race has changed. Every Trump voter, you knew that he was going to get his polling numbers and maybe even above them, but that Joe Biden, there was just no energy, no excitement. She's brought that to the race. It may not survive. I remind viewers that she had the same kind of energy and excitement in 2019 until she debated Joe Biden. And the public thought there's not much here, that she doesn't have the greatest record to defend as vice president. Okay. She was given one responsibility, which is immigration, and she didn't come through on that. And right now, the two issues that matter most, affordability and immigration, Trump has a significant advantage.
Oh, sorry. Apparently, I was wrong about that 1,800 encounters at the border. Apparently, I said it was weekly when it was actually daily. So that means that the number of encounters at the border was like well over 10,000 at some points, and the legislation promoted by Biden would have brought it down because the cap was at 5,000. So it would have meant that a lot less people would be getting through the border or getting encountered at the border. Is that true? Yeah, do not come. Yeah. You thought it was weekly, lol W. True. Retard. All right.
Regardless of whether it's Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. That said,
5,000 a week was the cap, but there have been weeks recently that were more than way over 5,000, like almost double, like over double 5,000. Yeah, so yeah.
We've never had a African American woman, South Asian woman running. Clearly, they're playing into that.
It didn't just cap it at 5K, but if it exceeded 5K, the border shut down completely for a period of time. Yeah, they would shut down the border, and then they would only reopen it for checks after the number had reduced to 70% of what it was or something like that. So yeah, it would have to go down by a bit. It's not like it gets to 5K, then they just close it for the day, and tomorrow they just let another 4,500. Yeah, it's not like that, no.
Americans like to be part of history, and I'm not willing to make a projection right now because it would be inaccurate and frankly unprofessional. She does have a shot.
Okay.
Yeah. I certainly think it's going to be a much closer race now. In terms of how Trump should handle the new challenge, you know, I spoke to him on Saturday night before Biden quit, just the day before, and he was desperate for Biden to stay in as long as possible because he really genuinely believed if Biden was still the Democrat nominee come November, he would win the election quite easily. But he did say that given the extraordinary series of events in just the last 3 weeks of this race, that 4 months is a very long time in this race, which it is. I mean, certainly the race that everyone said to start with was boring. These two old guys duking it out again has become one of the most electrifying, surprise-ridden races in American presidential history. If you were advising Trump, how would you handle the new challenge?
Who's this? Hello. Oh.
I would simply tell him to take a very long vacation. Go to one of your golf courses in Scotland and just get away.
No!
Donald Trump
That's fucking my... No, don't come to fucking hell. Don't come to my town. Fuck's sake. Imagine like the roads getting blocked for the big, massive, fucking chunky black Jeeps. No.
Donald Trump's biggest opponent. The words that he says does bring people who never voted Republican before to consider him. And it's not a typical politician's rhetoric. That said, you're running against a woman who has a professional career. The female population has been really energized by her campaign, and it's only been 4 days. And he is too likely to say something that's too offensive that actually hurts him and backfires. And I don't believe that there's anyone around him that says to him, dude, calm down.
Bro.
It's a little bit different. You can take Biden apart. You can't treat her the same way you treat him. Now, he got away with it with Hillary Clinton because voters thought of her differently.
Yep.
My advice to him would be to tread very carefully and to make sure that all of your communication is based on fighting for the American people, not fighting against the vice president. And that's sometimes very hard for him to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. There's a clip of him talking about whether he should stay nice in the race after the people saying after the shooting he suddenly became Mr. Nice Guy. And he said this.
You know, I was supposed to be nice. They say something happened to me when I got shot. I became nice. And when you're dealing with these people, they're very dangerous people. When you're dealing with them, you can't be too nice. You really can't be. So if you don't mind, I'm not going to be nice. Is that okay?
You know, I mean, it's an entirely predictable response. And I've been watching his rhetoric in the last couple of days in particular. He's been actually pretty well on message in terms of going after Kamala Harris about a number of things from her record, which are pretty juicy bones for him to gnaw on, but he can't stop occasionally.
Oh, Jesse Irwin's in chat, right? Jesse, Irwin. Where are they? Is he here? Fuck. I've been trying to dig up. There are 2 questions I have about Israel-Palestine that I just can't find the fucking... No, 3. Because I think there are a few things that I might actually need to see something more official on, right? So, here's what I want to know, okay? First of all, I want to know where the original document is that shows the Zionists accepting the partition plan. Because I don't know where the fuck it is. And every time I see Benny Morris or some dickhead writing it, it just says, yeah, they accepted it. And then they link to a source, like the footnote is after another sentence, doesn't actually tell you the thing. Was it at the UN? Was it at the General Assembly where they did it? I don't know. Because I've read through a bunch of the General Assembly fucking things, but I've read through a couple of the General Assembly sessions, but I don't see the Zionists giving their thing of accepting the plan. I don't see it anywhere. I don't even see them talking that much. Yeah. I can see the Arab delegates rejecting it. That's everywhere. I've looked for that too. Yeah, where the fuck is it? I know that the UN did the fucking, what, the Palestine Papers, whatever this is, the question of Palestine in the United Nations in 2008. So they did this whole report and the whole history. Here, they do say, this says that the Jewish Agency accepted the resolution, but I don't actually know where that acceptance is originally, like where the primary source is for it. I would just like to know what they said. That's it. So that's one, okay? The second thing I want to know is it's a Benny Morris claim from the 1948 book, which says that the Arabs said that they would go to war if anyone tried to implement the partition plan. So the closest thing I could find to this from the time is a 1947 New York Times article from the day after the resolution was passed, where the delegation of the Arab states said that the resolution was beyond the mandate, that it was not valid. And I think somewhere they say that there will be dire consequences if it's implemented. But I think in Benny Morris, he actually says that there's a declaration months earlier. Okay, I need to find that. Also, this is the wording of this from the Iraqi and the Yemeni delegates who said that they would reserve freedom of action towards its implementation, which I think means that they'll take action. Like, and what action would you take other than fucking military, right? So, but I don't know if there's anything more direct. Because I think Benny Morris has it where he just says that the Arab delegates said that any attempt to implement the resolution would result in a war. And I think there's one document he cites, which is from the British Foreign Office, but I don't know how to access the full thing, so. So I need originals for this, like the clearest original sources for these two claims. And the third thing I want to know, because this has been the hardest one to dig up, is I've read the original writers of the Dahiya Doctrine, where they're not saying they're intentionally targeting civilian areas that have no Hezbollah influence, right? It's about targeting civilian areas that are being used by Hezbollah, which is legal, right? But one thing I don't know, and this would be so fucking wacky if it was true, Ehud Olmert told me that no civilians died in the strikes on Dahiya because there were warnings. He said 0 civilians died in the strikes on Dahiya. I was like, where the fuck? But I haven't found that anywhere. I don't know where the fuck that claim comes from. Apart from that, I've heard like one person say that there was, what do you call it? That they gave an 18-hour warning before striking the building that Nasrallah was in. So he got away. So, Start with the 48 stuff and see if I can find this after. Okay, thank you. Or just anyone, because I don't actually know. I don't even know what a good, reliable source is to read about the Lebanon War, 2006. I don't know if there are any like good documents for it. It's kind of wild for you to say Ehud Olmert told me. Listen, okay, you know, I got my connections, okay? I'm a serious journalist. I'm an interviewer, okay? I'm a hustler.
Saying she's dumb as a rock and she's going to be the biggest lunatic ever seen in the White House and stuff. I think it's that kind of language which he just can't stop himself using, but which actually...
Israeli IDF archive? We're not going to get that for fucking 20 years, right? Or 10 years, actually, because it's been 20 years almost. Yeah. Wouldn't it be like 2036? 37, where you'd get the IDF archives to that. But yeah, I don't know. Because there would have been third parties on the ground at the time. The UN was there during that war. I just don't know where the fucking... Because the most detailed sources I've found so far are just like Israeli fucking generals talking about it in papers in Hebrew. I don't really know, or that one book, Military Orientalism, which doesn't actually talk about the thing that far. So yeah, I don't know what's a good source on... Preferably not just an Israeli one, because I'd rather... Humanitarian missions are good sources. In terms of who died, like how many people died in a strike, probably, yeah. I don't know if they're always good sources, because they're very hit and miss as far as my experience goes. Wikipedia source for the Jewish Agency acceptance is the Partition Plan 2022. Yeah, so maybe they'll have a footnote that goes to it. I caught you smelling your armpits. I was probably just stretching. I don't think I was smelling. Doubt Lebanon keeps records for this? No, I don't think they do. No. I know there was a dispute for one attack on how many civilians died. But I think the Lebanese claim eventually got watered down. But I don't even know if that had anything to do with Dahia or if that was something else. Don't know. I need to find that shit out. It should be easy enough because the IDF gave daily updates in this war, including their own deaths, which they never usually do, which were obviously weaponized by Nasrallah. So, fuck. Anyway, whatever.
Ultimately could be self-defeating because she's going to come at him repeatedly with all sorts of ad hominem attacks from he's a sexual predator, he's a con man.
It's not fucking ad hominem if these claims, even if they're false, okay, that's still not ad hominem. Because they are made in aid of the argument that he shouldn't be president. It's not ad hominem.
And he's a fake, he's this. We know all this. If he could somehow find it in himself to rise above that fray a little bit and stick purely to policy attacks, I think it would be more effective for him.
You're right, but he can't. He produced, I saw the original 45-minute speech, I saw the text at the convention exactly 1 week ago, and it's amazing that it's only 1 week ago. And it was a really strong, very powerful, I've seen every convention speech since 1988. This truly was one of the best. But that's not the speech that he delivered. The fact is the other 45 minutes that he ad-libbed, that he threw stuff in, hurt his credibility, hurt the idea that he was a unifying candidate. And that's what he does every single day. He delivers some really powerful, effective attacks that voters shake their heads and say, yes, I agree with that. But they're always surrounded, they're always punctuated with some offense, some insult that causes people to recoil. If he doesn't figure out how to do this right, he could lose. And so the question then becomes, with what I would say the president, sir, do you really want to win this? Or do you want to lose?
There is the commission, isn't there? Is this thing actually out? The Winograd Commission, or whatever the fuck it's called, the Winograd Commission? This was a report, I think it was an Israeli report, on the 2006 war, but I don't know, is that accessible? Because I tried looking for the full thing. It's like hundreds of pages long, but I couldn't find it. Does anyone know? Wino, true. Excerpts on Ynet News? Okay. But surely they got the full thing as well. But yeah, I don't know where to find this. Anyway, sorry.
Two different races. It's up to him to decide what Donald Trump shows up at these rallies and at whatever debate they have.
Does his decision to choose J.D. Vance as his running mate now look a good decision or not so good in light of the fact Joe Biden's no longer in the race?
For a lot of people, it doesn't look as good. To me, and this is probably the most important part of this interview, there's a segment of the population that no one's talking about, and I don't know if it's because they don't see it. And I call them paycheck to paycheck voters. 24% of America, so it's significant. And it's in every state. People who literally have trouble.
Trump does so much for them, doesn't he?
Making ends meet at the end of the week or end of the month. Traditionally, they vote Democrat by 2 to 1 or even more. Donald Trump has made that margin. He's up in the low 40s among these people. Republicans, if they get that vote, they never lose. And Trump is a way to speak to them. And J.D. Vance comes from that group. It's who he is. It's his background. So the question then becomes, who did the Democrats choose for the debate? J.D. Vance will not have a significant impact because vice presidents never do. In fact, more often than not, they hurt the top of the ticket. The question is, do they choose Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, or Mark Kelly, the senator from Arizona? Probably the two best picks. How does he perform in that debate? That will decide whether or not he's successful. But the key component is he understands those people, those paycheck-to-paycheck voters, because he is one.
And it seems to me, talking of debates, that the catalyst for all this mayhem in the last 3.5 weeks was, of course, the CNN debate, where Joe Biden became the emperor with no clothes in front of the American people. And it was very clear. Now, I remember watching that live, and I saw John King at CNN, who I used to work with over there. And I've never known him be quite so instantly scathing of something he'd just seen involving a Democrat president as he was that night. And I knew then it was basically over, just a question of time. But it does make, I think, the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris on September the 10th potentially even more consequential and even more gigantic, doesn't it?
I think you have a perfect analysis. I think you really know what's going on. And I know the show's being shot from New York, so clearly you're pulling in the zeitgeist of America in this conversation. He can't treat her the same way that he treated Biden. He will not be given that benefit. And in the end, the rules that Biden forced on him turned out to work in his favor because you couldn't hear his comments, the constant undercutting as Biden was speaking. I don't know if that debate's going to happen. I don't even believe that ABC knows that debate's going to happen. I think they may put it off. I think it'll be the most watched and most entertaining debate of all time. I think it could be the most negative debate of all time because the two of them will just go at each other and at each other.
Okay, sorry. I know one thing here. This is from a CNN article. So I do know that the warning given was at least, I don't even know how we can say at least, but it was probably like a day. Maybe not a full day, but apparently the warnings were given on Friday that they would strike Dahlia, and then the actual strike happened on Saturday. So the warning and the strike was at least a day apart, but I don't know if there's anything about people who died there. That's the best I got so far, but
what we haven't mentioned is the impact after the election. And that's what I really am most concerned about and why I do so many interviews like this. In the end, do we trust the election results? Does America come together? Do we accept the result and do we move on? And do we continue to tear each other apart? That's what I'm most concerned about because I'm not sure the answers to those questions. I know what Brexit did to the debate in the UK, and I believe it's going to be even rougher over here, Trump versus Harris. And pray for us, Piers, because we're a great democracy.
You know what, though? And you know what? The reason, Frank, I think it has to happen, that debate, is which one of them's going to pull out, right? If Kamala Harris ducks a debate with Trump, I think that would play very badly for her. And conversely, if Trump, the strong man, bottles a debate with Kamala Harris, I think that's really damaging to him. So I don't think there's any possibility of that debate not happening purely for that reason.
Yeah, but Trump's already raised that he doesn't want ABC to do it. He wants Fox to do it. So his claim will be, I don't trust the network, they're biased, they're hostile to him. That won't hold water, but to Trump's voters, that'll be acceptable enough. And in the end...
Oh, what's this? Uh-oh. Wait, he hasn't, I don't think he's pulled out, but he's added qualifications just recently. What's the... Trump refuses to debate Marxist fraud Kamala Harris. Are they really doing the communist thing now? Fuck me. What happened to any time, any place? Asks Vice President, but apparently there's a qualifier here. Turn the temperature, by the way. Yep. Fucking stupid as shit, man. Says he won't commit until she's confirmed as nominee. Okay, that's a qualifier. Okay. I previously agreed upon the September 10th debate. Oh, that's what Kamala Harris said. Okay. Now it appears he's backpedaling. It would be inappropriate to schedule things because Democrats very well could change their minds. Okay. Right. Huh. Don't know.
Under Biden, there was only 4% of Americans, that's it, who are undecided. That undecided number has gone up a little bit because we have a new candidate, still only 6 or 7%. So we're going to spend $2 billion and hold all these debates in the Democratic convention, basically trying to move 6% of 3 key states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and most importantly, Pennsylvania. That's an awful lot of money. That's an awful lot of airtime for literally 1/4 of 1% of America.
It's incredible when you put it like that. Frank Luntz, brilliant to talk to you. One of the smartest political strategists in America. I really appreciate it.
Nice one.
Thank you. Appreciate it too.
Well, joining me now is the former professional wrestler and Fox News contributor Tyrus and TikTok influencer Harry Sisson. Well, welcome to both of you. Harry, I want to start by playing a little clip of you last time you appeared on my show. Who do you think the 2 nominees will be in the end, and who will win?
Yeah, it's going to be Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, and then Joe Biden's going to win. And Piers, I'd love to chat with you after the election.
You've made a few dollars, Harry, so why don't we have a little wager? $10,000 to a charity of your choice. I say Biden can't possibly win. You think he can?
I mean, I personally don't bet on politics. I'm happy to have another bet to do something with charity. We can do something, absolutely no problem.
But you wouldn't put your money where your mouth is on Biden, then?
I don't bet on politics.
Well, I saved you $10,000 there, Harry, with your refusal to accept the bet, obviously.
God damn it.
Welcome to Back to Uncensored. I mean, you were
so mean with the $10,000 bets. Jesus Christ.
Completely wrong. Not only did Biden not stay in the race, but he certainly won't be president again. So do you accept you were completely wrong?
Yeah, I think I was going based off of publicly available information. All of the information available was that Joe Biden was staying in. He consistently told reporters he was staying in. He said, I'm the guy. And then he huddled with advisors in Delaware, saw the data, said it wasn't looking good, and made the honorable decision to bow out.
But with respect, why would a young, dynamic guy like you, how old are you?
Dynamic. 21.
You're 21. So you're 60 years younger than Joe Biden.
That's right.
Right. It was blatantly obvious to everybody that Biden was done, especially after the debate. Why would you continue to pretend that he wasn't?
Because I look at the record, I'm always of the view that achievements and policy matters more than like this talk we have in the media of, oh, Biden's this, oh, Biden's that. I've met the man as well. I've talked to him. He was fantastic. He was sharp. I had questions.
When was that?
That was in May.
He was sharp?
Yeah.
How sharp?
Very sharp. He answered my questions.
Around that time, he was falling off stages, he was face planting, he was tumbling
face planting. I mean,
tumbling down the steps of Air Force One, falling off bicycles. He was saying all sorts of gobbledygook in statements that the White House had to rewind. So how sharp was he?
I mean, he was great. I gave him questions he didn't have beforehand. He answered them in depth, and we had a conversation after the cameras were turned off. I had no problems then. I had no problems now. I still think Joe Biden is fit to serve. If he were the candidate, I'd still think he's fit to serve.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, Tyrus. Joe Biden is still fit to serve. I mean, the guy I watched last night doing this national address, I'm sorry, I felt it was really sad. It was elder abuse.
I think at this point,
Jesus Christ,
we're arguing about the wrong thing. Whether he's fit to serve or not fit to serve, history was made in the sense that the donors basically said no more money. Right. And they don't do that because they think, oh, the polling shows you're down this month. So the ugliness of this is that Joe Biden's legacy is going to be affected because of what happened. The policies and stuff that we're running historically didn't ever fit Joe, which people raised their eyebrows to. And then you're seeing all this cover up of how sharp he was, and that's a interesting word because it's used a lot. And I always find when different people all use the same word, it's a talking point. And that's the problem. We need to get away from talking points. I'm glad that he stepped down because I took no joy in criticizing speeches from somebody who was doing the best they could. And he probably has moments where he's brilliant, but that's the ugliness of aging, that one day everything's going great. Yeah. And it's happened to us all. Like one day, like wrestling, I'm throwing guys around, and one day I'm a step slow. It happens. And you'll have good days and you have bad days. And that's great in any other profession but being the president of the United States and basically the policeman of the world.
You know, what I was struck by, Harry, last night was he kept talking about, you know, the threat to democracy and the importance of honesty and integrity in public life and so on. But then he said this about passing the torch. Let's listen to this clip.
So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. It's the best way to unite our nation.
No, I'm sorry, Harry. That was just a blatant lie. He didn't decide it was time to pass the torch. Only the day before he quit, he was absolutely gung-ho. I'm going to be running. I'm going to be president. I'm going to win 4 more years, blah, 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 blah. Even in the speech last night, he said he thinks he still has it in him to do another term of office. But that's not what happened. What happened was the Democrat grandees, Barack Obama, the Clintons, Chuck Schumer, Hollywood stars like George Clooney penning op-ed pieces in newspapers and so on, they all collaborated with the donors, as Tyra said, who yanked the money, to torch him. He was torched by his own side. That's what happened, isn't it?
I mean, I think it's a combination of things. I think that there was obviously concern among party elites, you might call them. I don't know if that's the word. But
well, there was a concern. There was a poll came out on Sunday morning saying he was 7 points down in Michigan.
Right.
As Frank Luntz said, one of the 3 crucial swing states. And at that point, bang, the rope was pulled, right?
But it's also it was also his decision. He could have stayed in the race and said, like, I'm the nominee. I got the votes. I won the primary. I'm going to get the delegates. I'm going to be the nominee. But he looked at the data and made the honorable decision, said, no, I'm not going to.
But is he that honorable to do it now? I mean,
It sounds great, but let's be honest. Nancy Pelosi walked in and said, we can do it.
The easy way or the hard way?
The hard way was Article 25.
You know what it was like? Goodfellas, one of my favourite films, right? And I happen to know Joe Pesci very well through golf. So it's the scene where Joe Pesci thinks he's going to be the made man.
Yes.
Right? And the whole build-up, goes thing, and he goes in and they whack him, right? I think that's what happened with Joe Biden on Sunday.
I think to say that it's like, oh, it's not honorable because it's taking place.
Why would you speculate on this shit? Like, we don't know. We don't know. Okay.
Now I think is a little bit disingenuous.
Well, I only say that because the other 2 Democrat incumbent presidents since World War II who have resigned in election year and decided not to vote did it massively earlier in the process, did it at the start of the year, which gave their replacement the chance to really build proper momentum. By giving Kamala Harris only 4 months, you know, it could end up being, we don't know yet, and she might well turn it around and she might win. So let's put that caveat there. But if she was to lose quite badly, you could look back at it and say that had he pulled out a lot earlier, it would have given her a better chance.
But I think we can both agree that the political circumstances back then with like a Lyndon Johnson was different than now, right? The reason it's happening now...
Well, not really. In his case, it was the Vietnam War had made him very unpopular, so they thought he would lose. Right here, Joe Biden's physical and cognitive state made him increasingly unpopular. And despite all the achievements that people like you queue up to tell us he made, and I'm not disputing some of them are genuine achievements, but his approval rating's at 37%. I keep hearing this week, he's the greatest president of modern times. Why is he so unpopular then? Why is people not just literally, why are there not parades in the streets for the greatest president of all time? Well, it's 37% approval.
We know the reason. Historically, the American people will blame the commander-in-chief for things that are often out of their control. So inflation and gas prices, I think anybody who's honest will recognize...
Wait. Sorry, I'm thinking of something off screen here. What, this whole Minnesota bail fund that Kamala tweeted support for, and a bunch of people donated to it. there's the story going around that one of the people that was bailed out by this organization, apparently way after the BLM protests, had gone and basically, when they were on bail, they committed another murder. They committed a murder. No, another one. They just committed one. But now apparently they're saying that this fucking... There are mixed statements here on whether or not this person actually did get bailed out. Huh. Does everyone know what I'm talking about? This guy? Sean Michael Tillman? Because I can see here someone else saying that they didn't post bail for him. How would that be Kamala's fault? Well, it's not. It's the judge's fault. Or it's not even anyone's fault, because sometimes some people have been in jail for 50 years and they get released and they commit crimes. Like, yeah. Can't remember where the claim is here. Is this the guy? I need to find that. Let's see. Never mind.
That Joe Biden obviously didn't cause those things. That those things are global factors. Inflation spiked in Great Britain at the same time.
Donald Trump didn't cause all the financial problems in his final year, but it was the pandemic.
I agree, and I wouldn't blame him for that.
Democrats, Tyrus, from memory, queued up to blame him.
The first day he got in office and shut down the oil pipe, he hit the green light for Russia and China. He changed the dynamic of the oil. When he who controls the oil controls the way things go. So he made a lot of. But again, I don't believe that these policies were Joe Biden's. I believe that the real issue is that whether it was Kamala Harris or whomever made decisions, and the president wasn't unable to. And we saw that. The debate is the reason why he's out. They pulled the money and they said enough. Here's the part. Barack Obama, he is a constitutionalist to the 10th power. Like he won't endorse. And I don't think his endorsement is based off he doesn't think she can win, like those reports are. I think he doesn't like the way the process was. I think we're seeing a split.
There are reports today. So just before we came on air,
there's two reports, and you can have the same thought on the same thing. He can say he doesn't think she could win, and he can also endorse her.
Yeah, I think he will endorse. I mean, the idea that Barack Obama is not going to endorse
that speaks volumes.
A black woman.
No, but
they did pay the guy's bail. I don't know why this other article said that they didn't. But he had nothing to do with the protests. That's the thing. Okay.
Because he's looking at, but in defense of him, I think he's looking at he doesn't like the process. I think he wanted an open debate.
And would that have been better for the Democrats, do you think?
I think it would have been better in terms of showing Kamala doing her own thing. Because the Republican side, we've made huge mistakes, and I thought it wasn't possible. I thought, after the assassination attempt, after the speech, but literally the VP pick didn't help. Talking about her as a woman, whether she has children or not, moronic and stupid. I don't know why the Republican Party politicians seem to.
Do you not know why? You don't want to guess. You don't want to guess something about Republicans, especially Trump-supporting Republicans, that might result in their vice president pick saying shit like that.
To think the answer to getting votes is telling women what and not to do with their body. That's stupid. Like we had a 40-point lead.
Hang on, you're agreeing with each other.
I'm agreeing with what you're saying right now.
It's not hard. Like, listen, I'm not a tent guy. I'm too big for that shit. You know that. So I call balls and strikes, and we were sitting in a great position, and now no one's going to talk about the fact that Biden's policies weren't his, or investigating who was doing what and what was Jill's role and who's this role. Now we're going to be talking about Trump insulting a woman.
Yeah.
So you literally, all the work, we've got this huge lead. And if we just stuck to policy and deeds and let them call him a felon, and because Americans, when they call him that, they respond with what? They send more money.
I agree.
Insult their person.
There's a new campaign ad out on behalf of Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at this.
In this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in?
Is this the fucking diversity, equity?
There are some people who think we
equality and equity
should be a country of chaos, of fear,
of
hate. But us, we choose something different. We choose freedom.
Choose freedom. Freedom.
You know, Harry, my mother, who's just turned 80, very youthful, glamorous 80, I might add, but she messaged me yesterday saying, what do you think of Kamala Harris? She seems to have added a lot of energy to this race, which I thought was a really interesting observation. Whether you like her, don't like her, agree with her, don't agree with her, there's unbelievable amount of new energy in this Democrat side of the race because she is 20 years younger than Biden, obviously on her game, she's smart, she's presentable, she's good on TV, she's galvanizing people, the money's pouring in and so on. Do you believe, though, that once that honeymoon period inevitably quietens down and there's a more forensic analysis of her record, do you worry that she is too far left in her record to actually avoid Trump stomping all over her politically?
Not at all. I think that the idea that she's just like this progressive liberal who only sides with progressives and doesn't reach across the aisle is nonsense. I mean, she's been part of the Biden administration.
She was rated more left than Bernie Sanders.
I mean, I think that if we actually look at the policy on an individual level, that's not the case. Bernie Sanders is like for Medicare for all. Kamala Harris has never endorsed such system. So I think we actually have to look at the policy, and that tells a different story. But her record is certainly not a progressive one in the sense that it's like a Bernie Sanders kind of policy. She was a district attorney, a prosecutor. She sent people to jail. She's definitionally in favor of the rule of law.
She also wanted to defund the police. That's not great.
She's never come out and said, let's defund the police.
She effectively did.
Well, effectively and saying are two different things.
OK, I mean, look, the other thing she was clearly billed as the immigration border czar, Tyrus, which they're now trying to deny ever calling him, but it's a brilliant thing. I saw, I think it was Newsbusters did it, or somebody did it. They did a mashup of all the people on the left saying, well, they never called her the border czar.
Right. How did... Fuck, I need to do the Obsidian thing, the quote people, the devs. Fuck, how do I... Oh, shit. How do you do a quote box? How do you do a quote box in Obsidian? Shit. Let me see. Quote box. Is it this? But then, like the block quote. I can see how it's done here, but I know what it looks like. There's a way that you do this. Fuck. Control plus dash? It's this. I know it's this symbol, but why is that not working? Oh, wait. Ooh. Do I have to get rid of the bullet point, maybe? Let's try this. Oh, but I need a box. Where's my box? Where's the goddamn box? Fuck. Oh, it's a note. It's not a fucking quote. It would be a note. You can add footnotes. Oh my god, this is... Obsidian's a fucking beast, man. Let's see. Just want to make a little box. I have a special interest in making boxes, okay? Come on. Do you plan to looking at her prosecution record? Yep. So we got headings, okay. Bold and italics, okay. Got the syntax, okay, I already know that. 3 laws, internal links. Okay, we got that. External links, yep. External images. Oh, internal links, that might be useful. There's more to it than this, though. I don't want it to look like this. I want it to go into its own little box. Call out, is that it? What's this? Info. What? Oh! No, it looks like this. So yeah, that's info, but I don't want info. I want it to be a quote. So there is a different one for a quote. So I don't want it to be fucking blue. Huh. Is quote really just that sign and that's what it does? That's kind of shit, isn't it? Feel like it goes into a little box here. Oh no, this is what they're talking about. It looks like this. This is not what I'm after though. Do you want colored boxes? I can't remember. I feel like I've done it before, but I forget how I did it. It was like 3 things. It was like 3 different lines that you did. Hmm. Because you can make it into like a drop down, the quotes. And it's really fancy. Oh, ho, 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 ho. You think it's a call out? Yeah, but call outs, there's a way to make it look better than that, right? Because there's a way that you have it that it like has 2 big quotation marks on the side, and I can't see those anywhere. Like you see the so it's definitely designed to make the quotation marks look big. So it's like its own command. Let me just see if there's any images that have it, because if there's an image that has it, I can just grab that. Like, is this it? It's this. See, this is not right because it should have, there should be a unique one that has just quotes. Like there's a script that's designed for it. It's not custom because someone, unless it's one of my Obsidian people who made one, because I was able to do them before. Put quote instead of info? Would it be that simple? Hang on, what's this? See that someone's got it here. Look at that. See how the quote marks are all fancy and shit. Look at this. No, not that. That's block quote. Fuck that. This. That's so cool. Fuck. How'd they do that? Block quote class. What? Whoa. Whew. Let me see. Where are my Obsidian devs? Where did I put them? Oh, here. Oh, is this it? Oh, they've got it here. What's this? Then they have to add the expanded and collapsed versions. Oh, shit. Right. Is it example that you do? Hang on. So. No. Is it quote? I've already got that. No. Oh, look at that. Oh, shit. Look at it. That's so cool. Okay. Bailout. $22. And on to commit a murder. Now, how does this work? Okay. That looks better. Doesn't look amazing though. What else do I do? Actually, I think that's fine. I don't need the quote marks. That's why it looks weird, because they're already there. And is there a way I can collapse it? I can do the hot link just here. So where's the hot link? Is it? That's Israel. Okay. Will that work in the web version? I guess we'll see. Because I think it should be able to drop down, because they've got, like, the people in Obsidian and Discord are saying that if you add a default expanded or default collapsed, that makes it collapsible. But oh, this is here, right? So if you default collapse it, it'd be this. Ooh! Bruh, bruh. That's so cool. Fuck. Nice one. Okay, banger. Bad boy. Okay. I wish this wasn't fucking gray, but I don't know if there's anything I can do about that just now. Okay. Right. Let's get this from CBS. Hey. Okay. Get my link here. Hey, I need to get in here. Okay. Fuck. It'll become second nature at one point, okay? Right. All right. That looks good. Maybe these could be 4 instead of 5. I think 4 looks better than 5, doesn't it? 4. Hey, that looks better. Still smaller than this one, bigger than these ones. Okay, good. Well done, guys. Well done. Powerful. Huge.
The more calling of the borders are. And that's been
gold.
A disaster.
That is gold, and that should be on every campaign ad with Republicans. But as soon as we stop talking about policy and get it, because Kamala's going to want a street fight, because Trump will beat her up in a street fight, and he will say all kinds of stuff that we'll be like, oh, that's hilarious, and independents will be like, oh, that's not okay. Yeah. So they want a street fight.
I agree.
And it's hard.
She's already goading it,
and she's hit me. It's not, let's go.
It really
Please
is.
hit me.
It literally
hit
is
me.
hands down.
I dare you. I dare you.
Come after a black woman if you want. Yeah.
Because it's going to look bad. But if he doesn't take the bait like he did, he showed great restraint in the Biden debate. He could have attacked him. He went at him. He made the one comment, which I thought for him was he showed great restraint. He was compassionate even in the sense that he didn't go after him or make fun of him, which would have been a horrible mistake. And if he goes in a debate with Kamala and starts calling her dumb or even horrible women, it's going to be a mistake. Policy. That's what the American people want to hear. We're tired of it, and you can't run one side's deceiving and not doing what they need to do.
Why are you shaking your head?
Because we win on policy. Like I want it to be a policy conversation.
I'll take that bet.
I agree. I think we're the party of pro-choice. We're the party of capping insulin at $35 a month. We're the party of fighting climate change. We're the party of investing in infrastructure. So I want a policy conversation.
When does that insulin kick in? Because I have a type 1 diabetic at home, and I'm still waiting
for seniors on Medicare.
35.
Well, Joe Biden's trying to, I guess it's going to be Kamala Harris as the nominee, wants to expand it to all Americans, not just seniors on Medicare. That's our agenda. I think
so her record is his record.
Well, they work together.
That's all you need, President Trump. Just run on the record.
I agree. Look at the largest investment in infrastructure since Eisenhower, largest investment in fighting climate change in world history, and as we mentioned, capping insulin at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare. If you want that to be her record, I'm there.
Yeah, none of that happened. But
listen, can we all agree on one thing? This race just got a lot more interesting.
I think it got worse. I think we're going to see the worst in everybody. It's sad, yeah.
That is the fear, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's clear Kamala is going low deliberately, and the big question is, and we probably all know the answer, is can Trump rise above it? And I'm not convinced he has that valve.
It's going to be,
but we shall see.
Difficult.
Guys, thank you very much. Good to talk to you both. Right. Well, I'm joined now by the host of Michael Knowles' show, Michael Knowles, Wajahat Ali from the Democracy-ish podcast, and the Republican spokeswoman, Elizabeth Pipko. Welcome to all of you. Elizabeth Pipko, let me start with you. How concerned are you that the mood music has moved from hero Trump survives assassin's bullet and polls are surging and there's no way he could possibly lose to old man Biden, to suddenly now all the talk is resurgent Democrats, younger nominee, galvanizing support in a way that Biden never could. You must be concerned as a party, aren't you?
I wouldn't say concerned. If I'm being honest, we all see the excitement behind Kamala Harris. We all know what it means to have a movement like this because we have our own, right? We know what it means when you can raise record amounts of donations. We know what it means when people come out in droves to your rallies. I don't think what she has compares to the movement behind Donald Trump, but I 100% agree it's a different race than it was against Joe Biden. At the same time, I was just watching your show with Harry and Tyrus, and I think everything Tyrus said remains true. We fight on policy and policy alone. The American people are not happy with the policies they've seen from this administration. Kamala Harris owns that record. She was a part of that ticket, a part of that administration. And on policy alone, we hands down will win this election.
The problem, it seems to me, is that Donald Trump can call Joe Biden dumb as a rock or a lunatic, and nobody really cares. But the moment he starts saying it about Kamala Harris, even I'm wincing a bit. It's like, it's not a good look. It's kind of, for want of a better phrase, it's kind of ungentlemanly. And so his narrative and rhetoric
Piers
has to change, doesn't it, Elizabeth? I mean,
Michael Knowles was going to say that he's an equal opportunity progressive. That's why he should be able to treat Kamala the exact same way they treat Biden, actually. And it's the Democrats who are the real sexists. Let's go, Michael.
You know, you wouldn't like being called dumb as a rock, would you?
I definitely would not, though it happens quite a bit. I won't lie to you. Look, I 100% agree. I think that the debate that we saw against Joe Biden has to be a very good starting point for the next 3 months, which we didn't expect to be the campaign that it will inevitably be now. I think Donald Trump proved that he's able to keep substance at the forefront of the debate, on the forefront of his mind. And I think, like you said, that is the only way to win this fight. The American people are sick of being as divided and as attacked as we constantly have been for the last 4 years. And I truly think the only way forward is to leave those attacks behind. I certainly will never utter any words like that from my mouth. That's not what I believe in. That's not the America that I want. And I think the best foot forward is a strict policy debate. That's all that matters at this point. The American people know that they're not happy with the policies the Democrats have put forward. They want Donald Trump to be there to answer their questions and solve their problems. And that is, like you said, the only way that he's going to win this fight.
Before I turn to the other two for their response to this, have you had this conversation with Donald Trump? Have you said to him, dial it down with that kind of chat about Kamala Harris?
I personally have not. I can tell you he talks regularly with people around him, and he's also incredibly intuitive. He knows what kind of race this is. I believe him when he says he wants nothing but unity moving forward. I believe the assassination attempt changed him as a human. I believe he wants to win this race. I believe he wants to save this country and make it better. And I believe he knows the best way to do that. And I do believe we'll see a different Donald Trump moving forward because he knows what he needs to do to win the race. And that is a calmer, more focused, more substantive debate and more substantive Donald Trump.
OK, let's go to the other two. Michael Knowles, there's no doubt the dynamic of this race has changed. Do you think it's going to change the result?
I don't think so. I don't think you're really seeing that in the polls. In the polls, Trump is still looking pretty good, especially in the swing states and especially when you consider the distinction between the Electoral College and the popular vote. I think this is why you have some leading Democrats who are saying that they actually don't want to be the vice president. They don't want to be the running mate. They don't really want to challenge Kamala. And so there is some new energy. I totally agree with that. But Kamala has some major vulnerabilities here. As you pointed out, Piers, in the previous segment, Kamala was the most liberal member of the Senate when she was there. Your previous guest, Harry Sisson, said something that wasn't true. He said that she was not for Medicare for all. She was. You can see it on her Medium blog page from 2019, My Plan for Medicare for All. And she was far to the left on so many other issues. The other big vulnerability is that though the Democrats want to deny it now, in March of 2021, President Biden said that Kamala Harris was going to be in charge of the border policy. So, they're trying to change their news stories on it. But he said, I'm putting her in the lead of immigration. That has been the most monumental failure of the Biden administration, and it ranks toward the top of people's issues.
Someone did a big mashup, and it had all the liberal commentators and anchors at CNN, MSNBC, and so on, all denying yesterday that she'd ever been called the border czar, and then someone had clipped up evidence that their own networks had indeed called her the border czar. And I think that's a really significant debate to be had, because it's indisputable that she was depicted that way. And there's no doubt if you then accept that she was the border czar, that her management of the border as the czar has been a complete and utter disaster.
Of course. Piers, I actually have Biden's exact words. I just finished broadcasting my own show, and I even second-guessed myself. I said, maybe I misunderstood. I seem to recall every news organization reporting this, but maybe I was wrong. No, he said on March 24th, I have asked her, the VP today, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle, and the countries that are going to need help in stemming the movement of so many folks, stemming the migration to our southern border. It's not her full responsibility and job, but she's leading the effort. And he even turns to her, he says, Madam Vice President, thank you. I gave you a tough job. So it is a tough job. She totally failed, and they got an answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, Wajahat, there's no doubt she was put in charge of solving the border crisis. We've just heard it from Biden's own voice. Why are people on the left trying to deny that?
We're not trying to deny anything. We have a prosecutor against a predator, and now the oldest person to ever run for president, Donald Trump, who, by the way, did not do a 180 after surviving the assassination attempt. He did a 360. He's exactly the same person he was. You're talking about Axios. Axios referred to her as the border czar, and then Axios later corrected itself yesterday. Look, if I'm the Democrats, I'd run on the border compared to Trump. Sure. You know why? Because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris proposed one of the strictest immigration reform bills, that they had the bipartisan unity with conservatives. And guess who tanked it? Donald Trump. Republicans said that Donald Trump called him up and decided to tank this border bill, this bipartisan border bill, because he knew it would help Joe Biden. So a person who does not care about security and the border, that's Donald Trump. Also, as of today, the lowest border crossings, even lower than Donald Trump, is happening in what? The Biden-Harris administration. And talking about immigration and the border, guess who wants to deport up to 15 million people illegally? Donald Trump. He's running on it. Guess who wants to create camps? Donald Trump. So I'm perfectly fine with liberals and this growing multiracial, multicultural coalition. Like you said, Piers, there's enthusiasm, there's excitement, especially with women, with young people, with people of color against Donald Trump. And I don't think Donald Trump can stop being Donald Trump. It just took 3 days, and we saw the RNC conference, the first 30 minutes of the speech. He was doing pretty well. And then he did 9,000 words off script. And he talked about Hannibal Lecter, and he mocked Nancy Pelosi with the hammer. He called her crazy. He did that post on Truth Social. He misspelled poll with poll. He called lying Kamala. And then Mike Johnson, Piers, the leader of the House Republicans, had to tell his party to not be racist. When you're off the gate starting like that, you're on the losing tip. That's my prediction.
All right, Elizabeth, there's a lot to unpack there from Wajahat, as you'd imagine.
There's a lot to unpack there.
It was a brilliantly valiant attempt at hiding the fact that Kamala Harris said to the world, don't come in, and then 8 million people have probably come in. By any yardstick, whether you're Democrat
this idea
or Republican.
8 million people have come in, is that not just the total number of undocumented migrants who are in the United States estimated? Because I think that, the estimated number is between sort of like 8 and 10 million, right? But it's been that way for a long time. I don't know why. What's this idea that 8 million people came in? Are they just talking about how many encounters there were at the border? This idea that 8 million people come in, I'm pretty sure that's like in the last 4 years. That's horse piss, right? That's not true. At least I haven't seen any evidence that's true. Whatever.
Republican, the Biden administration's handling of the southern border has been a fiasco, and her name is on that. It was her job, as we heard from Michael there, from the words of President Biden. She was the border czar.
She was. And I believe you said 8 million. People believe it's actually possible that it's much higher than that. Look, we can go back and forth for hours and debate the fact that she was the border czar or wasn't the border czar. The fact is that people are unhappy with the border, right? Polling shows that people are unhappy with the state of this country, and the border and immigration is one of those main issues on their mind. The current administration,
and that's why we can't
Joe Biden
improve
and
it,
Kamala
because
Harris take full responsibility for that. I don't think anyone is going to believe that Kamala and Joe Biden are not responsible for this. And I think it's silly to go back and forth and claim something otherwise. For us, it's simply about policy and it's about the facts. And I understand going back and forth about personality and Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris and what attacks will come out and what won't. But the fact is, today, the American people say they're unhappy with several policies from this administration. They're unhappy with several things going on in this country and around the world. And this administration has full blame for all of that.
Okay, Michael Knowles, there's no doubt, notwithstanding all this,
it's the fact there's something really, really fucking irritating about how not the way that these people are so scripted. Because if you had any kind of responsiveness to what's being said, if you cared at all, you would have to think of a response to Trump shooting down that bill that was tied to the Ukraine aid. But she just went on her fucking, what it must have been a pre-prepared fucking spiel anyway, and didn't even address it. Talking points perverts. Yeah, it's so disgusting, man. Fuck me.
The race has
why are you doing this
changed in
fucking
the sense
job?
of a lot more
I don't even know.
energy for the Democrats, a lot more youth in their candidate than they had before. And it's going to be, I would imagine, it's going to be a closer race than it could have been. Donald Trump, as we've heard from other guests today, one of his biggest opponents is himself and his mouth. How careful does he have to be, do you think, in terms of how he talks to Kamala Harris? Particularly if, for example, they do get it on a debate stage in September. Because if we thought the last debate was electric and consequential in the way it went down, you can only imagine how big it's going to be with Donald Trump and Kamala Harris standing there for 90 minutes. So how careful does he have to be?
Trump needs to change the way that he speaks based on whether he's speaking to a man or a woman. Of course, this is true. Trump knows this. He ran against a woman in 2016, and he beat a woman in 2016. And Republicans, unlike our Democrat friends, do know the difference between men and women. So, of course, he's going to have to use different rhetoric. But I'm not all concerned about it. I think...
Squeeze the fuck out of that in. Yes, Michael Knowles. Let's go. Let's make it about trans people. Let's go. Fuck the border policy.
He's going to do just fine. When they tried to hammer him on rude language to women in 2016, of course, he said, I only use that language about Rosie O'Donnell, and he sort of laughed it off, and it seemed to work out just fine. Meanwhile, you're going to hear the rhetoric of Kamala Harris. She's going to, it seems, continue this campaign theme that Trump is an existential threat to democracy that Biden has been pushing. That, of course, established the premise that would justify the assassination attempt. So I think that's perilous rhetorical ground for the Democrats. And then you're going to hear a lot of vague rhetoric. The famous line from Kamala, the only one we hear repeated over and over, is that she wants to imagine what can be unburdened by what has been. You saw in Kamala's first campaign commercial, it's all just about freedom in the abstract. Yes, she runs on abortion. Yes, she runs on guns, issues that she can always harp on in the future. But she doesn't run on anything else that is specific, because her record on the economy, on her administration's record on national security, on the border, on foreign affairs, it's so dismal. She doesn't seem to have a vision that resonates with people. That's why when she ran for president, she had to get out of the race before the first primary.
Yeah, I mean,
Piers,
there's a lot.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
Sure.
Respond. No, you respond. It's fine. You respond.
Well, yeah. My response to your question: Donald Trump is a 78-year-old man. He will not change. We have covered him for 9 years. He will not change. He survived an assassination attempt. He did not change. Even at the RNC, he could not stay disciplined. If I'm Republicans, I'm very worried because I believe Donald Trump has peaked. He survived the assassination attempt. He had that heroic photo. He had the bandage on the ear. He had the whole world behind him at the RNC. He coronated, J.D. Vance as the VP. You had the whole RNC convention. And all of that is now gone. All of that is deflated. And also, he has a terrible track record because, unlike 2016, he takes credit for overturning Roe v. Wade. And he has appointed J.D. Vance, who, as your last guest said, as attacking women for being mean, childless cat ladies, for being miserable. I'm telling you that women are paying attention to the point that even Jennifer Aniston, yes, Rachel herself, who doesn't get involved in politics, was horrified yesterday and posted that clip of J.D. Vance. The attack on women, the attack on women's rights, the fact that now a jury of his peers has said that he is liable for rape against E. Jean Carroll and defamation, and he's a criminal convict, and the fact he's a fraudster. He owes New York over $400 million. He's on parole. He can't vote in Florida. And the fact that there's misogynist attacks for the last 3 days. I'm telling you, Piers, in America, women, even independents, Republican women, are horrified by this. This is the man who said he grabs women by the pee and, it's just locker room talk. It's 2024. I'm telling you, a lot of women were pissed. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. Republican Party have underestimated the righteous rage of women. And I believe women have remembered, and I believe women and young people in particular will come after Donald Trump and support Kamala Harris. He will not change. They're stuck with him.
All right, Elizabeth, why is it? Let's just play again the clip of him talking about whether he should be nice or not, because it's kind of relevant to this, about whether he feels he ought to change. Let's take a look.
I was supposed to be nice. They say something happened to me when I got shot. I became nice.
Nice.
And when you're dealing with these people, they're very dangerous people. When you're dealing with them, you can't be too nice. You really can't be. So if you don't mind, I'm not going to be nice. Is that okay?
So, Elizabeth, does he want to change? I mean, he was almost mocking the idea that people were saying, he's going to be going through a life-changing thing and blah, blah, blah. I've got to say, I spoke to him on Saturday. He didn't sound like he changed much to me. And I've known him nearly 20 years. But, of course, he would argue that part of his appeal, why he's so popular again, when everyone thought he was dead and buried a year and a half ago, the reason he's back surging away in the polls, and in fact has never had a higher popularity number than he has today, is because he is authentic. He's true to himself. He is a bit of a badass. He does speak from, shoot from the hip when he talks. And he says a lot of stuff which, shocks people, makes people laugh. He's not the conventional politician. Is it actually politically wise for him to try and change and suddenly be Mr. Nice Guy, maybe holding babies and, cuddling cats?
I don't think we'll ever see him cuddling a cat. But I mean, look, the multiple things can be true at once. He could, like Michael said, realize he's talking to a woman at this debate and realize that he might have to change his strategy a little bit, but also realize that, like you said, he is a badass and that's why people love him. Everything that has been mentioned about him in these last 5 minutes was true a couple of weeks ago. I know Joe Biden was then the candidate, but like you said, Donald Trump was polling at record numbers for him, the best he'd ever been doing politically since he first announced in 2015. So clearly it does work for him. I don't think I would want to change if I was, coming back after I don't even know how many times people said that he was, dead and gone and his career was over in politics. So I understand people that say that he should change. I understand people that say he should not change. I think the only person that can make the proper decision here is Donald Trump. He has a very good political instinct, which is why he's still around and why he's the Republican nominee right now, despite, like you said, countless people thinking he would not be. I think for us, it's about strategy, like you said, policy, policy, policy. And for him, it's about realizing that there is maybe a middle ground, but that the badass that is Donald Trump is the reason that Donald Trump is here right now. And I agree with you. He will never lose that part of him, and he will certainly never cuddle a cat.
No, I don't think he will. Now, Wajah, we've done a bit of research while we've been on air, because you were very clear that people on the left had not said Kamala was the border czar and are now trying to wriggle off the hook. So we've got a little mashup which Newsbusters had prepared for the delectation of the world. Let's take a look.
Border czar. Vice President Harris was not a border czar.
Meantime, Vice President and border czar Kamala Harris facing some backlash.
What he said about Harris and immigration was not true. She was never appointed border czar.
And this will be her first visit to the U.S.-Mexico border region since she was appointed as the border czar by President Biden.
People are going to have to counter the misinformation. You already hear folks talking about the border czar. She wasn't the border czar.
President Biden tapped Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, to be the border czar.
Now, she wasn't the border czar. That's what Republicans labeled her.
They were very critical of Kamala Harris,
Are these all the
especially in
same
her
news
role
agencies?
as
This is
border
ABC.
czar.
Now what she's up against
Is this
is folks
ABC
lying
afterwards? I can't tell. Okay.
her border record, calling her a border czar.
Kamala Harris, who was appointed as the border czar.
The Biden team didn't declare her the border czar. They wanted her to work on kind of the root causes of immigration.
There has been so much criticism against Kamala Harris. You know, she was the border czar.
Calling her sort of the border czar, which wasn't necessarily the case.
So the border, if they weren't planning to address it in a major way, do not make her your border czar. She met with some of the Northern Triangle countries, but nothing has effectively changed.
I don't know what the story is there.
Now, Wajah, would you like to review your emphatic denial that ever happened?
Last time I checked, I don't think I talked about the border czar. I don't think you showed a single clip of President Biden calling her a border czar. I don't think you showed a single clip of Kamala Harris calling her a border czar.
You said it was only Axios. You said only Axios.
No, yesterday.
There we have every major network in America saying one thing, and they're trying to deny it. They all called her the border czar. And the reason they all want to try and deny it now is because they realize it's incredibly damaging to Kamala Harris if it is seen by the American people that she was indeed in charge of sorting out the border problem and presided over a complete disaster. So it's actually a critical thing here, and I'm bemused why the media is trying to pretend they didn't say what they said. All of them.
Well, two things real quick. When you were talking about that one publication yesterday that flip-flopped, I gave you the name, it's Axios that flip-flopped. Yeah. And the media, like you said, which is not trusted by either... Wait. The media that is not trusted by either the liberals or Republicans said a lot of stuff, and they're the ones calling her the border czar, but Joe Biden never did. Kamala Harris never did. She was not the border czar. She had a responsibility to talk to these countries, specifically the Central American countries, to see if they can engage.
Maybe. So I guess the claim here is that some mainstream media people referred to her as the border czar initially when she was vice president, and now that she's actually been appointed to the candidate for the presidency, maybe I guess either they've realized or they've just decided that there was actually not really any good reason to call her that, or there maybe was, but they're just changing their mind because no one literally said she was, or Biden never said she was. At the end of the day, it's not unforeseen. It's not like impossible that the media fucked up. But why is this Pierce's fucking special interest over the fact that neither of the Trump supporters on this panel have even responded to the fact that border legislation was offered by the Democrats, supported by people like McConnell and Romney, and just ditched by Trump because he wanted the Democrats to have something to attack, because he wanted something to attack the Democrats on for the election. Fuck me. Pierce. Why is the media fucking up with the title of border czar like the more interesting thing to you there?
Policy to reduce the flow of migrants, but facts matter. Right now, the lowest crossing of migrants, even lower than Trump.
Hang on. Facts do matter. So, Michael, can you, for the benefit of Wajah, who clearly wasn't listening to you earlier, can you repeat what Joe Biden said about Kamala Harris in relation to her job?
I'll add in another line, too, which I excluded earlier. Wajah, you just said that Biden never made her the border czar or put her in charge of the border. Quote, March 24th, 2021, I've asked her, the VP today, to lead our efforts with Mexico and the Northern Triangle, and the countries that are going to need help in stemming the movement of many folks, stemming the migration to our southern border. It's not her full responsibility and job, but she's leading the effort. When she speaks for me. He imbues her with presidential authority, and then he turns to her, Madam Vice President, thank you. I gave you a tough job. Wajah, what about that is confusing?
Okay.
I can understand English. I was an English major.
Throw your hands up and admit you were wrong.
No, I know that you guys are doing the RNC's work for them. I know you're trying to help Trump, who is struggling right now.
Facts matter, you said.
No,
facts
matter. You said you all are saying that she's the border czar, and I have ears, and I heard that, and she is not the border czar. She literally was given that responsibility. She's not the border czar. And if you want to play on immigration, I will gladly play on immigration. Please explain to me why Donald Trump called up Republicans and told them to tank what would have been the strictest bipartisan immigration bill, in which he said would help President Biden, and Republicans bent the knee. So, instead of helping security,
I don't
they
mind
caved
you
to
playing
Trump.
whataboutery, but actually it has been Joe Biden's presidency
I'm not.
for
Let's
the
just
last
have
3.5
facts.
years.
Wajad, I'm happy to
when
give
it
you an
comes to
answer.
facts,
The
Wajad,
reason-
you're on slightly slippery ground today, I have to say. I want to change subject now, and I want to move to Benjamin Netanyahu's appearance yesterday in Congress. Wajad, I will start with you here, because I can imagine you were probably not one of the people joining in the wild celebrations of people in Congress at Netanyahu's speech.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most unpopular leader in Israel. 72% of Israelis don't like him. The family members of the hostages, Israeli hostages, don't like him and protest to him. He is one of the most hated leaders in all the world, and he came to the United States of America, gaslit America, spent lies about America, tried to get American money for his failed war, tried to get America again to engage in another war on Israel's behalf, send U.S. troops and U.S. money to fight this war in Iran. And I think most people were horrified and disgusted by it. He lied about his track record, took zero responsibility for his failures in this war, his failure to bring back the hostages, lied, things that we've talked about on your show, Piers, for the past 10 months, the civilian casualties, the death of 40,000 people. He tried to minimize all of that. And look, the Republicans, like lapdogs, ate it up. They applauded him. I thought it was very shameful, especially as he mocked and ridiculed even U.S. citizens who are protesting. You could disagree with the protest, but he called them Hamas. Does that include the Jewish protesters? Does that include the family members of the hostages who flew here from Israel to protest him? And also, I want to remind people that Israel itself, Israel's top security intelligence officials, sent a letter to the United States asking U.S. Congress not to host Netanyahu because they said, not me, they said Netanyahu is an existential threat to Israel. Republicans lapped it up, gave him hooting and hollering, standing ovation. Shameful sight to see. Shameful sight to see.
OK, Michael Knowles, I mean, I've got to admit, I found it a little unpalatable, the scale of the kind of celebratory mood towards Netanyahu, given what has happened in this war since last October. I've always said Israel had an absolute fundamental right and duty to defend itself after the horrific terror attack of October the 7th. But the overwhelming scale has struck me as increasingly disproportionate, and there's no apparent plan for what happens to the people of Gaza at the end of all this. Most of Gaza has now been destroyed, and the ongoing deaths of innocent people continue unabated, while everyone is distracted by what's happening over here in America. I mean, there's a way to support someone who runs one of the great allies of America without looking like it was a celebration of the way that Israel has perpetrated the war, isn't there?
Certainly. I think part of the reason that especially Republicans in Congress were welcoming to Prime Minister Netanyahu is because so many leftists in America have reacted so violently even against the notion of Israeli self-defense and in favor of the pro-Palestine movement. So Wajid mentions gaslighting. The only gaslighting I saw yesterday was the gaslighting on the American flags at Union Station when the pro-Palestine protesters lit it on fire.
Ooh, clever.
I think that kind of imagery is why so many Americans are willing to take Israel's side in this. And so I totally agree with you, Piers. I mean, Israel is its own country, and we have interests that overlap in some ways, and we have interests that diverge in some ways. And I don't think the American people want to go to war in Iran or pursue regime change in Iran or anything like that. But when Prime Minister Netanyahu says that there are Americans acting as useful idiots for Iran, and these are Americans who are in league with people who are burning the American flag, that raises a lot of eyebrows, and it's going to lead people to support the other side.
Yeah, Elizabeth, what was your overview of yesterday? Because everyone has, again, a fundamental right to peacefully protest, but that should not extend to brazenly supporting Hamas, as some of those protesters were doing. And again, I ask you the same question. Did you feel entirely comfortable with the scale of the ovation that Netanyahu was getting yesterday?
It's interesting. I haven't thought about your second question. No one's asked me that. And when I watched, I didn't think about that. However, when you say it, if I'm being completely honest, I was uncomfortable with what I saw in Congress when They were waving Ukrainian flags and celebrating aid to Ukraine. So yeah, I think I'm a little uncomfortable when I see anyone showing some kind of loyalty or excitement for a country when we have to focus on what's going on here. And when, like was mentioned, what happened in Israel, what's been going on for 9 months now has caused as much pain as it has. That being said, Benjamin Netanyahu is the democratically elected leader of one of our strongest and closest allies. And I think worse than the celebration, as you called it in Congress yesterday, was the fact that many elected officials were not there, the fact that Kamala Harris was not there, and the fact that Bibi Netanyahu had to stand there and applaud those that stand for the American flag while our own people outside were burning the American flag and screaming that Hamas is coming.
Damn.
So there's many things that we can say about yesterday. There's a lot going on, obviously, but I find it incredibly uncomfortable, incredibly sad, and appalling, if I'm being honest, to see the reaction to a leader of our ally in this country after everything that's going on, and knowing full well that Americans are being held hostage right now as well. And a good relationship with Israel and with Bibi Netanyahu could ensure that those hostages come home. So I think it was inappropriate at best, but disgraceful, honestly, at worst, that we're talking about everything that went on yesterday.
Donald Trump is obviously, he saw Benjamin Netanyahu. He's a big supporter of Israel. He did a lot of work in that region when he was president. As with all these things, Donald Trump makes it sound easy to fix the problem. But it's not easy, is it? I mean, Elizabeth, it's going to be an incredibly difficult and complex and probably very long-running issue to try and resolve what has happened in Israel and Gaza since the events of October the 7th.
I would only assume that it would be. Look, it can't be easy to fix anything that's gone on in our world or anything that's happened in the last 4 years of this Biden administration. However, I think Donald Trump's record speaks for itself. He has spoken for wanting peace for many years, peace through strength, as he calls it. And despite all the attacks on him, despite everyone saying that moving the embassy would cause mass chaos and everything else that he did, meeting with Kim Jong-un, etc., he did have peace during those 4 years. And since Joe Biden has come in, we've seen the opposite. I'm not sitting here and saying anyone can fix either conflict in Ukraine or in Gaza in 24 hours, but I will say that.
But you are very strongly suggesting that Biden did something that influenced those actions. First of all, Kim Jong-un was absolutely emboldened by the meeting with Trump because he didn't stop fucking saber rattling and firing fucking rockets and testing shit near the border in Korea. He didn't actually stop doing that. When it comes to Gaza, again, like, Trump was the one who actually did something that was more antagonistic to the Palestinians than anything Biden did, which was moving the embassy to Jerusalem and recognizing the Golan Heights. I don't... Like, if you want to say that it's Trump's fault, that it's Biden's fault, that there was a war in Gaza, even though it seems like Alexa Flood was being planned for years, even before Biden was in fucking office. If you're going to argue that, just tell us one thing that Biden did that might have caused that instability in the region. Just tell us one fucking thing. They can't, obviously. It's just like the exceptionalism of thinking, well, this person was president at the time, therefore.
After the last 4 years that we have seen, I can only imagine the American people want a change and to give someone else a chance, because the war in Ukraine is ongoing with no end in sight. Obviously, what's going on in Gaza has no end in sight, with Americans being held and dozens of Americans being murdered on October 7th. And people have every right to want someone to come in and put a stop to all of this.
OK, look, I want to just bring in another guest and then get the panel's reaction after I finish this interview. I'm joined by the Republican South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Now, Nancy Mace, thank you very much indeed for joining me. You made a lot of headlines because during the hearing of the then Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheatle, before she sensationally resigned, you said this.
Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, my first question. Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter, yes or no?
No, thank you.
What? Who's this?
Was this a colossal failure?
It was a failure.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure is the question. Yes or no?
I have admitted this is a terrible...
This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure? Yes or no?
Secret Service.
Yes.
Shit.
Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on July 15th, yes or no?
I would have to get back to you.
That is a no. You're full of shit today.
Ah!
You're just being completely dishonest. Mr.
Chairman,
completely dishonest.
Mr. Chairman, I want to.
Mr. I'm
Come
gonna
on.
We have to
continue.
maintain decorum in this committee.
You are being dishonest or lying. Like you're being dishonest here with this committee. These are
Being dishonest or lying. I love Americans. They're so funny.
important questions that the American people want answers to, and you're just dodging and talking around it in generalities. And we had to subpoena you to be here, and you won't even answer the questions. We have asked you repeatedly to answer our questions. This isn't hard.
Well, I have to say, Nancy Mace, I did think you spoke for most of us when you used that expletive. Just on the decorum point, do you wish with hindsight you hadn't used that language, or do you think it pretty well hit the nail on the head?
I could have said much worse, Piers, on Monday. My frustrations were deep, and I believe I was simply saying aloud what every person watching that hearing across the country and the world was feeling that day. Because here is a woman who is the director of the Secret Service and would not, either could not, would not, was unable or unwilling to answer even the simplest of questions on Monday. Like, she couldn't even tell us the number of Secret Service agents on the ground protecting Donald Trump at the rally that day. And you saw hand-wringing by Republicans and Democrats alike. Both sides, by the end of the day, most of us had called for her resignation. She sat there brazen, defiant, and basically gave a middle finger to middle America on Monday, and she deserved everything that I gave her.
It was a pretty shocking performance after a pretty shocking failure by the agency on the day that Donald Trump was shot. When you saw what she was doing in front of you guys, saw how she was obfuscating, saw how she wasn't answering really any questions, did it show you that there is something fundamental wrong with the Secret Service at the moment in terms of its structure and leadership?
Absolutely. But I think this is fundamental. This is a fundamental problem across many of our federal agencies. And the thing that I walked away with, and I had, 24 hours to think about it after I filed my articles of impeachment. By the way, I was going to force a vote on ousting her and firing her within 48 hours. But the thing that really struck me a few hours after the hearing was perhaps they didn't share any information with her because of anticipation of her testifying before Congress. And if that's what happened,
I don't know if I could. The next sections on this are people being held accountable for attempted assassination, and then does the rhetoric need to change? Oh God! And then the panel reacting to the assassination. Oh God! Fuck that, man. Fuck that. No. She did resign though, didn't she? That security lady, that Secret Service person. She did fuck off. I don't know if it was her, but I know some people did. She resigned, yeah. Big L. L for the Secret Service, man. Okay. What's happening in Venezuela this weekend? What? Oh, they're having a vote. They're having an election. Maduro, who's he up against? Are the opposition polling well, or what's going on? Opposition seeks to end 25 years of socialist power. All right. All right. She could have resigned before getting lambasted by Congress. Yeah, you'd think so. The Soviet collapsed electric boogaloo. Oh no. So who's this person? Maria Coriano Machado in Caracas, okay? Opposition leader, her candidate Gonzalez, enthusiastic crowds. They want to unseat Maduro. It's uncertain. Maduro's 2018 election was considered fraudulent by the United States. I remember Jeremy Hunt trying to say that this was stuffed ballot boxes, even though they didn't use ballots. They used electronic voting. I don't fucking... Anyway. But who knows? Let's see. Significant support. Even from former supporters of the ruling party. Whoa. They've urged voters to cast ballots early and hold vigils at polling stations until they close. They have said they expect the military to uphold the results of the vote. Oh no, voter fraud. Fuck. The military has long supported Maduro and his predecessor, the late Hugo Chavez. Maduro's been in power since 2013 and is seeking a third 6-year term. He warned of a bloodbath if he were to lose. Okay. Lots of Venezuelans here in Spain. I met one in Scotland. I used to teach guitar to one. Economic collapse, the migration of about a third of the population. God, that's a lot of people. Fuck. Some have opted to return home to participate. Oh. Nearly 8 million in the diaspora. Can the diaspora actually vote? I guess it depends on how long you've been away for. 8 million say they struggle to register, but it looks like less than 68,000 will be able to. We want to come home, but to a free Venezuela, thriving and prosperous. Okay. I guess we'll see what happens on Sunday, eh? That might be fun. Not that I know fucking anything about what's happening in Venezuela since 2017 or something. Oh, well. I remember that Guaido guy, whoever he was. It's that why did so many people come in with the exact same takes? I don't get it. Like, Box, if Hassan takes are so bad and yours and Destiny's are so good, why does he average 50k views now and you average 700 and Destiny like 9k now? You sound like Ben Shapiro when he used to criticize people for having less subscribers than him when they argued with him. What kind of take is that? Okay, if communism or like Marxist Leninism or whatever the fuck is so good, why do they never win elections? Why do they only get like 50 fucking votes in every seat in the UK? What a stupid argument. The thing is, I find it really I guess the real, like, whatever the answer is to this question, it doesn't really matter all that much, but I always wonder sometimes, like, why, like, who it is that's directing the exact same comment to come in every single time. Like, that's so strange. Is it just like one or two people who just keep on making new accounts, or is it like a community that's sending that? I don't, no idea. Not that it matters. Doesn't actually matter in the slightest. Whatever. It's Mike from PA. Bah. Some people do have 20 accounts. Yeah, but it's... Listen, I'm just doing my thing, okay? Ooh. I guess it does sometimes come in a bit more often when I criticize the tanky guys. Huh. Don't know. Wait, is this being... Oh. Okay. Fuck. Right. Let's I think I want to do the Kamala thing because it's gone around today. Fucking James Lindsay of all people is bouncing on it. Okay. All right. I want to talk about Kamala Harris and the BLM bail fund. Okay. All right. Okay. Kamala Harris and the BLM bail fund. It's quite interesting to see just how weird the reaction is to this very sudden change in presidential candidate, because I think it's pretty unprecedented that an American presidential candidate drops out 4 or 5 months before the election and then their vice president takes over, because as people like Trump have actually complained about, is all the time that they've invested in attacking Biden, they have to basically go back to the drawing board and start again with not that much time left, which is, again, like, the party can do what they want. The party can choose whatever candidate they want, and it's logical that Kamala would be the next one in line after Biden turned out to be not very fit for the job because she's the vice president. It would look kind of weird if you skipped over your vice president for someone else. Seems like basically everyone in the party is okay with it, though. There hasn't been that much uproar. The only uproar I've seen against Kamala being just kind of like taking over from Biden that quickly is Republicans, because now they want to say like, oh, it's undemocratic, it's a coup. Like, okay, whatever. But the funny thing is that the attacks on Kamala have been very improvised, like, because it's funny watching a party that is just trying to get its attack lines together, and there's a little gap now because they haven't really figured out which party line is the most effective against her. With Biden, it was obviously his age and his senility, so everyone basically, they see that, they see it trending, they get the marching orders, they know where to look for clips and things like that. Like, that's very easy, right? For Kamala, they don't actually know. They're just throwing things at the wall, which, you know, has resulted in some very funny lines of attack. They've already had to urge their colleagues to stop being racist and sexist towards her, because people are talking about how she doesn't have any biological children, even though she's like I think she's an adoptive parent. They're having to talk about how she's like a DEI hire, and actually her her real name is what was the real name that they gave her? They've tried to say that she's like a DEI hire and her real name is fucking Hawk Tua or whatever. Like, I don't, it's so stupid. But but they're starting to settle on a few things. They're starting to settle. The borders are thing, Copmala, yeah. The borders are thing is coming up a little bit because they're associating her with the failures at the border, even though the Democrats have famously tried to push a border bill through that would have restricted the number of people coming through the border, would have actually allowed for border closures if a certain cap of 5,000 people was reached, and only reopening it once the number was way lower. The Republicans obviously shot it down. Trump admitted to shooting it down because he wanted to leave something to have to use as on the campaign trail. If the Democrats put forward bipartisan legislation that helps temper the immigration problem, Republicans have nothing to fight over. They were willing to actually let the border issue go on to benefit them in the election campaign. That's who the Republican Party, that's who they are, okay? They don't give a fuck. But they're starting to settle on a few things. They're starting to settle on this, ironically, two arguments. One, which used to come from the left, which is that she was apparently a very aggressive prosecutor who got loads of people jailed for smoking weed and shit like that. But again, it's not actually true. The number of convictions for smoking weed actually went down under Harris. She actually did deliberately, she specifically told people not to put people in jail if all they've done is possess marijuana. I think there were maybe 60 people who went to jail with marijuana charges, but they don't even say whether or not they had any other charges. So we just don't know. But it was far less than her predecessor. But it's ironic that they're trying to use the Copmala claim that used to come from the left, but they're also trying to simultaneously say that she is far too liberal on policing, that she supports defund the police, which she's never said, and also that she is soft on crime. The example that is used most recently is the BLM bail fund. It's this accusation that she helped violent BLM protesters by supporting their bail funds. This is from Tom Cotton, who I think is a Republican senator from Arkansas. Kamala Harris helped violent rioters in Minnesota get out of jail to do more damage. Keep do more damage in mind, okay? Don't believe her when she says she condemns the violence. Look at her record, not the words. Okay, strong claim. And Trump, obviously, has gone even further by saying that there was a criminal who was bailed out with Kamala Harris's help and set free. And once he was set free on bail, he went on to murder a man on a train platform in St. Paul, Minnesota, shooting him 6 times. So that's a tall claim. It's gone even further. CBS have basically said that Trump is falsely accusing her of donating to the Minnesota Freedom Fund, bailing out dangerous criminals. James Lindsay says Marxists always lie because look, here's a tweet of her mentioning the bail fund. Well, okay, what's going on here? Ooh. So, what happened? First of all, this tweet from Kamala Harris, which is still public, like her tweet is still there. She hasn't deleted it or anything. They've not tried to hide it. First of all, she didn't donate to this fund. She tweeted about it and suggested other people donate to it. There's no evidence that she's ever donated to this fund ever. So that's already, like, to say that she donated would be false. But what happened here? Well, this is from 2020, June. If you remember, the summer of 2020, this when George Floyd was killed by a Minneapolis cop. So after George Floyd was killed, there were protests. And a bunch of those protesters got arrested. So people typically in America make complaints, if you're more progressive, about Minnesota, about bail funds being a little bit unfair, right? People will say that these things are a bit unfair because bail is basically means that once you've been arrested and charged, you can pay, if the judge finds you eligible, to stay out of jail until your trial. That's it. Naturally, people who are poorer, people who are, by extension, people who are ethnic minorities are less likely to have this privilege, so they just stay in jail even if the judge considers them not a threat, that they can actually be out of jail until their trial, like innocent until proven guilty. So it's seen as a bit of an injustice. So Kamala basically puts this tweet out, gets 4,500 likes, like a little fundraiser, basically. Not donating herself, but fundraising. Okay, so she contributed to these guys getting a lot of money. How much she contributed is a bit difficult to say. She definitely contributed a bit because in a standard year, these guys were only getting about $100,000. After the George Floyd protest, it raised about $35 million. Now, this was partially because of Kamala. This was also just because there were people protesting and people getting arrested, and the treatment of protesters by the cops was publicized quite a lot. Because when it comes to rioting, and this is something that I learned very early on because of the London riots in 2011, when there's a riot, the response from the authorities is typically, even in quite liberal societies, is to set an example, to make an example out of the protesters by giving sometimes quite disproportionate sentences. In the London riots, some people faced months or even up to a year in jail for crimes as trivial as like stealing biscuits, or someone stole a violin from a music shop and had to do like over a year in jail. Like, yeah, these were kind of like the stories that came out, because the idea is that the disproportionate sentencing is supposed to deter people from rioting in the future. It's to keep people away from, to discourage mob mentality and shit like that, right? So in protest of the cash bail system, at least, Kamala fundraises for this fund with one tweet, okay? That gets 4,500 likes. That's her contribution. The idea that this helped violent rioters in Minnesota get out of jail to do more damage, well, you can probably verify or disprove that if you want to, because in the protest she's talking about, if you look at the tweet, she's specifically referencing protesters. Only 170 people were arrested. So it's not that many. You can go through them. Within the first week, 167 of them were already released. Very few of them were charged. Only 10 of them actually ended up having to pay bail. So whether or not they even needed the funding for this is quite questionable. They probably needed funding for one person, as we'll find out. So 167 were released within a week. Majority of them don't even get charges. Only 10 of them have to pay bail. Most of these bail charges are about $100, sometimes even less. 2 of them, however, were charged with actually crimes that are more serious. One person was charged with attempted murder because he shot at the cops. And his bail fund was $75,000. The second person was charged for looting a liquor store, a clothing store, and a mobile store. She paid $750 through this organization. There's no evidence that either of these 2 people, let alone anyone else, committed other crimes whilst they were on bail. There's no evidence for it. So the idea that Kamala helped these people to go on and commit more crimes is just not true. Also, not to mention, even if it were, let's say this guy, the guy who actually shot at the cops, got out of jail and started shooting at people again. Whose fault would that be? Would it be Kamala Harris's fault? Well, not really. I'll tell you why. It definitely wouldn't be the fault of these people. It would be the fault of the judge. Because ultimately, regardless of how much money you have, it is up to the judge to decide whether or not you are eligible for bail. And even then, it might not even be the judge's fault, because sometimes a judge can have very good reason to think someone is eligible for bail. Like, they might have a good enough assessment to show this person is not likely to commit crimes if they're on bail and let them out. But they could be wrong in that risk assessment. That's it. Like, that can happen. Because mistakes happen in the justice system all the time. Some people serve sentences way longer than even what their original was. Some people go to jail for 50 years and they come out and they do more crimes. That's not necessarily the fault of the justice system. That's just like, the alternative to it is just keeping people in for way longer than they're supposed to. That's the alternative, right? Like, there's no perfect way. There's always going to be people who reoffend. Always. So even if we take these guys at their word, like, this is nothing. This is a nothing statement. This is often used in arguments, and Rob Norb did this to me as well. It's used to service the argument that Kamala supports rioting. Well, first of all, giving people cash bail is not supporting rioting. You understand that, right? Because not everyone who's arrested was rioting. Most of these people were not charged. Because in riots, some people who are just caught up in the madness and don't even do anything get arrested. That happens. That also happened, I think, on January 6th, right? So it's not supportive rioting because, believe it or not, if you've got bail funds, you still have to face criminal charges. You understand that, right? Like, you can get your bail, but you still have to turn up in court. You still have to make your case, and you still might be found guilty and even put in jail. So it's just such a red herring. And then the worst of it comes from Trump. The worst of it comes because in 2022, the story that Trump referenced about the guy who actually did commit a murder after he was given bail. This happened 2 years after the event. He was given bail by the organization, by the Freedom Fund, $2,000. But again, obviously, a judge decided that this guy was eligible for bail. So apparently he was acquitted. Stallings. Oh, this person. I didn't know that. Funny that. Okay. So Tillman is arrested for indecent exposure, first of all. He gets bail support of $2,000, and then he's released, and then he goes on to get charged with second-degree murder. It seems like he did it. Seems quite likely that he did it. So this has not. What does this have to do with Kamala Harris, though? What does it have to do with even the bail fund? At the end of the day, one person had ultimate discretion over whether or not this person was eligible for bail, and it was the judge. This has nothing to do with Kamala Harris supporting like a murderer, or even the tweets. It's to do with protesters. In one tweet. But yeah, that's one claim that they're going to do, because again, this is the Republican method. I've noticed it now. The Republican method is just, it doesn't have to be a logical argument. It doesn't have to have any kind of like A to B to C point evidence evaluation. It doesn't need any of that. It's just something that sounds good. Oh, Kamala supported this organization in 2020 with one tweet for a bail fund, which, by the way, opposition to bail funds is pretty bipartisan. It's mostly left-leaning people who oppose them, but the right-wingers, some of them oppose it as well. Republicans oppose it in some parts. The mainstream Democratic Party thinks they should be removed. That was the Biden and Harris platform, was to suggest removing bail funds, because this idea that a judge can find two people equally eligible for bail, but only one of them gets it because they have money. Like, why that doesn't make any sense. It's so stupid. Chris Christie, a Republican governor, agreed with this. They replaced the bail system in New Jersey with a points-based system based on risk assessment. And did you know that people who were released under the points-based system were no more likely to commit crimes whilst awaiting their trials? So yeah, the bail fund is just completely unnecessary. It's unfair and it's unnecessary. So the fact that Kamala does this, but it goes to one organization that helped the bail of one person who ultimately went on to commit a crime after getting released, well, that means that Kamala Harris supports a murderer and also supports a violent insurrectionist riot. Like, come on. None of these points like lead from one to the other, but they're all just kind of associated in the same kind of like loose bundle. And that's your talking point, again, for the week. Doesn't matter how easy it is to debunk. Doesn't matter how illogical it is. It just sounds nice, right? It just sounds like a good talking point. So they use it. Cringe. But compared to last week, they are at least pulling some cases together. So yeah. Simultaneously, then, we have the overzealous prosecutor who jails people for smoking weed, which the right-wingers are using as well. Obviously, libertarians support Trump, so they like that argument. But at the same time, she also supports criminals. Fuck me. Anyway. I'll probably do a few of these in the coming weeks, because there's going to be a lot of this. There's going to be a lot of disinfo and stupid talking points about why people should fuck off Kamala Harris. It's also, yeah. She Trump might be backing out of the debate. I think he said he won't do it if unless she's actually sworn in, even though they did seem to agree on a date. But he also told I think in the Telegraph, he said that he wouldn't debate a Marxist. Wait, they've changed this headline. But yeah, he branded her a Marxist fraud. Oh dear. So, good times. Yes, it is very, very funny watching these guys throw everything at the wall and just like trying so desperately for something to stick. Oh well. I'm sure they'll have fun with it though. Okay, there we go, though. That's the story. I'll also, if you want to contest anything I've said, I'll put all my Obsidian notes. I'll publish these, and my Obsidian notebook will be available online, so you can go through all the links and everything. Yeah. Okay, cool. Nice one. Banger. I can't believe that's all there is to the story, though. I thought she was like out there fucking fundraising and campaigning for like multiple bail funds across the country for, and like rioters were getting released and smashing up windows the next day and shit. Like, none of that's true. None of it's true. God. Anyway. Where is my file for this? I'm trying to publish it right now, but where the fuck is it? Hang on. Where did I put it? Oh, here. Needs to go here. Okay. Publish. US politics. Did you hear about Vosh claiming Israel has no culture? No? What? Who's that hyper dipshit in chat? Sorry, do they want to come on and talk? I need Republicans. Hyperman. Fuck, they got banned. Oh well. I'll give them the Discord anyway. They're not banned from there. Did he really say that Kamala Harris was supporting fucking... that Kamala Harris was supporting a fucking insurrectionist riot? Bro, what? Oh, hello, Loner Unboxed. How's it going? Wait, what's this? No, that's not the right person. Fuck. Will you loan me a box? No. All right. If anyone has the Vosh clip, that might be funny. Just for a meme, why not? Headless Chicken, thanks for the tier 1 sub. For the BLM Copmala Bail Fund, happy to help. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. If I can do this puzzle, I will be able to finish the Trump indictments today, okay? I will have the strength. Because it's actually interesting now. I'm actually kind of enjoying it. So, and I think we're going to make some differences, some changes. I think if I'm going to do research on something like this, to this extent, I'm going to need to get debates on it. I'm going to need to get debates. So I'll probably see if Rob wants to talk again after I'm done with it. Still pretty undecided on what I want to say about the coup, insurrection, blah, 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 blah. But we'll think of something. Okay. This looks like a clear move here because it's the knight and the queen. If the knight checks, I can just take it. They don't get anything back for that. Watching the OG Copmala Destiny Hassan debate would be fun. Yeah, maybe. Internet historian. Yeah, that stuff's fun. Rob is such a yapper. Yeah, well, that's good. If I'm just like a bit more conscientious about the yappering, that might help me. Yeah. Anyway, fuck. Now watch this drive. True. All right. Fuck. What about? It's not this because even if they stay, I just take it and nothing happens. So, but okay, good, nice one. Well done, Lenova. Now what? Is it? Am I scared of this? Ooh. I mean, I could just bring the knight up. But there is no, there's not the fear because if I do this and then they threaten this, it's like they're threatening to take my bishop, right? But my knight protects the bishop, so it's fine. Duh. And hey, now the bishop here has some use, so I think it's just rook, knight takes, queen, boof. Even if I do that, they'd have to move. They'd have to go there. So if they go there, it's just this. Yeah. Now, wait. This, you come down. What do I do there? That's a problem. This doesn't help because of the bishop. Fuck. They've got mate in 1, so I can't. You're gonna watch any of the Olympics? Why the fuck would I watch the Olympics? Do I just snag the bishop then because that threatens this next? Whoa. They've got this as well. Haha, no way. And then there's this guy. So it's a checkmate. No way. No. Bratton Yahoo. True. The rook is protected. There's this. Hey, nice one. Okay. I don't think I'm going to try to get 2600. It's too far away. I need to be patient when I do this stuff. Do one more. Right. Are you heading down to Krakatoa tonight? Why would you ask me that? What? No? Why? Didn't have been planning on it. What the fuck? What's happening there today? Are there things happening in my local scene? It's a gig for Gaza. Oh. Is it? Oh, I think I saw the flyer for this. 26th. I don't see anything on their fucking list though. Also, I'm being stalked by a potential terrorist right now, so I should probably not go places if I'm telling people if people know where I'm going. It's not on their list though, but this is their weekend list. Gigs for Gaza. Oh yeah, there's one. I don't know any of these fucking bands. What the fuck? Local scene, eh? Go and live stream it. True. I mean, they're giving the money to what? PCRF and MAP. They both seem fine. All right. Not that. Not wait. This is stupid because they just take that. This. Where do they go if I do this? They come down maybe. They have to come down. Duh. 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 Then it doesn't, it might not go anywhere. Ooh. It's definitely this first, right? Yeah. Now, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Could this be like a really fancy move? Could it be this? Is this like a stealing the queen? Hang on. Look, if I do this, this is mental. They have to block. Then I can take my bishop and they can't go anywhere here. So they have to take it. And then I take the queen and check them. Then I guess they take this and I take the rook. No, they'd have to go here. Huh. That's so funny. No, but my thing's blocked though. Fuck. My king's in check. So it doesn't work at all. No, I do this and then they take and then I X-ray to get the rook. Okay, good. Fine. What? Why? It's not this. That's a fucking win. What? Do I just move? I can lose my... What? Oh, because... No. That doesn't make any sense. I'm in check, bro. Fuck this. Why don't I do that? What the fuck happened? I don't do this. Do I? There's something obvious here that I'm missing. There's something very obvious. What the fuck? Queen to d3. I'm in check, you dick. Why don't... Oh, they can't move because they're extra... Ah. I'm so stupid. All right. Fuck me. Fine. Well done, Learnabout. There's this. Hmm. Okay, I'm being too fucking fast now. Not even thinking. Being too feisty. Oh. Yeah. Oh, that's a fucked rook. Right. This is an option because they have to move. Where do they move? They can go here. They don't want to go there because they'd lose. I feel like it has to be something with this. This seems obvious. So they go there. Oh wait, is this better? Because it's harder. They can't block that. They have to go here. And that means they can't go. Okay, yeah. Nice. Well done. Okay, good. Okay. I think I'm trying to think if there's anything I want to watch. Reports on border encounters. Okay. Fact check on immigration figures. What's this?
Are people...
What is this? Vouch. Uh-oh.
Are people in YouTube chat seriously arguing about the culture thing? You people are fucking insane. Culture is a completely nebulous, indeterminate term. You could argue a single household has a specific culture. When I said Israel has no culture in that respect, what I mean is that Israel is a settler colonial state. It's a hastily slapped together mess of like local Arab influence, which they are continuously dispossessing and suppressing, along with dozens and dozens and dozens of expats and immigrants from all over the world. It's a colonial project. The culture of Israel is the culture of the homogenate that enter it, but it's not the same as having a regional culture that is based on like local trends that have developed over a long time. Those are distinct things. If you disagree, then you're kind of historically ignorant, man. That's just sort of how it works. Given enough time, Israel could form a distinct identity of its own, but right now its only real distinguishing identity is the one democracy in the Middle East, the Zionist ethno-state, you know? Colorism, white supremacy, and European settler colonial ethnic supremacy are all like key components of cultural development there. But when you ask things like, okay, what is Israeli architecture like? What is Israeli food like? You're not going to get many strong answers, because in a lot of cases, they're just cobbled together answers from the basic bits and pieces of the area that was there before and from the people that have come over. That's just what happens when you're new there. The modern Israeli state is not the same as the continuous Jewish presence in what is now Israel for thousands of years. If you believe that, then you'll believe Lebensraum. You'll believe, oh, the historic German...
Bro, Israeli culture is just a little bit different. It's just a slightly different kind of Middle Eastern culture. That's all it is. Because the Ashkenazis who went there throughout Zionism, like from the 1800s up until the 40s, it was mostly Europeans who went there. And as soon as they started having kids there, they took some influence from Middle Eastern culture. You know, they started speaking Hebrew, which was like a kind of like modernized version of the ancient language. They brought over some things like Ashkenazi food and shit like that. But then also after the 48 War, a bunch of Jews from the rest of the Middle East came over, and eventually you reach the point where you are now, which is when most Israelis are not from Europe. Most Israelis are non-white. They're Mizrahi. They're from Middle East and North Africa. And then they took their culture there. So it's really just like a melting pot of like Middle Eastern culture from the Mizrahi population, some Ashkenazi culture stuff as well. And also the like historical and ancient connection with the fucking all the Jewish heritage sites in Jerusalem. It's a culture though, for sure. It's definitely got its own culture. Like where else do you see a bunch hang on. Have you seen what Orthodox Jews look like at the Wailing Wall? Like when they're like holding hands in a circle and singing and shit, like that's pretty unique. It's definitely its own thing. I think that's something you internalize it a lot more when you're there. Like when you realize just how Middle Eastern Israelis are, even the white-skinned ones, like, yeah, even the ones who have Ashkenazi heritage, they are very... If I wanted to steal him, I would say he means that Israel has no independent culture, but rather a mishmash of different cultures that moved there. Yeah, you could say that, but that's not. But then I feel like, yeah, that's the good faith interpretation, because when he's saying it's like a settler colonial white supremacist and shit like that, that's like obviously, I don't think he means that it's just a mishmash or like a melting pot, because it is. Like Israel is it's very diverse. It's very culturally diverse. They have Christians who live there. They've got Mizrahi people who live there. Like the Jewish Mizrahi population, they come from very diverse countries, right? They come from, like, Yemen is not the same as Lebanon, right? And neither of those countries are the same as Iraq, and neither of those countries are the same as Morocco or fucking Libya or Tunisia or any other places that Jews came from to enter Israel. So yeah, and that's not even to mention the Middle Eastern ones who lived there already, and that's not to mention the different, like the Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews versus the Western European Ashkenazi Jews. Yeah, fuck. But I mean, they've been like most Israelis were born there. Like most Israeli Jews were born there, like 80% of them. So like it is definitely its own unique thing. Yeah. But also just the way that they are, the way that they behave, like this is my okay. Even Ashkenazi Jews in Israel, they behave more like Arabs than they behave like Europeans. Like in terms of just everyday cultural activity, whether it's the obsession with fucking hospitality, the way that they drive and shout at each other on the fucking road, the way that they're rude, the way that they're like blunt, all these things about them, like they behave so much similar to Arabs than they behave like fucking Europeans. They might have different political ethics and things like that, but in terms of just like mannerism, like just everyday mannerism, yeah, they're very, they're very Middle Eastern. Yeah.
German colonial settling of Poland means that actually Western Poland is German territory. You're a fucking moron. You're an idiot. You've been duped. That is not they are not a continuous inheritor of that cultural legacy.
They're all big yappers. Oh God, they're the biggest fucking yappers. Well, those are the people we interviewed, right? So maybe that's just what they're experienced in doing. Yeah. Zionists and white supremacists are cut from the same cloth. Uh-oh.
And that's probably because historically the Jews that have lived in Israel are a little bit too Middle Eastern for the tastes of the Jews who have come down there. You know, a lot of the Jews in Israel are European and American, right? A lot of the Jews that have lived in that region for thousands of years are a lot more brown and a little bit more Arab adjacent than they're personally comfortable with, which is the reason why, if you look at the leadership and the power bases, the foreign investment in Israel, it's not like, oh yeah, man, my family goes back here thousands of years. It's white guys. It's white Jewish guys. Look at the cabinet, dude. They're white Jewish guys.
With the cabinet, he's onto something there, but even that's like a very tricky discussion because, first of all, the gaps between Mizrahi and Ashkenazi Jews is narrowed a lot. Okay, sorry. I don't think the majority of Israeli Jews are non-white. I don't think the majority of the cabinet is non-white. Ben-Gvir is like, I don't think there are that many Iraqi Jews in the cabinet, no? Like Netanyahu's European descent, right? The argument you'd make there, though, is that politically and ideologically, the people who support that right-wing Israeli government are disproportionately Mizrahi. It's the Middle Eastern Jews who are more right-wing than the Ashkenazi ones. So, like, far more right-wing. Yeah. If I wanted to hear a mad fucking opinion on Gazans or whatever, Arabs, I didn't have to. You don't find it in Tel Aviv and shit like that. You found it in Sderot, right? Like, largely Moroccan Jewish populations. Yeah.
And if you think that a Jewish guy can't be white and you're calling me anti-Semitic, oh, I don't know, man. Feels like the anti-Semitism might be coming from within the building.
Fuck.
Are people in...
Should I find this segment? That's a funny segment, bro. That's a good ramble. It's a good meme. Okay. Was that from yesterday? I wonder if it was timestamped. His streams often have timestamps from the fans. I think the fans drop list of timestamps.
Some may say, well, maybe.
Is it yesterday after the Biden concession? Or is it the Netanyahu? Wait, no, it's yesterday because he's got this shirt on. Okay. Where is it? Where's the timestamp on Israeli culture? Okay. Not there. I think in the comments, though, Jeremiah, this is the person who always posts the timestamps. This is low effort. Okay. Where are they? Damn, the person didn't do the timestamps. Fuck. What's on his screen when he does it? Do I need to? How much do we care about whether or not Israelis have culture. Yeah, it's when Netanyahu's speaking. So maybe it was, oh, wait, these are separate. It's here, isn't it? Because this is the same stream. I think it's just split because of the... Okay. Where are we? Oh! Netanyahu speech. I'm never
Remember
gonna find
this.
it. I'm never going to find it. Never going to find it. Sorry. Shit. Okay. Right. I feel... Can you search the stream transcript? I think oh yeah, I could. It can't be fucked though. Whatever. Not that massively interested in it. Because I want to, and I keep on getting diverted from it. I just want to finish reading this Trump indictment. And then I think I'm probably gonna might read a bit more. I'll probably want to read off stream though and just see if I can get debates instead, because I think the viewership doesn't really care for it. I don't think they like me doing American politics. Oh, they don't. I need to think about viewer count at some point. Like, I can't just ignore it completely. So we'll probably do some switchering around. But I want to finish this one indictment, and then we'll see if we can get some fucking... What'd you call it? Get some rumble tumble. Okay. I want to do an experiment, actually. I just want to see if I can, because there's a new second thought video about the Democrats. I want to maybe just like put that in my title tomorrow and just see if it affects the number of people who come in here. Like, yeah. Where the fuck? What's this? XQC responds to Hassan speaking about his kick content. Yeah, what's this?
Shit. When you're asked like shit. When you're asked like when you are asked personally, dude, you're a 20-month subscriber, bro. You're
what is the fucking Vine boom thing for you? I don't understand this.
Fucking
it's just like randomly placed.
Annoying. Jesus Christ.
Wow,
oh
26 months.
Like how do these dumb fucks come in here? Like, take the goddamn day off, okay?
What?
It's just so frustrating. Anyway, when you're asked like,
oh,
when you're asked,
is it because
like,
he has 10k viewers and someone's asking who rated as a joke? Is that it? Because normally he'd expect to get more than 10k viewers. Is that what it is? Okay. Oh God. Oh wow. That's pretty fucked up. That's the joke, Sloaner Box. I am slow, okay? I've got fucking January 6th indictment bullshit in my brain, and it's making me cranky, okay? What did Kamala say about the DC protests? Trump launches scathing attack on Kamala Harris. Oh, no. Harris condemns the violence. Okay. And then there's a Trump thing. I have long TDS. True, I do actually.
But now we have hundreds and hundreds,
This is him live.
thousands of terrorists coming into our country, coming in from all over the world. Meanwhile, our
hundreds of billions. Okay, whatever. Not watching a Trump speech.
Chaos erupted at Union Station in Washington, D.C. yesterday when thousands of...
All right, I'll watch this and then I'll do fucking indictment shit. Okay, I need to get my sandwich though. Hang on. Oh, it's around 1 hour 20. Oh, it's only fucking normal. All right, maybe we'll watch that as well. Why not? Okay. Be right back though. Let's not be rude about it. Okay. Why did Vosh's chat soy the fuck out about his comments on Israeli culture? Why? What did he say? Is it because they can't handle the truth? Probably. Let's find out.
Is basically just an extension of, what do you think Saudi Aramco is? It has agency, not everything is us. Dude, if you don't think that Saudi Arabia is basically just an extension of, what do you think Saudi Aramco is? Saudi Arabia was like a bunch of tribes that nationalized Western oil investment. The kingdom exists only because they bribed us into not invading them to take back over the oil investment, you know? Yeah, it's a corporation masquerading as a nation state. Vosh, you literally just said, quote, you can't force culture and Israel... Wait, you kind of can force culture, and Israel's only interest is imposing force on Arabs? Wait. Lily the Gaylord PhD, you're just making shit up, right? What are you talking about? Israel's only interest is imposing force on Arabs? You're like essentializing and connecting a bunch of points, twisting them to try to impose a hypocrisy.
How much of that is accurate? Saudi, the Hashemites wanted Saudi, and then King Ibn Saud was like, nah, fuck off. I think the British supported him. Wait, when did they discover oil in Saudi? That would matter. First discovered in 1938. Wait, when did Ibn Saud become the guy? Not even close. Shut the fuck up. Wait. Proclaimed dominion, 2 kingdoms, 32-33, unification of Saudi. So, Hejaz War, takeover of the Hashemite kingdom of Hejaz. This was in 24-25. I feel like I've written about this in my Obsidian before. What did I say? Oh god, it would be in like the fucking Yemen bit, wouldn't it? Oh no. Not gonna find it in there, sorry. Whatever. I have no idea what he's talking about there, but who knows?
Let's see, there's no hypocrisy present.
The joint meeting of the two houses now dissolved. The House will continue in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
How supportive of the Israeli government's bullshit do you think Kamala will be compared to Biden? Well, apparently Kamala is not interested in keeping Anthony Blinken as Secretary of State, so clearly she's not happy with his decisions. Philip Gordon will likely be Kamala Harris's national security nomination. The rejection of the 3-phase hostage deals from Israel would ensure endless conflict with Hamas. If she really does pick Phil Gordon, that could be a massive switch up in how we handle the our relationship with Israel. Is he a war criminal? Why would a U.S. official be a war criminal? He's not in the Pentagon. He's a U.S. like he's a member of our State Department. Donald Trump just told his nephew Fred that Fred's disabled son should just die. Protest in D.C. They dyed fountains around the Capitol red. They dumped a bunch of like maggots and stuff onto the.
Is this the timestamp? I thought you guys were saying this was the culture timestamp. What? This isn't it. 1 hour 36. Did we pass it? Or what?
Delegations table. Thousands of protesters drawn to the U.S. Capitol. Yeah. 400 Jews.
That's when he's talking. Hmm. 122?
I haven't seen Vosh this upset in a while. I take it you don't catch many streams? It's not a matter of being upset. I just want people to understand what I mean.
Oh, where is this whatever set off?
Your suppression of the groups there, then you. This is an identifying
culture.
Saying X.
Oh yeah, it's all right. Way before this. Fuck you guys.
Defend our land.
How am I supposed to tell? It's YouTube chat. I can't look up a person's log history. How am I supposed to tell? How am I supposed to tell? Like completely ignore the sentiment of my message?
No matter how difficult the road ahead, Israel will not.
You say that, but Bibi has literally showcased multiple brown people to the Congress. You are obviously wrong.
When did it start?
People that have come over. That's
racism, death, oppression.
I promise you this. Two nations will vanquish the tyrants and terrorists who threaten us both. Ooh. As Israel's prime minister, I promise you this. No matter how long it takes.
I wonder how all of the Nazis who support Trump reconcile their support of him as like the based epic Le Pepe red-pilled white supremacy man with the constant unrelenting glazing and palling around with Netanyahu. Are people in YouTube chat seriously arguing about the culture thing? You people are insane.
What did he say? Where the fuck? Okay. He wasn't for a while.
Oh, but what are you talking about? We're in Istanbul.
Jewish culture? When did he fucking say it? Right.
Likewise, America and Israel today can forge a secure
Lebensraum, okay, maybe earlier.
He's being taught not to be racist against Arabs. I mean, if you poll the Israeli population,
Gaza should have a civilian administration run by Palestinians who do not seek to destroy Israel. That's not too much to ask. It's a fundamental thing.
It kind of is. They kind of deserve to want to destroy Israel. I'm sorry. You've killed, like, all their friends and family. Every Palestinian knows personally someone who's died to your bombs. Probably multiple people. They kind of deserve to want to destroy you. You want to destroy them for an infinitely smaller, you know, amount of proportional violence.
That we have a right to demand and to receive.
The war will never end because by destruction of Hamas, what they mean is destruction of any opposition or insurgency, which will never end because the insurgents are right. So there will never be any end to it, you know? This only ends one of two ways. You either completely eradicate the population or you give them their land. That's what happened in Ireland. That's what happened in Iran. That's what happened in India. That's what happened in South Africa. Like in every situation like this, the balancing point that Netanyahu is dishonestly advocating for right now literally cannot happen. And the reason he's lying right now to say this is because he knows that no matter what happens, there will always be Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Because remember, how do you know he's Hamas? Because he's dead. As long as they want to kill, there will be Hamas to kill. So they will always have an excuse for why they haven't established a peaceful...
So why weren't they bombing Gaza before Hamas took over? Gaza didn't used to get airstriked and shit like that. Yeah. That was after the Hamas takeover. They were. Okay, hang on. They started airstriking in 2001. Okay, so let me requalify. Hamas fired their first rocket in 2001. Like, were these airstrikes like proper fucking like IAF sorties all the way like over the strip, or was it like they just or they fired on like one location with a weapon stockpile like they sometimes do in the West Bank? If I rephrase it to why did the operation cast leads and the protective edges, why did they not happen until... I don't think they were ever doing it to that degree, were they? Usually the way they responded before the Hamas takeover and before the pullout was to do incursions, right? Like on the ground. Raids and such. When did they airstrike Gaza in 2001? Oh, they dropped F-16s in Gaza City, Nablus, Ramallah, and Tulkarm, killing 12 Palestinians and wounding 90. In retaliation for a suicide attack. Okay. So they did. Although 12 dead is not exactly like cast lead. Cast lead, I think it was like 260 people died in the first day. But okay. All right.
Resettled Gaza.
A new generation of Palestinians must no longer be taught to hate Jews, but rather to live in peace with us.
What about Israelis being taught not to be racist against Arabs? I mean, if you poll the Israeli population, they're Hitlerite. When it comes to the Arabs, you know, should they be re-educated?
This was something that Yair Golan said, that he wanted to introduce education programs into the IDF to basically get them to be a bit more fucking understanding of why Palestinians are the way that they are towards Israelis.
Those twin words, demilitarization and de-radicalization, those two concepts were applied to Germany and Japan after World War II, and that led to decades of peace, prosperity, and security.
That's because we weren't seeking to eradicate the entire German and Japanese populations, whereas that is what you are trying to do with the Palestinians.
Following our victory, with the help of regional partners, the demilitarization and de-radicalization of Gaza can also lead to a future of security, prosperity, and peace. That's my vision for Gaza. Now, here's my vision for the broader Middle East. It's also shaped in part by what we saw in the aftermath of World War II. After that war, America forged a security alliance in Europe to counter the growing Soviet threat. Likewise, America and Israel today can forge a security alliance in the Middle East to counter the growing Iranian threat. All countries that are at peace with Israel and all those countries who will make peace with Israel should be invited to join this alliance. We saw a glimpse of that potential alliance on April 14th. Led by the United States, more than half a dozen nations worked alongside Israel to help neutralize hundreds of missiles and drones launched by Iran against us. Thank you, President Biden, for bringing that coalition together.
Yeah, do keep in mind that missile barrage was A, performative, and B, after Israel struck the Iranian consulate, killing many high-level diplomats in a completely, like, insane, unprompted move. And they were like, oh, well, there were Palestinians in there. We had to.
The new alliance I envision would be a natural extension of the groundbreaking Abraham Accords. Those accords saw peace forged between Israel and 4 Arab countries, and they were supported by Republicans and Democrats alike. We could call... I have a name for this new alliance. I think we should call it the Abraham Alliance.
Okay. It wasn't Palestinians, it was Hezbollah. Am I getting my facts mixed up? Hezbollah? They're not even at war with Hezbollah officially, man. The idea that they would, like, attack an Iranian consulate over that, I don't know. So much has happened. I can't keep fucking track of it all. It's crazy. It's so bad, man. We're never getting peace in the Middle East. As long as Israel exists in this form, we can never get peace in the Middle East. We can have peace in the Middle East with a Jewish state in the Middle East. We cannot have peace in the Middle East with Israel in its current form in the Middle East. We can't do it. It's not possible. It's insane.
I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in brokering
Sorry, muted. I was saying that last part's actually true, I think. As much as you should probably also include Hezbollah, Iran, the Iranian regime, Hamas, Houthis, but the Israeli government needs to change as well. Like, they're fucking mental. And the settlers need to stop, and the fucking Ben-Gurions need to stop. Yeah, fuck. Anyway.
What the f did I just... Oh, I just hit 1. I'm sorry.
not too much to ask for bringing that coalition together, Abraham Accords. And they were supported by Republicans. Call it the Abraham Alliance.
There we go. Okay.
I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in brokering the historic Abraham Accords.
Israel will never prevail over Iran. Iran is a real culture. Israel is not.
Israelis were relieved that President Trump emerged safe and sound from...
That's where it came from. Okay. Where's the chat going? Let's go.
That dastardly attack on him, dastardly attack on American democracy. There is no room for political violence in democracies.
His chat went a bit pop off after that. Shit.
I also want to thank President Trump.
They're going to call you a Nazi for that one. Yeah, because whenever people are like, whenever people point out that Israel has no culture except for like the borrowed bits of Jewish culture that they get from all around the world, people call you, dude, that's not Israeli culture. That's Jewish culture. If it's culture that's just like cobbled together, whatever you get from like local Arab culture or like the Palestinian culture and or whatever you pull in from Brooklyn or New York or whatever, that's not the same as like a national culture. Jews are not Israel. Israel's a Jewish state. Shut the f up with this bullshit. Israel is a state that claims to be Jewish and has a large Jewish population. There's no real any such thing. There's no innate transposition of an ethnic or religious identity to a state. A state is a legal entity, not a cultural identity. That's like ethno-state logic, okay? We say Israel is a Jewish state as a kind of rhetorical shorthand. Like, yes, they have the Hebrew star in the flag. Yes, they ostensibly represent the interests of Jewish people, but we know they don't actually. They'll buy into the ethno-nationalism, man.
For all the things he did for Israel, from recognizing Israel's sovereignty.
They do kind of serve the interests of Jewish people in the region because they have nowhere else to go, right? Like, and they don't, and life would be very fucking difficult for them. Far more difficult than in Israel if they had to live as a minority in any Arab or Muslim state, just about. So,
over the Golan Heights, to confronting Iran's aggression, to recognizing Jerusalem as our capital and moving the American embassy there.
Yeah. Fucking Jerusalem.
There is no Jewish culture. Yeah, it's like saying there's Christian culture. Okay, what do you mean by like Christian culture? What do you mean like
careful, because Jewish people are a little bit more unique in the sense that even when they're secular, even when they're like atheists, they still do a lot of the cultural practice, right? Like the amount of fucking holidays that they have and things like Shabbat and all these. Yeah, there's. Even without their religion, they have a lot of like ethnic practices that are like they're far more practicing than Christians. Even the Christian culture, like, would you say there's no Muslim culture? There kind of is.
What was I say? Albanian, not Albanian. Armenian? Do you mean like Italian, Southern or Northern? Do you mean like German? Do you mean like American, like Mormon Christian? Like, what do you mean? Like, there's like a billion Christians. A lot of them would kill each other. Do you mean the Fourth Crusade, where the Orthodox Christians were betrayed by the Catholics and they sacked Constantinople? What are you talking about? Or Istanbul?
But then that's why it's easier to say for Jewish people, because they're a lot more similar. Like, there's less of them, and like so many of them are concentrated only in that one country, Israel. They do have disparities. They've got your ultra-Orthodox and your Haredi, and you've got your atheists and your more like secular. Yeah, you've got those. Are there suddenly no Muslims or Christians in Israel? No, I think he knows there are.
That's Jerusalem, our eternal capital, never to be divided again.
Damn. I really hate it that Congress is clapping for that. Like the fact that like everyone's just basically shitting on the two-state solution. Like, fuck me. It's so weird that like Jerusalem is apparently undivided, even though the municipality of Jerusalem includes so many different towns and communities that are basically all Arab. Like they're so Arab that Israelis wouldn't even want to fucking go there. Like, it's ironic that these same people who are so who brick it over the thought of 100,000 refugees coming in a right of return deal, but they're happy to annex over 1/3 Arabs from Jerusalem into their territory. Like, fuck me. That's like a massive contradiction. And that's got nothing to do with Judaism or Jewish history. Like what? The Shuafat refugee camp is apparently like a Jewish symbol. That's what they were when they were in fucking Eastern Europe and praying and singing those fucking songs about return to the Holy Land. They were really dreaming of going back to like Shuafat and shit. No, come on. Or Abu Dis. Sheikh Jarrah.
My dear friends, Democrats and Republicans, despite these times of upheaval, I'm hopeful about the future. I'm hopeful about Israel because my people...
The undivided Jerusalem, that literally... Yeah, because the wall is actually in the municipality of Jerusalem. It's not outside of it. It's not the border. It's within, yeah.
The Jewish people emerged from the depths of hell, from dispossession and genocide. Ooh. And against all odds, we restored our sovereignty in our ancient homeland. We built a powerful and vibrant democracy, a democracy that pushes the boundaries of innovation for the betterment of all humanity.
I bet Lonabox doesn't know how to parallel park. What a strange thing to say to a stranger on the internet. What? Okay, I don't need to watch all of this. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know how to parallel park. I don't drive. Apart from when I'm driving into your mum's fucking fanny. Alright.
Chaos erupted at Union Station in Washington, D.C. yesterday when thousands of pro-Palestine protesters gathered to condemn Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress. Now, at one point, protesters painted a, quote, "Hamas is coming" on the Columbus Fountain and wrote Gaza slogans on the Liberty Bell. They also took down an American flag, replaced it with the Palestinian flag, and then burned the American flag. Let's watch. Clashes broke out between demonstrators. Law enforcement also used pepper spray at times and did arrest at least 23 demonstrators after the chaos. A group of Republican lawmakers went to Union Station subsequently to raise the American flag. Here's Representative Mike Collins along with House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Hey, listen, Mike Collins, we just got through voting not too long ago, and I'm standing here with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Earlier today, this is where they took down the flags. We're at Union Station now. They took down the American flags and hoisted up the Palestinian flag and actually burned our American flag just about 20 yards from us here. So we decided that we would come to Union Station tonight, hoist the American flags back up there, which is what we did. There's a couple of things you need to realize.
What did Kamala say about the protests?
This is the United States
Where's her
of America.
fucking...
Don't come here and don't take down our flags. Number two, we're going to stand with Israel 100%, always.
It wasn't just
pro-Israel, like the pro-Israel Westerners are so funny. They're all just fucking cowboys. She condemned them and said they were bad. Oh, okay. That's not surprising. I thought there'd be a clip, though. Fuck me. Okay. Thoughts on protesters dumping maggots and roaches where hostage families stayed? Wow, you know what? I think that's actually quite bad. That's surprising to you. I had to think about it for a second, you know? Pros and cons? No, it's bad. I think the cons are definitely... All right. Hot take, guys. Hot take. Okay. Okay. I will complete this fucking Trump indictment. I will do it. Whoa. That was weird. I will do it. Doesn't stand a chance against me. Okay. Thoughts on the XQC Hassan beef? It's funny. Do not come. True. Okay. We just did Georgia. Didn't we? No, wait. Arizona? No, I went further. Sorry. We did Georgia. Okay. 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 Michigan. This is 17 out of 45. Okay. It took me 2 days to do 17 pages because I kept on getting fucking distracted. At least I'm only 4 hours into this stream. So 4 hours left. I can do it. I'm also not going to take the Georgia notes were a lot more detailed. I'm not going to do that many notes for each one of these states. We're just going to brush through it and get the TLDR. Mostly just which voter fraud allegation there was, and that's probably it. What was the claim from Michigan? Ballot dumping. Okay. Okay, sorry, I just need to hype myself. I can do this. Okay. I'm a competent human being. Okay. No problem. No problem. Michigan. Okay. On November 5th, 2020, the defendant claimed that there had been a suspicious dump of votes, purportedly illegitimate ballots, stating, "In Detroit, there were hours of unexplained delay in delivering many of the votes for counting. The final batch did not arrive until 4 in the morning, and even though the polls closed at 8 o'clock, they brought it in and the batches came in and nobody knew where they came from." Okay, November 5th. Fifth allegation of ballot dumping. From Trump. Okay. On November 20th, 3 days before Michigan's governor signed a certificate of ascertainment notifying the federal government that based on the popular vote, Biden's electors were to represent Michigan's voters. The defendant held a meeting in the Oval Office with the Speaker of the Michigan House of Representatives and the Majority Leader of the Michigan Senate. In the meeting, the defendant raised his false claim, among others, of an illegitimate vote dump in Detroit. In response, the Michigan Senate Majority Leader told the defendant that he had lost Michigan not because of fraud, but because the defendant had underperformed with certain popular voter populations in the state. Upon leaving their meeting, the Michigan House Speaker and Michigan Senate Majority Leader issued a statement reiterating this. The Senate and House oversight committees are actively engaged in a thorough review of Michigan's election process, and we have faith in the committee process to provide greater transparency and accountability to our citizens. We have not yet been made aware of any information that would change the outcome of the election in Michigan, and as legislative leaders, we will follow the law and follow the normal process regarding Michigan's electors, just as we have said throughout this election. Okay. '20th. Please find no change the outcome of the election. Bit of signed 3 days later. On December 1st, the defendant raised his Michigan vote to dump claim with the Attorney General, who responded that what had occurred in Michigan had been the normal vote counting process and that there was no indication of fraud in Detroit. Attorney General, and is refuted. Despite this, the next day, the defendant made a knowingly false statement that in Michigan, at 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly. Okay. We were winning by a lot. The batch was received in horror. Nobody knows anything about it. It's corrupt. Detroit is corrupt. I have a lot of friends in Detroit. They know it, but Detroit is totally corrupt. Wow. Trump alleges dump to vote. God, he's so fucking mental. On December 4th, co-conspirator 1 sent a text message to the Michigan House Speaker reiterating his unsupported claim of election fraud and attempting to get the Michigan House Speaker to assist in reversing the ascertainment of the legitimate Biden electors. stating, looks like Georgia may well hold some factual hearings and change the certification under Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the Constitution. As co-conspirator 2 explained, they don't just have the right to do it, but the obligation. Help me get this done in Michigan. Similarly, on December 7th, despite still having established no fraud in Michigan, co-conspirator 1, which is Giuliani, sent a text intended for the Michigan Senate Majority Leader. So, I need you to pass a joint resolution from the Michigan legislature that states that the election is in dispute. There's an ongoing investigation by the legislature. So you went over my Reddit posts. I hope you found them useful. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Good Reddit poster. Nice one. The electors sent by Governor Whitmer are not the official electors of the state of Michigan, do not fall within the safe harbor deadline of December 8th under Michigan law. Okay. On December 14th, the day that electors in states across the country were required to vote and submit their votes to Congress, the Michigan House Speaker and Senate Majority Leader announced that contrary to the defendants' requests, they would not decertify the legitimate election results or electors in Michigan. The Michigan Senate Majority Leader's public statement included, "We have not received evidence of fraud on a scale that would change the outcome of the election in Michigan." The Michigan House Speaker's public statement read, in part, "We've diligently examined these reports of fraud to the best of our ability. I fought hard for President Trump. Nobody wanted him to win more than me. I think he's done an incredible job, but I love our republic too. I can't fathom risking our norms." This is Michigan House Speaker. Okay. December 14th. Speaker, Republican. Publicly opposes Trump's claims and says, change the electors. That's unprecedented for good reason, and that's why there is not enough support in the House to cast a new slate of electors. I fear we'd lose our country forever. This truly would bring mutually assured destruction for every future election in regards to the Electoral College, and I can't stand for that. I won't, damn. On January 6th, 2021, the defendant publicly repeated his knowingly false claim regarding an illicit dump of more than 100,000 ballots in Detroit. Okay. It might be good also to just get like each of these claims and see how they were shot down. Like where they came from, what the refutation is, like if they came from anything. Yeah. January 6th, Trump repeats claim of illicit vote dump in Detroit. Okay. That was quick. Nice. Pennsylvania. On November 11th, 2020, the defendant publicly maligned a Philadelphia city commissioner for stating on the news that there was no evidence of widespread fraud in Philadelphia. November 11th. Yes, city. States. No evidence of widespread fraud. Trump gets mad. Gets death threats. Yep. On November 25th, the day after Pennsylvania governor signed a certificate of ascertainment and thus certified to the federal government that Biden's electors were the legitimate electors for the state, co-conspirator 1 orchestrated an event at a hotel in Gettysburg attended by state legislators. Co-conspirator 1 falsely claimed that Pennsylvania had issued 1.8 million absentee ballots and received 2.5 million in return. In the days thereafter, a campaign staffer wrote internally that co-conspirator 1's allegation was just wrong and there's no way to defend it. The deputy campaign manager responded, "We have been saying this for a while. It's very frustrating." Yep. God, these guys they just keep fucking lying, don't they? God. This is Giuliani, right? Wait, why am I doing... Oops. Giuliani hosts event I'll just say claims. Oh, 2 N's. Yeah, issued 1.8. On December 4th, after 4 Republican leaders of the Pennsylvania legislature issued a public statement that the General Assembly lacked the authority to overturn the popular vote and appoint its own electors, its own slate of electors, and was doing so would violate the state election code and constitution, the defendant retweeted a post labeling the legislators cowards. Okay? December 4th. Fuck. 4th, 4 Republican leaders of state legislature. They don't. And the point. And an alternative slate. Trump retweets posts calling them cowards. On December 31st and January 3rd, the defendant repeatedly raised with the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General the allegation that in Pennsylvania there had been 205,000 more votes than voters. Each time, the Justice Department officials and informed the defendant that this claim were false. Okay? I'll just say Jan 3rd. Trump tells AG and acting AG that there were voters refuted by the Justice Department. The Attorney General is from the Justice Department, right? They wouldn't just say Justice Department as a different people from the Attorney Generals, right? True? False? Huh? January 6th. Trump repeated the false claim that there were more votes than voters, right? January 6th, the defendant publicly repeated his knowingly false claim that there had been 205,000 more votes than voters in Pennsylvania. Wow. Pre-watched, pre-read. Trump repeats claim that there were like, it's just so methodical, isn't it? It's just so for each single. It's not even like he revises the claim and tries to suggest something alternative. He just does the one that's been refuted like, by people who support him. Fuck me. Wisconsin. So Georgia was the only long one, and that's the one that I chose to write all of it, okay? On November 29th, a recount in Wisconsin that the defendant's campaign had petitioned and paid for did not change the election result, and in fact increased the defendant's margin of defeat. This is when Trump paid a fuck ton of money for this, didn't he? How much money did Trump spend on recounts? It was like millions, wasn't it? Trump pays for a recount. Turns out Biden got even more votes. He lost by more votes than in the first count. Damn. On December 14th, the Wisconsin Supreme Court rejected an election challenge by the campaign. One justice wrote, "Nothing in this case casts any legitimate doubt that the people of Wisconsin lawfully chose Vice President Biden and Senator Harris to be the next leaders of our great country." Okay. December 21st, as a result of the state Supreme Court's decision, the Wisconsin governor, who had signed a certificate of ascertainment on November 30th, identifying Biden's electors as the state's legitimate electors, signed a certificate of final determination in which he recognized that the state Supreme Court had resolved controversy regarding the appointment of Biden's electors and confirmed that Biden had received the highest number of votes in the state and that his electors were the legitimate slate of electors. Okay. December 21st. Rejects Trump's and challenge Governor decision and the appointment of Biden's electors. That same day, in response to the court decision that prompted the Wisconsin governor to sign a certificate of final determination, the defendant issued a tweet repeating his knowingly false claim of election fraud and demanding that the Wisconsin legislature overturn the election results that had led to the ascertainment of Biden's electors as the legitimate electors. Trump tweets claim of election fraud. What was the fraud claim in Wisconsin? Just that the counting was fraudulent? Is that what he's probably saying? It must be. On December 27th, the defendant raised with the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General a specific fraud claim that there had been more votes than voters in Wisconsin. Ah, there it is, December 27th. Trump tells acting AG and Deputy that there were more votes than people gets refuted. On January 6th, the defendant publicly repeated knowingly false claims that there had been tens of thousands of unlawful votes in Wisconsin. January 6th, Trump claims tens. Okay. So, that is quite wacky. It's like the same pattern in all of them. The fuck? The defendant's use of dishonesty, fraud, and deceit to organize fraudulent slates of electors and cause them to transmit false certificates to Congress. Okay. Use of dishonesty, fraud, and deceit to fraudulent slates of electors cause them to transmit false certificates to Congress. Okay. Organizing of fraudulent This will probably be quite similar to what we've read already from the January 6th committee, but we'll see. As the defendant's attempts to obstruct the electoral vote through a deceit of state officials met with repeated failure beginning in early December 2020, he and co-conspirators developed a new plan. To marshal individuals who would have served the defendant's electors, he had won the popular vote in 7 target states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and caused those individuals to make and send to the vice president and Congress false certifications that they were legitimate electors. Under the plan, the submission of these fraudulent slates would create a fake controversy at the certification proceeding and position the vice president, presiding on January 6th as president of the Senate, to supplant legitimate electors with the defendant's fake electors to certify the defendant as president. The plan capitalized on ideas presented in memoranda drafted by co-conspirator 5. That would be Cheesebro, I think. Yeah. An attorney who was assisting the defense campaign with legal efforts related to a recount in Wisconsin. The memoranda evolved over time from a legal strategy to preserve the defendant's rights to a corrupt plan to subvert the federal government function by stopping Biden's electors' votes from being counted and certified as follows. The November 18th memorandum, Wisconsin memo, advocated that because of the ongoing recount in Wisconsin, the defendant's electors there should meet and cast votes on December 14th, the date the ECA required appointed electors to vote. Okay, this is the Wisconsin memo. To preserve the alternative of the defendant's Wisconsin elector slate in the event of the defendant ultimately prevailed in the state. December 6th memorandum. Fraudulent elector memo marked a sharp departure from co-conspirator 5's Wisconsin memo, advocating that the alternate electors originally conceived of to preserve rights in Wisconsin instead be used in a number of states as fraudulent electors to prevent Biden from receiving the 270 electoral votes necessary to secure the presidency in January 6th. The fraudulent elector memo suggested that the defendant's electors in 6 purportedly contested states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, should meet and mimic as best possible the actions of the legitimate Biden electors, and that on January 6th, the vice president should open and count the fraudulent votes, setting up a fake controversy that would derail the proper certification of Biden as president-elect. December 9th memorandum, fraudulent elector instructions, consisted of co-conspirator 5's instructions on how fraudulent electors could mimic legitimate electors in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Co-conspirator 5 noted that in some states it would be virtually impossible for the fraudulent electors to successfully take the same steps as the legitimate electors because state law required formal participation in the process by state officials or access to official resources. So November 18th to December 9th. We go further. Memorandums circulate. Proposing 6 states. The plan began in early December, and ultimately, the conspirators and the defendant's campaign took the Wisconsin memo and expanded it to any state that the defendant claimed was contested, even New Mexico, which the defendant had lost by more than 10% of the popular vote. This expansion was forecast by emails of the defendant's chief of staff sent by December 6th, forwarding the Wisconsin memo to campaign staff and writing, "We just need to have someone coordinating the electors for states." On December 6th, the defendant and co-conspirator 2 called the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee to ensure that the plan was in motion. During the call, co-conspirator 2 told the chairwoman that it was important for the RNC to help the defendant's campaign gather electors in targeted states, and falsely represented to her that such electors' votes would only be used if ongoing litigation in one of the states changed the results in the defendant's favor. Okay, December 6th. RNC is... Trump calls RNC chairwoman, asking her to ensure the plan was in motion. And aiming that if changed resulted in a state flipping. So they lied to her. I did think when they got the RNC involved, but I'm guessing they did it by lying to them. Okay. What the fuck? Right. Hi, Silver. How's it going? Okay. On December 7th, co-conspirator 1 received the Wisconsin memo and the fraudulent letter memo. Co-conspirator 1 spoke with co-conspirator 6 regarding attorneys who could assist in the fraudulent letter effort in the targeted states, and he received from co-conspirator 6 an email identifying attorneys in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Okay. The next day, on December 8th, co-conspirator 5 called the Arizona attorney on co-conspirator 6's list. In an email after the call, the Arizona attorney recounted his conversation with co-conspirator 5 as follows. I just talked to the gentleman who did that memo. His idea is basically that all of us have our electors send in their votes, even though the votes aren't legal under federal law because they're not signed by the governor. Okay. So the members of Congress can fight about whether they should be counted on January 6th. They could potentially argue that they're not bound by federal law because they're Congress and make the law, etc. Kind of wild, creative. I'm happy to discuss. My comment to him was that I guess there's no harm in it, legally at least. We would just be sending in fake electoral votes to Pence so that someone in Congress can make an objection when they start counting votes and start arguing that the fake votes should be counted. Okay? At co-conspirator 1's direction on December 10th, co-conspirator 5 sent to points of contact in all targeted states except Wisconsin, which had already received his memos, and New Mexico, a streamlined version of the Wisconsin memo, which did not reveal that the intended fraudulent use of defendants' electors, and the fraudulent elector instructions along with the fraudulent elector certificates that he had drafted. The next day, on December 11th, through co-conspirator 5, co-conspirator 1 suggested that the Arizona lawyer file a petition for certiorari? In the Supreme Court as a pretext to claim that litigation was pending in the state, to provide cover for the convening and voting of the defendant's fraudulent electors there. Co-conspirator 5 explained that co-conspirator 1 had heard from a state official and state provisional elector that it could appear treasonous for the AZ electors, Arizona, to vote on Monday if there's no pending court proceeding. To manage the plan in Pennsylvania on December 12th, co-conspirator 1, co-conspirator 5, and 6 participated in a conference call organized by the defendant's campaign with the defendant's electors in that state. When the defendant's electors expressed concern about signing certificates representing themselves as legitimate electors, co-conspirator 1 falsely assured them that their certificates would be used only if the defendant succeeded in litigation. Subsequently, co-conspirator 6 circulated proposal conditional language to that effect for potential inclusion in the fraudulent elector certificates. A campaign official cautioned not to offer the conditional language to other states because the other states are signing what he prepared. If it gets out, we change the language for PA, it could snowball. In some cases, the defendant's electors refused to participate in the plan. December 12th. Electors are assured only be used if Trump's defeated. Electors refuse to participate in the plan. Good for them. On December 13th, co-conspirator 5 sent co-conspirator 1 an email memorandum that further confirmed that the conspirators' plan was not to use the fraudulent electors only in the circumstance that the defendant's litigation was successful in one of the targeted states. Instead, the plan was to falsely present the fraudulent slates as an alternative to legitimate slates at Congress's certification proceeding. Hang on. Okay. On December 13th, the defendant asked the senior campaign advisor for an update on what's going on with the elector plan and directed him to put out a statement on electors. As a result, co-conspirator 1 directed the senior campaign advisor to join a conference call with him, co-conspirator 6 and others. When the senior campaign advisor related these developments in text messages to the deputy campaign manager, a senior advisor to the defendant and a campaign staffer, the deputy campaign manager responded, "Here's the thing. The way this is morphed is a crazy play, so I don't know who wants to put their name on it." Who said this? Senior advisor. Okay. The senior advisor wrote, certifying illegal votes. In turn, the participants in the group text message refused to have a statement regarding electors attributed to their names because none of them could stand by it. Okay. So there's a lot of doubt going on here. Huh? Also, on November 13th, who said this? Sorry, deputy campaign manager. Trump senior advisor. His doubt describes the plan as certifying illegal votes. Also on December 13th, at a campaign staffer's request, co-conspirator 5 drafted and sent fraudulent elector certificates for the defendant's electors in New Mexico, which had not previously been among the targeted states, and where there was no pending litigation on the defendant's behalf. Okay. The next day, the defense campaign filed an election challenge suit in New Mexico at 11:54 a.m., 6 minutes before the noon deadline for the electors' votes, as a pretext so that there was pending litigation there at the time the fraudulent electors voted. Wow. That's insane. What the fuck? Number 14th, say 13th to 14th. That's a big one. For New Mexico, where Trump had no pending litigation and lost by 10% of the vote. Trump campaign files a challenge suit. Minutes before the deadline. Wait, 11:54 a.m. Oh, okay. So for New Mexico, they really just made one up. That's fucking mental. What's this? Based Pence. What did Pence say?
I want the American people to know that I had no right to overturn the election. And then on that day, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution. But I chose. I want the American people to know that I had no right to overturn the election. And then on that day, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution. But I chose the Constitution, and I always will. I mean, I really do believe that anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. And anyone who asks someone else to put themselves over the Constitution should never be president of the United States again. Now, with regard to the substance of the indictment, I've been very clear. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this. I had hoped that this issue and the judgment of the president's actions that day would be left to the American people.
Wild. What a fucking nutter. Okay. December 14th. The legitimate electors of all 50 states and the District of Columbia met in their respective jurisdictions to formally cast their votes for president, resulting in a total of 232 electoral votes for the defendant and 306 for Biden. Okay, December 14th. Legitimate electors to cast votes. 232 for Trump and 306 for Biden. The legitimate electoral votes that Biden won in the states that the defendant targeted and the defendant's margin of defeat were as follows. Arizona, 11 electoral votes, 10,000. Okay. Margin of defeat. 10,000 in Arizona, 11,000 Georgia. Wait, how many votes did Trump ask for in Georgia? Was it the exact number? Hang on. It's here, Georgia. No, the perfect phone call was Arizona. No? It was Georgia. Oh yeah, here. The perfect phone call. He asked for... He asked for 1 vote more than what he lost by. No fucking way, bro. Why did he wanted to win by 1 vote? God. Michigan. Okay. Yeah, Raffensperger. That's so weird. Fucking clown. On the same day, at the direction of the defendant and co-conspirator 1, fraudulent electors convened sham proceedings in the 7 targeted states to cast fraudulent electoral ballots in favor of the defendant. In some states, in order to satisfy legal requirements set forth for legitimate electors under state law, state officials were enlisted to provide the fraudulent electors access to state capitol buildings so that they could gather and vote there. In many cases, however, as co-conspirator 5 had predicted in the fraudulent elector instructions, fraudulent electors were unable to satisfy the legal requirements. Okay. Nonetheless, as directed in the fraudulent elector instructions, shortly after the fraudulent electors met on December 14th, the targeted states' fraudulent elector certificates were mailed to the President of the Senate, the Archivist of the United States, and others. The defendant and co-conspirators ultimately used the certificates of these fraudulent electors to deceitfully target the government function and did so contrary to how fraudulent electors were told they would be used. Okay? Unlike those of the fraudulent electors, God, they're using that phrase a lot, aren't they? Consistent with the ECA, the legitimate electors' signed certificates were annexed to the state executive's certificate of ascertainment before being sent to the President of the Senate and others. That evening, 6:26 p.m., the RNC chairwoman forwarded to the defendant through his executive assistant an email titled Electors Recap Final, which represented that in the 6 contested states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, the defendant's electors had voted in parallel to Biden's electors. The defendant's executive assistant responded, "It's in front of him." Okay. Huh. The defendant's attempt to leverage the Justice Department to use deceit to get state officials to replace legitimate electors and electoral votes with the defendants. This is all the stuff here has been thrown out though because Trump has immunity, right? This particular part. To leverage the Justice Department. Place legitimate electors. Okay. In late December 2020, the defendant attempted to use the Justice Department to make knowingly false claims of election fraud to officials in the targeted states through a formal letter under the acting Attorney General's signature, thus giving the defendant's lies the backing of the federal government and attempting to improperly influence the targeted states to replace legitimate Biden electors with the defendants. Late December 2020, Trump used the Justice Department to make false claims of electoral fraud. And this is all him acting in his official capacity as president because he's going through the DOJ. December 22nd, the defendant met with co-conspirator 4 at the White House. Co-conspirator 4 had not informed his leadership at the Justice Department of the meeting, which was a violation of the Justice Department's written policy restricting contacts with the White House to guard against improper political influence. Okay, December 2022. Wait, never mind. Don't need that. On December 26th, co-conspirator 4 spoke on the phone with the acting Attorney General and lied about the circumstances of his meeting with the defendant of the White House, falsely claiming that the meeting had been unplanned. The acting Attorney General directed co-conspirator 4 not to have authorized contacts with the White House again, and co-conspirator 4 said he would not. On the next morning, contrary to the acting Attorney General's direction, co-conspirator 4 spoke with the defendant on the defendant's cell phone for nearly 3 minutes. Damn. That afternoon, the defendant called the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General and said, among other things, "People tell me co-conspirator 4 is great. I should put him in." Who's co-conspirator 4 again? Is that Jeffrey Clark? Okay. Hmm. The defendant also raised multiple false claims of election fraud, which the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General refuted. When the acting Attorney General told the defendant that the Justice Department could not and would not change the outcome of the election, the defendant responded, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." So that's probably important. December 27th, Trump tells acting AG and acting Deputy, just say that the election. On December 28th, co-conspirator 4 sent a draft letter to the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General, which he proposed they all sign. The draft was addressed to state officials in Georgia, and co-conspirator 4 proposed sending versions of the letter to elected officials in other targeted states. The proposed letter contained numerous knowingly false claims about the election and the Justice Department, including that the Justice Department had identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states. The Justice Department believed that in Georgia and other states, 2 valid slates of electors had gathered at the proper location on December 14th, and that both sets of ballots had been transmitted to Congress. That is, co-conspirator 4's letter sought to advance the defendant's fraudulent elector plan by using the authority of the Justice Department to falsely present the fraudulent electors as a valid alternative to the legitimate electors. Yeah. Draft letter sent to department officials asking them to sign. Post. There's real ones as equally legitimate. The Justice Department urged that the state legislature convene a special legislative session to create the opportunity to, among other things, choose the fraudulent electors over the legitimate ones. The acting Deputy AG promptly responded to co-conspirator 4 by email and told him that his proposed letter was false, writing, "Despite dramatic claims to the contrary, we have not seen the type of fraud that calls into the question the reported and certified results of the election." In a meeting shortly thereafter, the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General again directed co-conspirator 4 not to have unauthorized contact with the White House. Okay. The AG refutes letter. On December 31st, the defendant summoned to the Oval Office the acting Attorney General, acting Deputy Attorney General, and other advisors. In the meeting, the defendant again raised claims about election fraud that Justice Department officials already had told him were not true, and the senior Justice Department officials reiterated were false and suggested he might change the leadership in the Justice Department. On January 2nd, 2021, just 4 days before Congress's certification proceeding, co-conspirator 4 tried to coerce the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General to sign and send co-conspirator 4's draft letter, which contained false statements to state officials. He told them that the defendant was considering making co-conspirator 4 the new acting Attorney General, but that co-conspirator 4 would decline the defendant's offer if the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General would agree to send the proposed letter to the targeted states. The Justice Department officials refused. The next morning, on January 3rd, despite having uncovered no additional evidence of election fraud, co-conspirator 4 sent to a Justice Department colleague an edited version of his draft letter to the states, which included a change from its previous claim that the Justice Department had concerns to a stronger false claim that, as of today, there is evidence of significant irregularities that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states. Still trying on January 3rd, eh? Edited draft letter sent to states. I think that the Justice Department believed there were outcome changing in the election. Also, on the morning of January 3rd, co-conspirator 4 met with the defendant at the White House, again without having informed senior Justice Department officials, and accepted the defendant's offer that he become acting Attorney General. Okay. On the afternoon of January 3rd, co-conspirator 4 spoke with a deputy White House counsel. The previous month, the deputy White House counsel had informed the defendant that there is no option in which you do not leave the White House on January 20th. Now, the same deputy White House counsel tried to dissuade co-conspirator 4 from assuming the role of acting Attorney General. The deputy White House counsel reiterated to co-conspirator 4 that there had not been outcome determinative fraud in the election, and that if the defendant remained in office nonetheless, there would be riots in every major city in the United States. Co-conspirator 4 responded, "Well, deputy White House counsel, that's why there's an Insurrection Act." Oh. Also that afternoon, co-conspirator 4 met with the acting Attorney General and told him that the defendant had decided to put co-conspirator 4 in charge of the Justice Department. The acting Attorney General responded that he would not accept being fired by a subordinate and immediately scheduled a meeting with the defendant for that evening. On the evening of January 3rd, the defendant met for a briefing on an overseas national security issue with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and other senior national security advisors. The chairman briefed the defendant on the issue, which had previously arisen in December, as well as possible ways the defendant could handle it. When the chairman and other advisor recommended that the defendant make no action because Inauguration Day was only 17 days away and any course of action could trigger something unhelpful, the defendant calmly agreed, stating, "Yeah, you're right. It's too late for us. We're going to give that to the next guy." The defendant moved immediately from this national security briefing to the meeting that the acting Attorney General had requested earlier that day, which included co-conspirator 4, the acting AG, the acting Deputy AG, the Justice Department Attorney General, for the Office of Legal Counsel, the White House Counsel, Deputy White House Counsel, and Senior Advisor. At the meeting, the defendant expressed frustration with the acting Attorney General for failing to do anything to overturn the election results, and the group discussed co-conspirator 4's plans to investigate purported election fraud and to send his proposal letter to state officials, a copy of which was provided to the defendant during the meeting. The defendant relented in his plan to replace the acting Attorney General with co-conspirator 4 only when he was told that it would result in mass resignations at the Justice Department and of his own White House counsel. At the meeting in the Oval Office on the night of January 3rd, co-conspirator 4 suggested that the Justice Department should opine that the Vice President could exceed his lawful authority during the certification proceeding and change the election outcome. When the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel began to explain why the Justice Department should not do so, the defendant said, "No one here should be talking to the Vice President. I'm talking to the Vice President," and ended the discussion. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Almost done. What else is there here? This is a long section. Exploitation of violence at the Capitol. Oh, we're getting to January 6th. Okay. The fuck? You guys are very quiet right now. Are you still here? Okay. Harris's argument with Netanyahu. Yeah, I'll look at that. Don't worry. Do that tomorrow. I think I just want to. I never want to do this on stream again. I actually kind of hate it. Like I can just read this off stream and do like whatever. We'll finish this one though, just for the experience, just to say we did it. The defendant's attempt to leverage the Justice Department to use deceit to get state officials to replace legitimate electors and electoral votes with the defendants. Did I just use I just did this bit. Sorry, what the fuck? Where are we now? We're here. Okay. Oh, yeah, using the vice president. Okay. Trump's attempt to list Pence to alter the election results. Okay. Pence, you're up. As the January 6th congressional certification proceeding approached and other efforts to impair, obstruct, and defeat the federal government function failed, the defendant sought to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the certification to fraudulently alter the election results. The defendant did this first by using knowingly false claims of election fraud to convince the vice president to accept the defendant's fraudulent electors, reject legitimate electoral votes, or send legitimate electoral votes to state legislatures for review rather than count them. Okay. When that failed, okay, so Trump initially tries to convince Pence of fraud. To either accept fraudulent electors, reject legitimate or send states Right. When that failed, the defendant attempted to use a crowd of supporters that he gathered in Washington, D.C. to pressure the vice president to fraudulently alter the election results. On December 19th, 2020, after cultivating widespread anger and resentment for weeks with his knowingly false claims of election fraud, the defendant urged his supporters to travel to Washington on the day of the certification proceeding, tweeting, "Big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild." Throughout late December, he repeatedly urged his supporters to come to Washington for January 6th. Upon failure, Trump attempts to use a crowd of supporters on Jan 6 to pressure Pence to complying. All right. I guess we'll do timeline. Just do a separate thing for it. Timeline? Fuck me. Timeline. All right. On December 19th, after cultivating widespread anger and resentment for weeks with his knowingly false claims of election fraud, the defendant urged his supporters, okay, we got that. 19th. Trump tweets out planned protest on Jan 6. Number 9th, 23rd. The defendant retweeted a memo titled Operation Pence Card, which falsely asserted that the vice president could, among other things, unilaterally disqualify legitimate electors from 6 targeted states. All right. Wait, does anyone have that tweet? Memo arguing that Pence could unilaterally legit. From Trump tweet, December 23rd, 2020. Is there actually an archive of Trump's tweets from each fucking day? It's a retweet, though. Are these retweets? Is that why these are coming up? No, that's just him rambling. Bumping away. Surveillance. Okay. Oh, how often did he fucking tweet? All right, not that often. All right. Yeah. Newt Gingrich. Statement. Retweet. Oh, they have the retweet. Okay. What? This? Bro. What's this? No, thank you. Washington Times. Pence. Where is the... Is it here? What was this retweet? Oh, he just retweeted the same fucking video. Can't find it. Is this it? Retweeted and later deleted. Does no one have the picture of it? Is it this? Apparently he retweeted this and deleted it. Is it gone then? Fuck. Trump retweet Operation Pence card. Oh, here's a screenshot of it. Wayback Machine? Yeah. Someone must have been archived, but it's like the time that he did it as well. Because if he would have deleted it on the same day. Fuck. How would I get that? Would I just get real Donald Trump from that date? You cheated. We saw the videos. Nice one. Come on. Make me proud. 2020. What? Oh, it's because it's fucking X. It should be called Twitter. Here we go. 2020. And this was retweeted on the 24th. No, one day ago, which means it'd be 24th, 23rd. Okay. 23rd. Many snapshots. Okay. Let's go through every stinking one of them, shall we? Hey. That's the 24th. Fuck me. All right, hang on. We gotta start again. Let's do it chronologically, okay? 23rd. Okay, you. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10:02, 10:25, 10:30, 16:52, 9:04, 10:32, sorry. God, he's really tweeting at all hours. Am I the only one that knows middle clicking a link opens it in a new tab automatically? Wait, what? What? Bro! That's fucking mental. This is like discovering control backspace, bro. I'm gonna crash my internet. Did you not know that? I'm a boomer, okay? I'm a big boomer. Is there a hotkey to just move to the right for tabs? Oh, these fucking snapshots, man. They don't... Wait. What did he retweet again? It was a guy called Ivan Pence Card Reichlen. Look at him, man. Pitbull. We're gonna find it. Let's just Control F Ivan. Can you not Control F a fucking archive? Oh my god. So it's 23rd to 24th. Okay. Ivan. Where are you? He's not there. Did he take a break on the 22nd? What? Newt Gingrich. Ron Johnson. Trump. Okay. Come on, boy. Load up. Control tab and Control Shift tab. That's easier clicking, but What about the hotkey to just close the page? Wisconsin. Democrats dumped hundreds of thousands of ballots in the swing states. It was a rigged election. I remember this. He was going, every single tweet was getting fucking noted by Twitter at the time. I remember this so well. Where is Mr. Ivan, though? Control W. W. Also, if you give me a hotkey that doesn't work, I'm going to ban you. Even if it's an inoffensive. Nice. Newt Gingrich. Dumped. No Ivan. Okay. Wait. It would move to the top of the page, so I should just do it like this. Bro. "14 gods grew." When you say works, what do you mean? As in, if someone gets me to Alt F4 or like crash my PC, I'm just gonna fucking ban them. Yeah. Or if they just give me a key binding that doesn't do anything to troll me. Because I know what you guys are like. Well, it's not here. We're gonna find it, okay? It's gonna be so real. 21. Wait, why are some of these December 22nd? Did I fuck up? Bro. We go here. Okay. Team Trump, Team Trump. Bro, happy birthday. Retweet, retweet, retweet. Nope. After seeing the massive voter fraud, special counsel is not needed, most corrupt election in the history of our country. Bro, how did he get away with behaving like this, bro? This is so stupid. Retweet himself, okay, as you do. To be fair, if that presidential project page doesn't have it, I doubt Wayback Machine would. We have that someone screenshotted it. I think that's it. That's all we're gonna get. Baghdad embassy attack. Oh, this was the time. Okay. Because he was busy crying about the election. Oh! We found it. It's here. Okay. There you are. Ivan. He's there. Does it just need to load? Ivan. Okay, it's there. And it's not here. No, it's there as well. Okay. He's here. He's here. All right. Is he here? Ivan. Okay, he's in all these ones. So I can just fuck off the other ones. Bye-bye. He's not here. Oh, he's here. Okay. He's in all these ones. Fuck. So find the one where he's top of the page here. Okay, good. Right. These ones to the left. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Get a job. Get a job. Get a job. Get a job. Now I'll just leave this one open. Okay. I guess I'll just close all the other ones, right? To let this one. No, wait, this is like a fucking foreign one, so I should get the English one. You know, just because respect the simplicity of our viewers. This is all. Who is archiving these ones? This was archived from an English speaking. Okay. Ivan Pence card, and all these ones can fuck off because it's just full of new shit. Okay. Is it gonna load? It will load, right? It's not just gonna be doing this fucking wheel forever. Oh, why did I do that? I don't need to do that. Well, it's got the archive to show that he retweeted it. And then I just need what the retweet was. Because it's just such a funny fucking meme. Control-Alt-Delete. Smith! Fuck you. F5. Really? Oh, wait, hey, fuck you, Short Otaku. Look at this. Short Fire Otaku, you want to eat those badly chosen words? I'm going to serve you those badly chosen words. You faithless fuck. All right, look at this. Look at this absolute smasher. It's not even blurry. So this is what he said. This is what this is what the plan was. Do I need to read this? This is a banger. He retweeted the fucking plan and then deleted it really quickly. I wonder if someone told him to. It's got the applicable laws. Bro. Notify each Secretary of State which certified for Biden where the fraud occurred that he hasn't received any certificates of legally appointed electors or their votes because of the fraud. The Vice President further requests that the Secretaries of those states and the relevant district judge send the certificates legally appointed electors and their votes based upon non-fraudulent elections that did not violate laws passed by the state legislators. Okay. Since all state legislatures essentially require, in some form or fashion, that their electors be appointed by honest and non-fraudulent elections, the Senate President will not have received any certificates of permissible votes from appointed electors as required by the Constitution in the manner directed by the legislature of those states. So this is why when Trump says the legitimate electors, that's why you know he's referring to his own ones, the fake ones. In the January 6th speech, right? Because he's saying that the real ones are actually not real because they're based on fraud. What does this one say? Oh, that's a fucking banger tweet. What else does it say? Pence sample letter? So they're basically saying that he didn't receive constitutionally acceptable slates of electors because of fraud. Huh. That's so funny. Okay. So people were onto this. This is from the time. Is this confirmation that such a memo exists? He actually tweeted the fucking plan out. Oh, God. Funny. And it argued that he could unilaterally disqualify legitimate electors. I think that's what they say, right? That's like the TLDR. Well, good thing we have the archive because this is blurry as shit. What a fucking joker. What a meme lord. How are these clowns not in prison? Oh, you know, you get away with crimes. I mean, they did, like, Eastman did plead guilty and he had to fucking write that letter of apology to Georgia, to the state of Georgia. Yeah, that did happen. Anyway, we need to carry on. We need to... Can't fuck about, okay? I thought that was Cheesebro. Was it Cheesebro or Eastman? Hang on. This is from... Oh, it's Cheesebro pleading guilty. Yeah, okay. Not Eastman. Whoops. Getting these guys all mixed up and shit. Okay. On the same day, co-conspirator 2 circulated a 2-page memorandum outlining a plan for the vice president to unlawfully declare the defendant the certified winner of the presidential election. December 23rd. Is this, did I get dates for these? There's no date. Wait, which one is... 2 is Eastman, so it would be this one. First memo. Can I make like an internal link to this particular part? I think I could. If I just add link. Whoa. Huh. Oh, okay, I know what to do. Okay. So it'd be first memo. Okay. Eastman. First. If I say add link, and then I go to... Where was it? No, but it can't be within. Cannot be the first memo. Oh, God. How do I... Can I not link to within the document? Does it matter? I'll just do this. Yeah, but I'm trying to get to first memo. Just... Like, it's not going to come, is it? To link subheadings, add hashtag. Ah! Fucking huge. What's going on? Why is it being weird? Oh, no, because I double linked. Okay. Hashtag? Where's memo? Oh, no, I just do... Oh, okay, I just do this. Wait, what? So wait, now this hashtag needs to fuck off. This is something else. I'm trying to link this heading here. Apparently it's this, which gets that, but apparently if you add the hashtag, but when I add the hashtag, all kinds of shit goes wrong. What? Start from the name of the document. Oh. Do I just have to type it then? Because when I do that, all hell breaks loose. all hell's breaking loose. What? Bro. He did get disbarred, yeah. First meme, true. It's because you had a link in your header that's not. Oh. Oh, so having a link there is bad. Okay, okay. Let's see. Let's get rid of this. Copy. Fuck off. Let's put it here. Okay. Now let's go here. Nope. Still retarded. Look at this. Fucking bullshit. It's not supposed to look like that, is it? I just want to do this. I just want to hyperlink it. Add link. And it's just being... Does it have to be the exact words? Whatever. Okay. Fucking waste of time. I didn't need to do that. Okay. And in the memorandum, they claim the 7 states transmit 2 slates of electors and propose the vice president that because of the ongoing disputes, no electors can be validly appointed. Violation of the ECA. Pence then gavels Trump as re-elected. 2 months earlier, co-conspirator 2 had taken the opposite position, writing that neither the Constitution nor the ECA provided the vice president discretion in the counting of electoral votes or permitted them to make the determination on his own. Okay, that's interesting. 2 months earlier, Eastman had argued the opposite. Neither the Constitution nor the ECA gave the VP discretion in counting the votes. Funny. There's workarounds, but it will involve writing different stuff. It's okay. Doesn't matter. On several private phone calls in late December and early January, the defendant repeated knowingly false claims of election fraud and directly pressured the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the certification proceeding on January 6 to fraudulently overturn the results of the election. And the vice president resisted, including. Okay. December 25th. Trump. So these are phone calls. When the vice president called Trump to wish him a Merry Christmas, the defendant quickly turned the conversation to January 6th and his request that the vice president reject electoral votes that day. The vice president pushed back, telling the defendant, as the vice president already had in previous conversations, "You know I don't think I have the authority to change the outcome." Okay. Pence calls Trump to say Merry Christmas. Trump moves the conversation to Jan 6. Pence refuses. That's very funny. December 29th, as reflected in the vice president's contemporaneous notes, the defendant falsely told the vice president that the Justice Department was finding major infractions. Okay. Trump tells Pence the Justice Department is finding fractions. Merry Christmas, Donald. I'll get them to hang you. Jesus. The defendant called the vice president and berated him because he had learned that the vice president had opposed a lawsuit seeking a judicial decision that at the certification, the vice president had the authority to reject or return votes to the states under the Constitution. The vice president responded that he thought there was no constitutional basis for such authority and that it was improper. In response, the defendant told the vice president, "You're too honest." Within hours of the conversation, the defendant reminded his supporters to meet in Washington before the certification proceeding, tweeting, "The big protest rally in Washington, D.C. will take place at 11 a.m. on January 6th. Locational details to follow. Stop the steal." Berates Pence for opposing a lawsuit. In the Pence Peace can reject or return votes. When Pence refuses, Trump says, "You're too honest." That's a big quote, isn't it? That's a good one for the quote snipers, for the Finkelsteins. You realize that Pence said he didn't have the authority to do what Trump wanted him to, and Trump said, "You're too honest." Explain to me that. On January 3rd, the defendant again told the vice president that at the certification proceeding, the vice president had the absolute right to reject electoral votes and the ability to overturn the election. The vice president responded that he had no such authority and that a federal appeals court had rejected the lawsuit, making that claim the previous day. Bro, can you imagine having a fucking colleague, like a boss essentially, who talks to you like this? Like fucking every third or fourth day, just nagging you about the same shit? That's so oh God. These are the quotes that I used to convince a family member of the fake electors thing being a real scheme. What? Trump saying that Pence was too honest? That one? Really? Does that shit actually work on people? That's good. Okay. Jan 3rd. New second thought video in the Democrats. Wow. Amazing. Sick. What the fuck? No, thank you. Is it good? Is it based? The defendant again told the vice president that at the certification proceeding, the vice president had the absolute right to reject electoral votes and the ability to overturn the election. Trump tells Pence he has the right roll votes and overturn the election. All right. The vice president responded he had no such authority. The federal appeals court had rejected the lawsuit. Pence disagrees, argues that the federal appeals court rejected that claim on the 2nd. Co-conspirator 2 circulated a memorandum that included a new plan which, contrary to the ECA, the vice president would send elector slates to the state legislatures to determine which slate to count. Eastman circulates second memo with new plan. VP state legislatures. Contrary to the EC. So the vice president can't actually send them back to the states. Okay. On January 4th, the defendant held a meeting with co-conspirator 2, the Vice President, the Vice President's Chief of Staff, and Vice President's Counsel for the purpose of convincing the Vice President, based on the defendant's knowingly false claims of election fraud, that the Vice President should reject or send to the states Biden's legitimate electoral votes rather than count them. The defendant deliberately excluded his White House counsel from the meeting because the White House counsel previously had pushed back on the defendant's false claims of election fraud. Okay. 4th, the defendant had a meeting with co-conspirator 2, Vice President. Okay. The defendant deliberately excluded his White House counsel from the meeting because the White House counsel had previously pushed back on the defendant's false claims of election fraud. Okay. Jan 4th, Trump meeting with Pence, Eastman, VP Chief of Staff, and VP Counsel. Arguing same case for sending back state. Vote or rejecting them. White House counsel not invited because they pushed back against claims of fraud. During the meeting, as reflected in the Vice President's contemporaneous notes, the defendant made knowingly false claims of election fraud, including, bottom line, won every state by hundreds of thousands of votes, and we won every state. And asked, regarding, Georgia was 11,700. I love you, Boner. Well, thanks very much. I appreciate that. Shit. We won every state and asked regarding a claim his senior Justice Department officials previously told him was false, including as recently as the night before, was about 205,000 votes more in PA than voters. The defendant and co-conspirator then asked the Vice President to either unilaterally reject the legitimate electors from the 7 targeted states or send the question of which slate was legitimate to the targeted states' legislatures. When the Vice President challenged co-conspirator 2 on whether the proposal to return the question to the states was defensible, co-conspirator 2 responded, well, nobody's tested it before. The Vice President then told the defendant, did you hear that? Even your own counsel is not saying I have that authority. The defendant responded, that's okay. I prefer the other suggestion of the Vice President rejecting the electors unilaterally. Oh. According, this is a big one, to Pence's, because that's what he says in the speech as well, right? Preferred the option. Then that Pence reject the votes unilaterally. Go into preview mode to see what it turns into. No! This is not for publishing, I don't think. Well, these are just like scrap notes. This is like shit. You're not going to get anything from this, I don't think. Like, I'll get something from it because I know what I've read, but this is just going to look like these are prompts for me, but this is just going to look like fucking gibberish to someone else, I think. Also, I'm not reading this. Fuck off. Fuck off. After watching Andrew Wilson's debate with Destiny on this, I'm like, these guys are good debaters, but they are so, they don't give a, it's not that they're uninformed. It's like they don't care about being uninformed. Like, that's not, their way out of this is not to know extra things about the insurrection, or it's just to wriggle. Like, that's their entire fucking approach. Like, this is such a waste of time reading this shit. I feel like with the knowledge I had a month ago, just from loose memory of the January 6th committee and a video I made 4 years ago about the riots, it's like, I feel like that's all I needed. That's all I ever needed. Anyway. Also, on January 4th, when co-conspirator 2 acknowledged to the defendant's senior advisor that no court would support his proposal, a senior advisor told co-conspirator 2, "You're going to cause riots in the streets." Co-conspirator 2 responded that there had been previously points in nation's history where violence was necessary to protect the public. The Republic, sorry. After that conversation, the senior advisor notified the defendant that co-conspirator 2 had conceded that his plan was not going to work. Okay. On the morning of January 5th, at the defendant's discretion, Vice President's Chief of Staff and the Vice President's Counsel met again with co-conspirator 2. Co-conspirator 2 now advocated that the Vice President do what the defendant said he preferred the day before, unilaterally reject electors from the targeted states. During this meeting, co-conspirator 2 privately acknowledged to the Vice President's Counsel that he hoped to prevent judicial review of his proposal because he understood that it would be unanimously rejected by the Supreme Court. The Vice President's Counsel expressed to co-conspirator 2 that following through with the proposal would result in a disastrous situation where the election might have to be decided in the streets. Bruh. That same day, God, this is a busy day. Wait, this is January 5th. The defendant encouraged protest supporters to travel to Washington on January 6th, and he set the false expectation that the vice president had the authority to and might use his ceremonial role at the certification proceeding to reverse the election outcome in the defendant's favor, including issuing the following tweets. The vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. This was within 40 minutes of the defendant's earlier reminder. See you in DC. All right. 5th. Trump. Eastman signals preference towards the unilateral option. Trump tweets same and people of Jan 6. Washington is inundated with people who don't want to see an election victory stolen. Our country has had enough. They won't take it anymore. We hear you and love you from the Oval Office. 5:43 p.m. I will be speaking at the Save America rally tomorrow at the Ellipse at 11 a.m. Eastern. Arrive early. Doors open at 7 a.m. Eastern. Big crowds. Capital letters. Okay. Big crowds. Okay. On January 6th, the defendant met alone, 5th, with Vice President. When the Vice President refused to agree to the defendant's request that he obstruct the certification, the defendant grew frustrated and told the Vice President that the defendant would have to publicly criticize him. Upon learning of this, the Vice President's Chief of Staff was concerned for the Vice President's safety and alerted the head of the Vice President's Secret Service detail. As crowds began to... After meeting with Trump, between Pence and Trump, VP Chief of Staff expresses concern for Pence's safety. Didn't know that either. It's the head of VP Secrets. Didn't know that either. As crowds began to gather in Washington and were audible from the Oval Office, the defendant remarked to advisors that the crowd the following day on January 6th was going to be angry. That night, the defendant approved and caused the defendant's campaign to issue a public statement that the defendant knew from his meeting with the vice president only hours earlier was false. The vice president and I are in total agreement that the vice president has the power to act. Bruh. On January 6th, okay. Starting in the early morning hours, the defendant again turned to knowingly false statements aimed at pressuring the vice president to fraudulently alter the election outcome and raised publicly the false expectation that the vice president might do so. 1 a.m., he tweets, if Vice President Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Many states want to decertify the mistake they made in certifying incorrect and fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by their state legislatures, which it must be. Mike can send it back. 8:17 a.m. The defendant issued a tweet that falsely stated states want to correct their votes, which they know now were based on irregularities and fraud, plus corrupt process never received legislative approval. All Mike Pence has to do is send them back to the states, and we win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for extreme courage. So when he's saying send back to the states now, this is different from unilateral action. So he's like flip-flopping between the two of them, between the two options. Trump tweets about Pence's ability to send votes back to the states. On the morning of January 6th, an agent of the defendant contacted a United States senator to ask him to hand-deliver documents to the vice president. The agent then facilitated the receipt by the senator's staff of the fraudulent certificates signed by the defendant's fraudulent electors in Michigan and Wisconsin, which were believed not to have been delivered to the vice president or archivist by mail. When one of the senator's staffers contacted a staffer for the vice president by text message to arrange for delivery of what the senator's staffer had been told were alternate slates of electors for Michigan and Wisconsin because archivists didn't receive them, the vice president's staffer rejected them. Okay. At 11:15 a.m., the defendant called the vice president and again pressured him to fraudulently reject or return Biden's legitimate electoral votes. The vice president again refused. Immediately after the call, the defendant decided to single out the vice president in public remarks he would make within the hour, reinserting language that he had personally drafted earlier that morning, falsely claiming that the vice president had authority to send electoral votes to the states, but that advisors had previously successfully advocated to be removed. Okay. Earlier that morning, the defendant had selected co-conspirator 2, Eastman, to join Giuliani in giving public remarks before his own. When they did so, based on knowingly false election fraud claims, Giuliani and Eastman intensified pressure on the vice president to fraudulently obstruct the certification proceeding. Co-conspirator 1 told the crowd that the vice president could cast the ECA aside and unilaterally decide on the validity of these crooked ballots. He also lied when he claimed to have letters from 5 legislators begging us to send elector slates to the legislators for review and called for trial by combat. Did Giuliani actually say, was Eastman here? You know what? I don't actually know what Eastman looks like. What does Eastman even fucking... Hang on. Let me see. Giuliani trial by combat speech. See if I can get the speech and see him saying this cast aside. Because he only spoke for about 5 minutes, didn't he? He didn't speak for that long. Did he not?
Over the next 10...
Is that Eastman? Oh, God. He's the ultimate American spiv. Inspector Gadget. Bro. Okay.
Days, we get
That's
to
not him, is it? Whatever.
see the machines that are crooked, the ballots that are fraudulent, and if we're wrong, we will be made fools of. But if we're right, a lot of them will go to jail. Hello? Over the next 10 days, we get to see the machines that are crooked, the ballots that are fraudulent, and if we're wrong, we will be made fools of. But if we're right, a lot of them will go to jail. So, let's have trial by combat. I'm willing to stake my reputation. The president is willing to stake his reputation on the fact that we're going to find criminality there. Is Joe Biden willing to stake his reputation that there's no crime there? No.
Is there any person here that actually thinks that Joe Biden won this election? I don't either, guys. I don't either. You know, I went all across the country, everywhere I go. This guy couldn't fill up a classroom. And look at these crowds here. Look at these crowds here. He hides in his basement. No one buys it, guys. No one buys it. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They can lie. They can cheat. They can steal. My father has started a movement, and this movement will never,
where the fuck
ever
is
die.
Giuliani's full speech? They really only showed the trial by combat part. Was it just like a really shit speech or what? Honey Jan 6 speech. Do they not have it? Bro. YouTube search is bad now. That was the speech that they're referring to. Eastman's, okay. Transcript. Oh, Trump's one wasn't 4 hours 49, right? So Giuliani's will be here for sure. Come on, but there won't be a fucking transcript. Oh no. Oh, there is. Oh. I need to see aside. Cast aside. Oh.
Constitutionality of the Election Counting Act.
Are you sure it's this fucking? He didn't even name the law properly, for God's sake. Okay.
Of 1887, that the vice president can cast it aside, and he can do what a president called Jefferson did when he was vice president. That the vice president can cast it aside. One of the preeminent. Everyone. Hello. Hello, everyone. We're here just very briefly to make a very important 2 points. Number one, every single thing that has been outlined as the plan for today is perfectly legal. I have Professor Eastman here with me to say a few words about that. He's one of the preeminent constitutional scholars in the United States. It is perfectly appropriate, given the questionable constitutionality of the Election Counting Act of 1887, that the vice president can cast it aside, and he can do what a president called Jefferson did when he was vice president. He can decide on the validity of these crooked ballots, or he can send it back to the legislatures, give them 5 to 10 days to finally finish the work. We now have letters from 5 legislatures begging us to do that.
So Jefferson, the electoral votes, whatever he did, this was in like the fucking 1700s, right? Or the 1800s. What did he do? Do I have to look at what he did? Oh no. before the Electoral Count Act, but okay.
They're asking us. Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Wisconsin, and one other coming in. So it seems to me we don't want to find out 3 weeks from now even more proof that this election was stolen, do we? So it is perfectly reasonable and fair to get 10 days, and you should know this. The Democrats and their allies have not allowed us to see one machine or one paper ballot. Now, if they ran such a clean election, why wouldn't they make all the machines available immediately? If they ran such a clean election, they'd have you come in and look at the paper ballots. Who hides evidence? Criminals hide evidence, not on.
Are they just expecting any random cunt to walk in to go and look at these machines with a fucking screwdriver and some fucking magnifying glasses? The fuck?
Honest people. So, over the next 10 days, we get to see the machines that are crooked, the ballots that are fraudulent, and if we're wrong, we will be made fools of. But if we're right, a lot of them will go to jail. So,
is the reason this full video wasn't on on the top of the YouTube search because it's like enabling election fraud disinformation? Is that why? I should put Jan 6 on a separate thing here. Trump tweets about Pennsylvania. Okay. Giuliani speech about casting the ECA side. False claim that 5 legislators were begging to have election slates sent back. What else did he say there? The 10 days. So it seems like he's focusing more on the 10 days claim there, but he's also saying, he said it was back to the states or
Arizona, or you can do what a president called Jefferson did. Nationality. Eastman here with me to say a few words about that. He's one of the preeminent constitution. Accompanied by just very one. Every single thing that has been outlined as the plan for today is perfectly legal. I have Professor Eastman here with me to.
The plan for today. So the the directing of the protesters is about that. This is actually really important.
It's perfectly legal. I have Professor Eastman. Every single thing that has been outlined as the plan for today is perfectly legal. Besides evidence, they pick there. Is Joe Biden willing to stake his reputation that there's no crime? Last night, one of the experts that has examined these crooked Dominion machines has absolutely what he believes is conclusive proof that in the last 10%, 15% of the vote, president, that the vice president can cast it aside and he can do what a president called Jefferson did. One of the preeminent constitutional scholars in the United States. It is perfectly appropriate, given the questionable constitutionality of the Election Counting Act of 1887, that the vice president can cast it aside and he can do what a president called Jefferson did when he was vice president. He can decide on the validity of these crooked ballots, or he can send it back to the legislatures, give them 5 to 10 days to finally finish the work. We now have letters from 5 legislatures begging us to do that.
That's a lie.
They're asking us every night, and you say to yourself, as easily as we can, I know this is complicated, but what happened last night, how they cheated, and how it was exactly the same as what they did on November 3rd.
No, let's go back a minute.
Monuments. And what they stand in 7 states, they pick states where they had crooked. Watch that. It'd be a shame if that gets established after it's over, wouldn't it be? This was the worst election in American history. This election was stolen in 7 states. They picked states where they had crooked Democratic cities, where they could push everybody around, and it has to be vindicated to save our republic. This is bigger than Donald Trump. It's bigger than you and me. It's about these monuments and what they stand for. This has been a year in which they have invaded our freedom of speech, our freedom of religion, our freedom to move, our freedom to live. I'll be darned if they're going to take away our free and fair vote. And we're going to fight to the very end to make sure that doesn't happen. And let me ask Professor Eastman to explain as easily as we can. I know this is complicated, but what happened last night, how they cheated, and how it was exactly the same as what they did on November 3rd.
America's mayor, wonderful.
Here he is, the boy. How long does he talk for?
Hello, America! Sorry, I had to say that. Look, we've got petitions pending before the Supreme Court that identify in chapter and verse the number of times state election officials ignored or violated the state law.
Fucking Inspector Gadget. It's uncanny. Golly.
In order to put Vice President Biden over the finish line. We know there was fraud, traditional fraud that occurred. We know that dead people voted. But we now know, because we caught it live last time in real time, how the machines contributed to that fraud. And let me, as simply as I can, explain it. You know, the old way was to have a bunch of ballots sitting in a box under the floor, and when you needed more, you pulled them out in the dark of night. They put those ballots in a secret folder in the machines, sitting there waiting until they know how many they need. And then the machine, after the close of polls, we now know who's voted and we know who hasn't. And I can now, in that machine, match those unvoted ballots with an unvoted voter and put them together in the machine.
Apparently he lied about Jefferson. Okay, let's see. How Jefferson counted himself in. Something was funny about the Georgia ballot during the 1800 election. Did Thomas Jefferson act properly in making himself president in 1801? It's a whole article. All right. Too much. Overlooked irregularities. This is too much. It's too long. Fuck this article. I'll read it later. All right. Claims Pence can do what Jefferson did. Okay. So is Eastman, he's not really going over the complicated stuff, is he? He's just grumbling. Let me see. Jefferson. Jefferson. Where is it? Hey. Where's the fucking thing? Oh, it's here. No? Oh.
And how do we know that happened last night in real time? You saw when it got to 99% of the vote total, and then it stopped. The percentage stopped, but the votes didn't stop. What happened, and you don't see this on Fox or any other stations, but the data shows that the denominator, how many ballots remain to be counted? How else do you figure out the percentage that you have? How many remain to be counted? That number started moving up. That means they were unloading the ballots from that secret folder, matching them to the unvoted voter, and voila, we have enough votes to barely get over the finish line. We saw it happen in real time last night, and it happened on November 3rd as well. And all we are demanding of Vice President Pence is this afternoon at 1 o'clock, he let the legislatures of the state look into this so we get to the bottom of it and the American people know whether we have control of the direction of our government or not. We no longer live in a self-governing republic if we can't get the answer to this question. This is bigger than President Trump. It is the very essence of our Republican form of government, and it has to be done. And anybody that is not willing to stand up to do it does not deserve to be in the office. Wow. It is that simple. God bless you. And thank you so much for your support. I know the courage it takes to be out there. I know how you get ridiculed. I know how they try to take jobs away from you. But you look in the mirror every night and you say to yourself, I'm doing the right thing for myself, for my family, for my children, and most importantly, for the United States of America.
What truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people.
Fuck off. All right. Nice. It's like it's a Linkin Park backdrop, isn't it? Oh God. No wonder those guys wanted to fight someone. Yeah, okay. Huh. Okay. That was fun. Co-conspirator 2 told the crowd, all we are demanding of Vice President Pence is this afternoon at 1 o'clock he let... Oh yeah, we already got this, huh? Funny. Next, beginning at 11:56 a.m., the defendant made multiple... Wait, what's the assumption that if they sent it back to the state... Does that mean that the... Is it because the state legislatures are Republicans? Like this, the governors or the whatever the fuck they are. Because if they know that the electoral fraud claims are false, why do they want the states to spend another 10 days investigating fraud? Is that just a way of them kind of covering up the idea that the states, because it would just be one vote, wouldn't it? It would just be one governor saying, yeah, fuck it, Trump won. They had the majority in the House. They wanted Pence to throw it to the House. No, why was Giuliani talking about 5 to 10 days? I thought that was when you let the actual state legislatures investigate the fraud stuff, right? Or is it the House actually like in Congress, like in DC? Or just buy more time, yeah. I wonder, is there anything that actually says clearly what they wanted to do with the time? Like if Pence decided to send it back to the states for 5 to 10 days, is that in one of the memos? It should be in the second memo. Adjourns the session because of disputes. Investigate election returns in their state. This is the bit I'm talking about, yeah. When a state has failed to make a choice on the day, electors may be appointed on a subsequent day in such a manner as the legislator of state may direct. Investigation finds fraud. Yeah, this isn't throwing it to the House. This is them actually waiting a few days. But I'm guessing they were just hoping for the state legislatures to appoint different electoral college voters. You're saying the goal ultimately no, that's one of the goals, but that would have happened on the day. The public claim was that recounts, audits, and courts. Yeah, but obviously what they would have actually wanted if they had got this extra 5-10 days would have probably been to pressure state legislatures or just hope that majority Republican state legislatures would just vote for Trump. Would just appoint a Republican, would just certify a Trump elector. That's more or less what let's see. Because this seems to be the one that they're mostly favoring. I know you said you wanted investigations to play out, yeah. But then, well, Eastman said that as well, but Giuliani also said that Pence could just reject it entirely and just let Trump win on the day. This is the one that they seem to be emphasizing, though. Like, they're going into the most detail about it. Because it sounds the most legitimate. It sounds the most like, we're going to let them find more fraud. They adjourn the session. State legislators convene comprehensive audit investigation, determine whether the initially certified slate is valid, or if the alternative. Then it's only after an investigation. But then even then, they're saying it's a 50-50 because they might just not find any fraud, yeah. The delay would have given more weight, yeah. Because imagine if Pence was like, there's an irregularity in 7 states, we need to investigate further. Like that, that just gives them so much more legitimacy. It's like humoring a fucking insane conspiracy theory, yeah. Especially since Trump is spending this whole time calling people and like nagging them basically to go his way. Okay. Did you look into the immunity ruling yet? Nope. Oh God, it's a whole ruling, isn't it? It's a Supreme Court. No, fuck that. No. I'm not American enough to do this much research on this one event. Sorry. Listen, I love Americans, but fuck me. Like, I don't care about you guys enough to do all that. I don't care about you guys that much, okay? Just enough to... Just enough to finish what I started, okay? I think I want to go back to the Israel stuff after this. That's what I want to do. Okay. Next, beginning at 11:56 a.m., the defendant made... Oh, they're not going to mention the Linkin Park tune. Shit. The defendant made the Linkin Park remix. The defendant made multiple knowingly false statements integral to his criminal plan to defeat the federal government function, obstruct the certification, and interfere with others' rights to vote and have their votes counted. The defendant repeated false claims of election fraud, gave false hope that the vice president might change the election outcome, and directed the crowd in front of him to go to the Capitol as a means to obstruct the certification and pressure the vice president to fraudulently obstruct the certification. The defendant's knowingly false statements for these purposes included: the defendant falsely claimed that based on fraud, the vice president could alter the outcome of the election results, stating, "I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All he has to do, this is from the number one, or certainly one of the top constitutional lawyers." I've never heard Trump qualify a statement like that before. What the fuck? That's so weird. The number one, sorry, one of the top. Yeah, okay. Top 50%. He has the absolute right to do it. We're supposed to protect our country, support our Constitution, and protect our Constitution. States want to re-vote. The states got defrauded. They were given false information. They voted on it. Now they want to recertify. They want it back. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify, and we become president, and you are the happiest people. Now, this is kind of like both at once. This now is... I don't know if this is throwing it back to the House where the House just votes. Wait. Is it the House that was 26 Republican? That's here, he mentions. Yeah, 26 of the state delegations. Okay. Okay. Argues that the states and that they want to recertify. Because this sounds like he wants it to happen on the day. He's not mentioning, like recertify just means he wants them to choose the alternate electors. Which means that this is so they're basically proposing 3 different plans. They're proposing 3 different courses. One is that Pence just says the fake electors are the real ones. Done. Trump's president. The second one is the more flimsy, like nuanced one, which is we have to adjourn this session because there's too much disagreement on the 7 states. So we're going to let the investigation carry on for a few days, for 10 days, to see if we find any voter fraud. And then hopefully those states find the fraud or just say they found the fraud and appoint Trump electors rather than Biden ones. Or the third one is Pence here says that they're neither of the 2 alternate electors in those 7 states can be deemed valid because there's a dispute. So neither gets a majority, neither gets 270 or more for a majority. So they send it to the House, which is in Congress, and that's where the Republicans control the majority of the state delegations. And hopefully the majority of those Republicans vote for Trump. Trump seems to be pushing the third one. Giuliani and Eastman are kind of pushing forward the first 2. Is that right? There are 3 different theories here, but Trump, Eastman, and Giuliani are suggesting 3 different ones. It's like very disorganized. Yeah. I guess they wanted to give Pence some options. Who knows? After the defendant falsely stated that Pennsylvania legislature wanted to recertify their votes, they want to recertify. The only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. Send it back, okay? Recertify. And that the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. The crowd chants, send it back. Hang on, maybe I should look for that part of the speech. Maybe that'll be on YouTube. Trump speech. Wow. Pence didn't even think it was in his power. Yeah, well. You have to show strength. Why is it? Bro, what? Fuck me. Full. Because he spoke for like an hour, didn't he? Okay.
35th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
And
there we go.
No, because it was so quick. They had to vote. They voted. But now they see all this stuff. It's all come to light. It doesn't happen that fast. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. Mike Pence has to agree to send it back.
Are they really out of sync or?
But the only way that
Send it back. Applebee's.
What can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. To say just that one element right after the election. By the way, Pennsylvania has now seen all of this. They didn't know because it was so quick. They had a vote, they voted, but now they see all this stuff. It's all come to light. It doesn't happen that fast. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. Mike Pence has to agree to send it back.
What did Pennsylvania actually say? That's here. The state commissioner said no evidence of fraud. 4 Republican leaders of the state legislature argue that they can't overturn the popular vote and appoint an alternative slate. Trump retweets a post calling them cowards. That's useful. Because here he's saying that in Pennsylvania they want... He's saying that Pennsylvania wanted to recertify, but he's also retweeted a post calling them cowards. So, Trump, December 4th, Twitter. See what they have on the presidency project. Where's the retweet? RT. Oh, I can say coward. No. Would it be like a... Not all of these are complete. I have to go to the fucking archive website, don't I? Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Bro. It was definitely... So we're on page 38. Okay. December 4th. Okay, let's go to December 4th. We're doing it. Wait, what? There we 22 snapshots, guys. Let's go. We're gonna go backwards this time. Let's go there for now. What we got? Come on, fiber optic. Make me proud. Make me rich. Because it might be a picture. Oh. Pennsylvania. Okay. Lindsey Graham. Digging in the Trumpster. I am. Fuck. I don't think it says he deleted this tweet. Oh, the other one said it wasn't. Didn't say it was deleted either. December 4th, 2020. Trump, Pennsylvania, Twitter, legislatures, cowards. Trump team calls them cowards and traitors. Cowardice. Why didn't this is on December 6th? They got the fucking date wrong. Fucking Fucking liars. Fucking scumbuckets. Get away. We caught him. We got him, George Bush. Oh my god, 35 snapshots. It's a fucking gold mine. This won't be deleted though, right? Unless, is there any evidence that that anyone from Pennsylvania said they wanted to recertify? Like, who's he saying wanted to recertify? It would have to be the. It would I mean, the only person who can recertify would be what, the governor? Or does the House vote? Oh. Where are these cowardice voters? Bruh. Who's he retweeting? $5.56. Steal the vote. Bernard Kirk. Where is he? This is the whole day. Unless it was like in the morning. December 6th. Go here. Let's just get this one. Get this one. Get this one. Get this one. Okay. All points of the day. How does this work with the snapshotting? Huh. To be fair, I could probably just take this one. Trump, December 6th, Twitter. I just want to get the exact one. I don't know why. Bernard Kerrick. Cowardice. The Trump archive. Look through all 50,000 of Trump's tweets. Who is this guy? The sentence doesn't even make sense. All right, wait, hang on. Filters. Date filters, please. I just want 2020, please. 12/6. Thank you. Bro. Have they dated it wrong? Let's go from the 4th. And just not include retweets. Uh. 2020, 12/04. Here, 106 tweets found. Oh, does it go over the page? This website's horrible. What? This has retweets, so coward. Here they are. Okay, this is it. Will this go to his page? It's not going to be on his Twitter account anymore. So they have this. I'm guessing the thing that he reposted was deleted then. Bernard Carrick. Let's see what he said. I could just look at Trump's Twitter on the dates. Twitter, let's go advanced search. Real Donald Trump. Advanced search. December. So this page is putting it on the 6th as well. Okay, December 6th. 2020 to the 7th. From at real Donald Trump. Search. Is it all gone? Is his entire history gone? From 2020? Because he got banned for ages, didn't he? Fuck. Oh well. This is the best we have. That's worth it though. Oh, I could always look at Mr. Bernard Carrick. Hope this guy doesn't post porn. Huh. He deleted his tweet. Oh well, thank God we got this account then. Okay. No, not the 4th. I want the 6th. The same people he called cowards. Using to appoint an alternate slate. Good. All right. So send it back. Okay. We were on page 38. Damn, we're so close. Page 39. Oh, the old Twitter logo is giving me all kinds of nostalgia now. To be fair, one of those snapshots probably has it though, right? It's okay. I'm not going to be that autistic. The defendant also said that regular rules no longer applied, stating, and fraud breaks up everything, doesn't it? When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by different rules. Finally, after exhorting that we fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore, the defendant directed the people in front of him to head to the Capitol, suggested he was going with them, and told them to give members of Congress the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. During and after the defendant's remarks, thousands of people marched towards the Capitol. Okay. Last section. The big one. Trump. I've seen Rob Noor have good conversations, but he was being really bad faith with Loner because he knew he didn't have the best grasp on US politics. I mean, it's not just like there were things that he was saying that I knew weren't true, but I didn't want to go down a fucking endless rabbit hole because I was trying to focus on like one or two things, which basically means that he can just get away with. But the problem is, yeah, he just gets away with saying fucking anything. I don't know. Is that really what was happening? Like, I don't like to think I was just being fucked about, but maybe I was. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm getting fucked about. It's well, it's okay. The only yeah, I don't know. Weird. The problem is that sometimes people are just so fucking autistic that they just want to ramble about everything that comes to their head, like stream of consciousness. So, and maybe they just don't realize how it affects the other person that they're talking to. I don't know. Fuck it. Shortly before 1 p.m., the vice president issued a public statement explaining that his role as president of the Senate at the certification proceeding that was about to begin did not include unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not. Before the defendant had finished speaking, a crowd began to gather at the Capitol. Thereafter, a mass of people, including individuals who had traveled to Washington and to the Capitol at the defendant's direction, broke through barriers cordoning off the Capitol grounds and advanced on the building, including by violently attacking law enforcement officers trying to secure it. Pence issues public statement explaining that he does not have the authority to unilaterally determine which votes to count. The defendant, who had returned to the White House after concluding his remarks, watched the events at the Capitol unfold on the television in the dining room next to the Oval Office. Trump watches Capitol events in the dining room from the dining room next to the Oval Office. At 2:13 p.m., after more than an hour of steady, violent advancement, the crowd at the Capitol broke into the building. I remember this, 2:13 p.m. Capitol is breached. Upon receiving news that individuals have breached the Capitol, the defendant's advisors told him that there was a riot there and that rioters had breached the building. When advisors urged the defendant to issue a calming message aimed at the rioters, the defendant refused, instead repeatedly remarking that the people of the Capitol were angry because the election had been stolen. His breach. Trump is informed and told to quell the riots, but initially refuses. At 2:24, after advisors had left the defendant alone in his dining room, the defendant issued a tweet to further delay and obstruct the certification. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. People appeal to this tweet that Trump made around 2:38 or something, where he says, be peaceful, law and order, but he doesn't tell them to leave. The fact that he was told about the breach, and then the first thing he does is tweets out at Pence. Do we know exactly when Trump was told about the breach? Like the exact time? I think this is the bit that I didn't take notes on, what was happening with Trump. Capitol breached at 2:13. Yep. Trump's first tweet, but they don't say when Trump was actually informed. Peacefully go after Pence. Based. All right, let me think. Fake electors? No. Jan 6, the attack. I need the committee. I need the enormous January 6th committee report. Let's go! Come on. Come on. What is this? Fourth of December. What's this? This isn't. This is. I was looking for the guy. No, I was looking for the guy who called, who Trump retweeted because he called the Pennsylvania people cowards. This isn't the one that I'm thinking of, is it? What? This was the retweet where he called Republican legislators in Pennsylvania, sorry, where he called them cowards. Anyway. Hmm. Hmm. There's the contents page that tells you what Trump was doing. Because this is the bit that I didn't take notes on, this timeline of what Trump was actually doing in the Oval Office. Mike deserves it. Yeah. Dereliction. He was informed the Capitol was under attack at 1:21. Okay. Where is he told about the breach? I'll be there with you. He actually wanted to go to the building. Crazy fuck. Don't forget the Diet Coke. We love the Diet Coke memes. The schedule is blank from 1:21 until 4:03. Oh, so we don't know exactly. Here's what he did. He watched the TV screen. Didn't call law enforcement. Didn't call Secretary of Defense. Didn't call the Attorney General. Didn't call the Secretary of Homeland Security. Cellular records. He spoke to Giuliani. Where is... He doesn't want to do anything. First public statement. Just a few minutes later. He doesn't want to do anything. He thinks Mike deserves it. This is fucking crazy. Fuck this, man. What a state. Okay. So Trump is told the Capitol is under attack. Bro. $121. Might as well put that in. Trump is told the Capitol is under attack. Trump's first tweet. Shitting on Pence. Didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which I'll just put this full fucking thing in, why not? Oh, he's on the phone with Mike Lee at 2:26. Okay. Well, apparently, Vice President was evacuated a minute later. Five. Pence evacuated by nervous. People chanting, hang Mike Pence. The defendant repeatedly refused to approve a message directing rioters to leave the Capitol, as urged by his most senior advisors, including the White House counsel, Deputy White House counsel, Chief of Staff, Deputy Chief of Staff, and Senior Advisor. Said the defendant issued 2 tweets that did not ask rioters to leave the Capitol, but instead falsely suggested that the crowd of the Capitol was being peaceful. Oh yeah, stay peaceful. 2:38 and 3:13 p.m. Trump tweets, stay peaceful and no violence. Remember, we are ignores advice. Ignores senior advisors. 2, 3, 4, 5. At least 5 advisors urging him to tell them to go home. At 3 p.m., the defendant had a phone call with the Minority Leader of the United States House of Representatives. The defendant told the Minority Leader that the crowd at the Capitol was more upset about the election than the Minority Leader was. Oh, God, I remember that one. 3 p.m. The leader, phone call with Trump. Trump says the crowd are more upset about the election than the minority. 4:17. Okay. Trump tells protesters to go home. The crowd missed Pence by 15 feet. Secret Service recordings were played at 2:16. He was removed from the Senate floor and took shelter in his office. Then they removed him from the building. Oh, okay. Crowd missed him by 40 feet. Shit. So wait, this is false though, right? Trump is informed of the Capitol breach after 2:24, right? Okay. At 6:01, the defendant tweeted, "These are things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever." On the evening of January 6th, the defendant and co-conspirator 1 attempted to exploit the violence and chaos at the Capitol by calling lawmakers to convince them, based on knowingly false claims of election fraud, to delay the certification, including the defendant, through White House aides, attempted to reach 2 United States senators at 6 p.m. on the evening. Oh, he called lawmakers. Fuck, man. Evening of Jan 6. Trump. Makers attempting to convince them to delay the certification. Numerous. Oh, it would be like around a dozen then? 2, 7. Around a dozen senators. Just slow it down so we can get these legislators to get more information to you. Reconvening at 8. Only strategy we can follow is to object to numerous states and raise issues so that we get results tomorrow. In another message intended for another United States Senator, co-conspirator 1 repeated knowingly false allegations of election fraud, including that the vote count certified by the states of Congress were incorrect and that the governors who had certified knew they were incorrect, that illegal immigrants had voted in substantial numbers in Arizona. Georgia gave you a number in which 65,000 people who were underage voted. I didn't hear that one. Claimed the vice president's actions had been surprising. Asked the senator to object to every state. And kind of spread this out a little bit like a filibuster. Okay. Trump is asked to withdraw objections to the certification. The attack on the Capitol obstructed and delayed the certification for approximately 6 hours until the Senate and House of Representatives came back into session separately at 8:06 and 9:02 p.m., respectively, and came together in a joint session at 11:35. At 11:44, co-conspirator 2 emailed the Vice President's counsel advocating that the Vice President violate the law and seek further delay of the certification. Co-conspirator 2 wrote, "I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA and adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislators to finish their investigations, as well as to follow a full forensic audit of the massive amount of illegal activity that has occurred here." Bro. 3:41 a.m. on January 7th, the President of the Senate, the Vice President, announced the certified results of the 2020 presidential election in favor of Biden. 5 p.m. Joint session resumes. Four p.m. Okay. In Trump's call to McCarthy, he said the rioters are Antifa based. Eastman implores Vice President Counsel to consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA and adjourn for 10 days. Mm. 3:41 a.m. Biden won, announced as winner of the election. All right. The defendant and his co-conspirators committed one or more of the acts to effect of the object of conspiracy alleged above in paragraphs 13, 15, 16, 18, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, blah, 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 blah. All right. Count 2. The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 4 and 8 through 123 of this indictment are re-alleged and fully incorporated here by reference. From on or about November 14th through on or about January 7th, 2021, in the District of Columbia and elsewhere, the defendant, Donald J. Trump, did knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with co-conspirators known and unknown to the grand jury to corruptly obstruct and impede an official proceeding, that is, the certification of the electoral vote, in violation of Title 18, United States Code Section 1512C2. In violation of Title 18, United States Code Section 11512K. Count 3, all the same shit. Obstruction of and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. Conspiracy against rights. Jack Smith, special counsel. Right, guys. Do we have anything that we can use against Jack Smith? Is he a pedo? Does anyone want? Does anyone feel like posing as a minor and seeing if he'll sext you? Oh, God. I'm guessing people have things to say about Jack Smith then. That's probably the way out of this. Wait, what's this section? Just that he was illegally appointed. Okay. But I guess whatever they say, the next bit we're going to go on to is how Trump didn't actually defend himself, right? Apparently, Trump didn't even defend himself. He just said, give me immunity, please. Doesn't count. Was president. Richard Nixon. Why did I mark these pages? Fake electors. Section 3. And the right. The part here that I want to read is a bit short, but I do want to also read, what do you want to call it? Is it called a coup in search of a legal theory? Honestly, I don't think it's going to tell us anything that's new, though. Is there? Who knows? We'll think about it. Or I might just move on and never touch this bullshit again. Maybe. I'll tell you what, though. It is very fucking weird. Do you know how Zizek spoke about this? There's something very, very satisfying about being shown something that you already always knew, but it's just presented to you in the most unambiguous way possible, right? Like, it's just given, like, someone just sticks a fucking nail in, like, the last nail in the coffin to confirm what you already believed, like, without that much doubt, right? Like, that Trump is a liar, that he just lies about all, like, habitually, because, like, you know, I know that, everyone knows that. You see him bullshit all the time, but I think it hits different when you actually look back at this speech. And the one particular thing that hits really, really different is Pennsylvania, because Trump doing this retweet, calling the Pennsylvania Republican leaders of the state legislature, calling them cowards, for refusing to overturn the popular vote. But on January 6th, he's saying...
In American history, everybody knows it. That election, our election, was over at 10 o'clock in the evening. We're leading Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, by hundreds of thousands of votes. And then late in the evening or early in the morning, boom, these explosions of bullshit. And all of a sudden... All of a sudden, it started to happen. Counted in Pennsylvania. Now think of this. Mathematical impossible. Over 8,000 ballots, 1,000 ballots in Pennsylvania. But we got the ballot back before they were sent. I don't think that's too good, right? Didn't know, because right after the election. By the way, Pennsylvania has now seen all of this. They didn't know because it was so quick. They had to vote the state. Just that one element. 400,000 ballots appeared from nowhere right after the election. By the way, Pennsylvania has now seen all of this. They didn't know because it was so quick. They had to vote. They voted. But now they see all this stuff. It's all come to light. It doesn't happen that fast. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back.
And that's the thing. Like, he's just lying. Even 3 days before this, the Attorney General and acting Attorney Generals refuted their claims. Like, the Justice Department refuted the claims. Oh, it's this? Oh. What is it? Oh, never mind. All right. Literally lying to his audience. Okay. 1 second. Okay, guys. Okay. I was considering doing something else, but no. Listen, guys, I will see you all tomorrow, okay? Or I might not. It's Saturday tomorrow. I might take a day off. I don't know. Got to think about my plans going forward, I think. And maybe see if I can organize that Rob Noor debate. That would be good. Okay, chums. Okay. Bye. Bye.